Hello, guys and gals, and welcome. Welcome. So today, I thought we would finally follow up on an idea that I had a long time ago. When we first started to find out that variables were in control of what was falling, and that the game was more deterministic than it seemed, and blah 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 blah. One of the ideas that I had, which was very simple, and I feel like I should probably outline this for you guys before we get started, is let's just follow my logic, shall we? Okay, I'll write down my logic loop here, and we'll see if my logic loop actually bears any fruit. So what's my logic loop? Well, my logic loop is basically this. If drops are deterministic, which we have confirmed, and variables stack one on top of another, then we can lead to a conclusion, which is basically that the more you do, the better the drops should potentially get. And I know this sounds kind of strange, but basically think about it like this. If you're killing monsters, you're killing a large number of monsters, and you are stacking variables on top of each other, right? So I don't know exactly how many stacks there are, but let's just say there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and let's say it's like 7 different stacks, and then it like repeats in a loop, right? Or maybe there's like frickin' I don't know, maybe there's way more than 7. Maybe it goes up to like 300 or some crazy number, right? But let's pretend that this number right here is the magic sauce number, right? Like the 4-leaf clover of a number. Like it's the variable that you stack to that tells the game to drop you something nice and pretty and shiny and beautiful, and you take it home and you hug it and you squeeze it and you call it George. Well, if you play the game kind of like if you do like basically the entire game, so this is basically the idea, which is let's clear the entire game from beginning to that's a terrible way of typing, from start to finish, and the reason why we would potentially do this is because, well, this is going to continually repeat, so it's a variable stack that's going to just repeat over and over and over again, right? So if we clear the entire game, we're definitely going to complete the cycle of the variable stack, going from 1 to the last number. And then we can obviously then start back at the beginning, and then we start back and we start doing the variable stack, right? So the general idea of this is to clear the entire game from start to finish, and see what we get, right? If clearing the entire game could potentially mean better drops, just simply because we're rolling all the variables essentially nonstop, right? So we're just constantly rolling the variables up and down the variable stack. I probably need to drop off some loot before we do this, but I'm gonna do this online because I feel like doing this online. Let's go ahead and hop over to one of my mules real quick, and let's before we get started with this, let's just offload a bunch of crap to the mules, because I have no doubt that I'm going to be finding some good stuff, and as I find good stuff, I'm going to want to obviously pick up more good stuff, and it'll be nice if I have room to pick up more good stuff. I also really can't leave the game, because if I leave the game for too long and start making other games, then my game's going to disappear. And the general idea of this is to, have as much room as I can, essentially, so that I can actually make this work. We might want to actually offload a bunch of this crap. Let's grab the keys. Let's just offload everything that I possibly can. I don't really care. Fill it up. Fill it up, up, up. Fill it up, up, up. It's on fire. We got a cube too. We can fill that up as well. Yeah, you can have an Annie. Why not? Wait, yeah, we're keeping the gates. That's right, keeping the gates. Probably get rid of some of these runes too. I probably don't need all these runes. Let's just stack away some of these. And we can buy a new tome. Let's keep one more soul rune there. And we can hold one more item, a big item, preferably. Oh, we got in there. I got a bunch of junk in my inventory is what I got. All that junk, junk, junk in my trunk, trunk, trunk. All that junk, all that junk, all that junk in my trunk. Oh yeah, let me hop in the Discord. Beep. Clearing the game with lag spikes? What's wrong? Where are the lag spikes coming from? Is your mom a lag spike? Ooh, bird, ooh, bird. I'm 5 years old, shut up. I'm 5 years old. I'm 5 years old. Oh wow. It is laggy, isn't it? So laggy. Got to lag the laggy. So laggy. All of the laggies. So laggy. Gonna make some room. So laggy. I'm just gonna shove as much stuff as I can on this character. I mean, he's already pretty much full, so. Behind the veil. Deep within the darkest realm comes the man whose name is 12. Oh yeah, I recently put out my series on trying to do my little guides on the mercenaries. I've got the Act 3 mercenary cooking. I still need to record it, but I've got most of the stuff prepped. I'm trying to actually be, you know, like professional about this and prepping stuff, but I did forget a couple items with the Act 2 video, unfortunately, which people have already pointed out. Yeah. That's right. That's what I got to say about that. They're like, you're a slacker. You're a ugly, dirty slacker. Oh, wow. These lag spikes are pretty severe, aren't they? How long has this been going on with Diablo? Why is it so laggy like this for?
Blessings to you.
Is this like a whole thing that's been going on? Just like super lag? Super lag, super lag, super laggy. Yow. Holy Jesus, it's laggy even in town. Like, what the hell's going on? What was the command to show ping? It's like, what is it, /FPS or something? I can't remember. It's been a little while. Yeah. Ping is 47. I mean, that's not, like, terrible. I mean, I bumped up to 62 there for a second. Like, what even is going on? Like, it keeps just, like, rubber banding me backwards. Like, I'm just running around town and it's rubber banded me backwards. That's pretty severe. Oh yeah, you've been messing around with the burr farming seed? Maybe this would be better done offline. Maybe I should do this offline with a... Uh, hmm. Hmm. Bump bump. Bump bump. Do I still got my facet in here? I do. Does anyone have a socket quest I could steal from you? I'd be like, plumb out a socket quest. I want to socket this hex fire. Throw a fire facet in it. Two days ago you had lag spikes as well? Hmm. I've been so busy lately, I haven't had much of a chance to hop on, so I haven't had a chance to see the lag spikes. I do apologize for not streaming, but, I mean, it's just, you know, life hits you right in the gonads sometimes, and you just gotta roll with the punches. I mean, not that you want to roll with the punches, mind you, because, you know, getting punched in the gonads isn't fun, but it is what it is. Getting punched right in the gonads. Just trying to play around with this and see how bad the ping is. We're going to get started here in a second, though. I think we should probably re-roll some stuff real quick. Well, we got all these freaking rubies. I am using a Geeds? Oh, okay. So this is like my what? My lesser Geeds? 27, 23, 156. Yeah, this is an inferior Geeds. The inferior Geeds. One Geeds to rule them all, and in the darkness bind them. Alright, well, we're going to be walking the entire game, so let's go ahead and get our army set up. Might as well do it now. Boot in the pooter. Wow, this is terrible. Like, this is, like, god-awful terrible. Like, my character just keeps bouncing backwards. It reminds me of that frickin'... I said bouncing, it reminded me of the MASH episode. And Bouncing Betty! Good lord, Jesus, I can't even walk to the Pendle portal without it frickin', like, messing up. Alright, we're starting with Pendle, because that's the way Necromancers do. Not really too big of a deal. Also grab some revives while we're here. I am overburdened. Abodent of the over. Where did that come from? I didn't see that rare conquest sword drop. Trellis Navi armor. Trellis Navi armor. Trellis navi amai, trelisi navi amaridada. Alright, so we're going to start at the beginning, and we're just going to walk outside of Bloodmoor. We're going to go clear Bloodmoor, and then we're going to go clear Cold Plains. We're just going to start from the beginning. If I can make it out the door without the game rubber banding me backwards about 10,000 times. Let's do a systematic clear, so we get the edges, and then we'll cover the centers. Alright, so we got our first set item. Just kind of going to keep track of what falls. So we've got an Aratha's Cord so far. I am running 118% Magic Find. Not exactly a lot, but I don't think Magic Find really matters all that much, to be perfectly honest. I'm starting to get the feeling that Magic Find is less important than we all thought. Alright. Ah, Mad Javelins. Not bad. Terrible Mad Javelins, but Mad Javelins nonetheless. I feel like as a Necromancer I should be able to uncurse my my minions. Do you guys feel like that should be a thing? Like Necromancer shouldn't have like a uncurse ability? Like as the primary cursor and as literally the champion of curses. I feel like the Necromancer would be the one character in the game that would have like curse resistance or something, or would be able to break curses by utilizing a spell, like an uncurse ability or something. Like, I know it sounds kind of silly, but I mean, at the same time, I mean, who else would be able to remove curses besides the person who's literally the one proficient in applying them, right? I feel like that would just be his thing. What's up, Augusto? Could be a very interesting thing to add to the Necromancer. Just give him like an uncurse ability. Take one of these like really terrible curses that nobody likes, like Weaken, for instance, which is probably the worst curse in the entire page. Just take Weaken and turn it into like uncurse, or like I don't know, or what's a probably a better? It's probably a better word or terminology that we could use other than uncurse, but. Ah, dang it, I didn't mean to summon my golem. Accidental golem summoning. I don't like it when I accidentally summon him. Because I have the gear to make him so high level, and wow, that's a really nice helmet. Wow. Wow, +3 Volcano and +2 Fire Claws? That's like, that's solid. That's pretty solid. That's solid. Actually, it would be better if it was Armageddon, wouldn't it? Can you cast Volcano when you're in werewolf form? I know you can cast Armageddon. I know you can cast Hurricane. I don't think you can cast Volcano, so maybe that's not as good as I thought. It's still a +3 Volcano helm. You pinged me in Discord? I'm in GGM3, password 16. If you want to come grab it, I already started the game, so I can't leave. But I can drop off the item to you, and then you can just bring it back. First things first is we're going to clear Bloodmoor, and then we're going to go on from here. I mean, I don't think it necessarily has to be a blessing, so to speak. Like, a blessing would mean, you know, like, I don't know, like, be more paladin-ish. This would be more technical, you know, like the technical ability to understand exactly how to remove the curse because you're one of the people that created it, right? Like, it's not so much a blessing as it is just, I don't know, like, intimate knowledge of the ability to curse. I mean, they could call it something strange, like you could call it, like curse dissection or something, and like you can have the necromancer say something funny like what a pity, what a feeble thing, or something like that.
Impossible.
What's up, Jaden? I'm assuming that's you, Novo. I put the Hexfire by the portal. I'm just trying to get this area cleared so I can move on to Cold Plains. This is definitely the worst area probably in the game, like level wise. Let's just make sure everything's nice and dead. I appreciate you doing this, Nova. Save me some time having to grind out a socket quest on my own. Man, I'm even getting teleported back from, like, teleporting into stuff. It's crazy. What the hell are they doing with the servers? This is bad. This is really bad. It's really bad. It's really bad indeed. And it doesn't even... Oh, well, no, there you go. My ping just shot up to 141. So I guess there was a moment there where it kind of tapped out. I'm in town, Nova.
Not in town.
Need more mana potions because I am a mana hog. I just need a couple mana potions. All right, a bariometer, hexfire with a socket in it. I'm gonna put a facet in there. I already got it sitting in the stash, so.
I'll put that to good use.
All right, now we've got a facet in our Adujank, which means our enchant is a little bit higher than it was before. It's 388 damage now. Okay.
Not enough mana.
Dang it, recast my golem again. I didn't mean to do it. You know what? I need to take the golem and put him on something other than F1. Maybe put him on like frickin' F7 or something. Something I'm less likely to hit to like resummon him on a regular basis. Would be nice. I mean, I still want to summon him, don't get me wrong, but like, once he's summoned, I don't really need to summon him again. Because he's summoned at a really high level using my alternate equipment. A giant conch. 2 sockets. Non-F. Killing all the monsters in the game. Gonna kill them all now. Everything is pretty lame. It's gonna take a while, but I'm gonna do my best. A superior bone wand. I'll take it, all of you. Hey, nice, your work. Gonna kill the monsters, make them all freaking dead. This character's so much fun, just tele-stopping everything. With my big giant army. I'm picking out all the baby monsters right now. Oh, Sacred Globe. Yeah, it's terrible. It's so terrible. It's the worst Sacred Globe I've ever seen in my entire life. A man once brought me a Sacred Globe. Deliberately created to be the worst Sacred Globe that ever existed. And somehow yours tops that one. The one deliberately crafted with no other purpose other than to be the worst. You have beaten it. An achievement so rare. Alright, clearing every single monster in the Bloodmoor is going swimmingly. I think we've gotten pretty much everything. Them sound effects, I guess it's because it's like teleporting me backwards. So like half the time I'm teleporting backwards. That's freaking weird. Ooh, a legend sword?
I am overburdened. Impossible.
Oh, it's only one socket. Boo! Boo, one socket, Jones! Oh, look, we got a waypoint. Alright, now we clear coal plants. Clicking on all the rocks, killing all the monsters now. Hey ho, look at all the monsters, wow. No super bad? What? I feel like we need some music today. I usually don't have music running, but we can get some music running. Swinehorn the Grim. The grimliest of Spinehorns. 3-socket Grand Crowns, okay. Hey, we can summon our fire golem at 1 level higher, two levels higher than before. An impressive feat. If I didn't find anything good after clearing the entire game, oh man. Well, just to be clear, what are we constituting as good? Like, what are we saying is a good find? Like, do we just simply tally up the number of uniques and set items? do we? I mean, I feel like there's a lot of leeway room in what could be considered a good item and what is not considered a good item. There's leeway room in there. There's some leeway room. Your scam a magic find? What did you scam magic find with? How are we scamming magic find? See, now you got me interested. I need a little bit of scamming magic find. Come on down, I can really find. I think one of the things that's important to this is that you have to understand that I could be in a bad seed. I think the idea of a bad seed might be a little bit outdated at this point with the way that we've discovered how the drops work. But it could very well be stated that if I go the wrong pathway in a particular seed, like for instance, if what I'm doing right now is not compatible with the seed that I'm in, I could still end up with bad drops. But I think that this particular method that I'm using optimizes the potential chance of a compatible seed, if that makes sense. Wait, what are we being gentle with? The undead army can fit into the maggot layer? Of course it can. Of course it can. It's the best kind of maggot layer. The one stuffed with bones.
I can't.
Ugh, they're gonna make me log in. I hate it when they do this. I don't want to have to log in every single time I'm freaking, like, opening up this application. Just save my login information and shut up. Okay, you're not going to let me log in. Well, you suck. So much for pretzel. Let me try it on my other computer. Well, the application doesn't work, but maybe I can use the website. The website kind of sucks, though. Always lags up. It's not my favorite way to play the music. But let's do it anyway. Bum Boom, 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 boom. Alright, what are we playing today? Let's just do some lo-fi, shall we? Let me know if that volume's a little bit too high or too low, I don't know. It's not meant to take over the entire game, but it's there. If Pennywise lives in your colon. He does live in your colon, actually. This is the truth. That's how he gets the most fear out of you. He figured this out. Scaring the outside of you. Well, you know, that's amateur hour. He figured out that all he really needed to do was go inside of you and scare you from the inside out. Works like a charm every single time. Killing all the monsters in the dungeon, yo. Gonna kill every monster in the world, yo. Cause we gotta see what kind of loot they got. Gotta check them all for the freaking magic rot. And when we're done, we're gonna go to the sun. And I'm gonna tell them all, hun. Cause we got to let everybody know the results of the game that we gonna play. Blow them all up, kill them all dead. Don't let them go nowhere, that's what we said. Got an Eisenhart's breastplate, boys. Eisenhart's breastplate. Who doesn't love those? Magical breastplates raining down from the sky. Gonna get you, gonna hit you in the eye.
Good evening.
Alright, we're gonna hang on to this stuff for no other reason other than to just kind of like inventory. I don't really want Eisenhart's breastplate, but a Raft's cord, and I could hang on to him. Murdering everything. Chest. We're gonna be the ultimate raccoon. The ultimate raccoon. I should have put that in my title. Ultimate raccoon mode. It's not too late. It's not too late to edit the title and include Ultimate Raccoon. D2R, more variable testing, Ultimate Raccoon mode. Does Raccoon have one C or two C's? I can't remember. Raccoon has two C's, that's right. Raccoon. He's a raccoon. Put your grubby claws in the hair. Put your grubby paws in the air. Wave them around like you just don't care. Put the grubby paws in the air. Grubby bubbies, grubby paws. Put them grubby paws right in the air. And when you're done, wave them around Wave 'em around like you just don't care, 'cause you're a grubby raccoon. You're a grubby raccoon. That's right. Ultimate Raccoon mode activate. Man, that game the other day really was something though, wasn't it? The freaking Revenge of the Colon? Revenge of the Colon was something, man. I gotta tell you what. I mean, I never wanted to be a colonoscopist. What the hell's the term for a colon doctor? I never wanted to be a colon doctor, but man, it was morbidly fascinating to go through the colon and like clean it out. I guess it's kind of like the same feeling as like popping a pimple or like, you know, like lancing a boil or something. Like, you know, it's like, yeah, it's disgusting, but at the same time, like, you know, you're moving it in the direction of healing. So like, there's some sort of like satisfaction there to, you know, to making it better. Make it better is what we do. We must make it better. Alright, let's clear the cave, boys. A blue dust shroud. I wish it was a J-mod armor, but it's not. I know that it's not. But I'm gonna check it anyway. Yes, I'm gonna check it anyway. It was garbage. I knew it was. But that's okay. Just because it was a chance. I needed to. I gotta check it to take a poo. Don't worry about none of this, son. We gonna make it, hun. All these nice champions all over the place. I like these guys. Die champion, die champion, die champion, die champion, die champion. A proctologist? I think in the game they called him like a colonoscopist or something. I don't know. There was some specific term for it. Apparently he didn't just specialize in the butt. He specialized in the colon. He was a colon specialist. And he did colonoscopies. That was his favorite thing to do. He lubed up his instruments and he got to work. And he sung songs while he did his work too. Like swollen, 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 polyps in my colon, swollen, 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 rawhide. That's right. I may have been the doctor, okay? It was probably me. I was the one singing the songs. I will admit it was me. Hey, I did a lot of funny butt jokes. Who doesn't like poop humor? My girlfriend made fun of me. She said you're a little kid. She said you're always making jokes that little kids make jokes about, like butts and boobs. He's like, you know what? You know what? Because those jokes are funny. That's why. Who doesn't like a good fart joke? Who doesn't like a good fart joke? Come on. Come on. Everybody farts. Unless you're Catholic, and then it's just Catholic, and then it's just pure evil coming out of the back of you. Highland blade, 4 sockets. Wah, 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 wah. So I had to look it up just because I had to. And it says that a doctor that specializes specifically in colonoscopies and has special training in colonoscopies is called a gastroenterologist. Gastroenterologist. Interesting. Interesting. I don't really care, but interesting. Your butt likes to breathe? Oh, man. You gotta give your butt air every now and then. It is important. A little bit of oxygen down there. You know, lock the door. You get a fan, point it directly at your ani. Just let the breeze just naturally flow in. And by naturally, I mean with a big giant fan pointed directly at it. Yeah, you gotta make sure your butts are ventilated. Gotta ventilate the butts. That's how you get evil clowns down there. That's how you get clowns. You know, an apple a day keeps the evil Pennywise clown away. That is a thing. An apple a day keeps the evil Pennywise clown away. Oh, that's what I forgot to get when I was at the store yesterday. I forgot to get some apples. They had apples on sale. I was gonna get some apples. Murdering all the monsters. What blue you want? Get in here and murder and pillage. My minions. My minions. A CV. A 3-socket non-F. The poopies. Eat a garbage, that's what that is. It's a garbage. Alright. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, there she is. The evil cold eye, the coldy face. Shot me a bone knife. Terrible. terrible. I probably should have kept the matte ones earlier too, because I want to get a count on like the number of items that I find. Let me go back and grab those real quick. I remember where they were, if they're still on the ground. I'm just gonna shove everything in the stash for the run. Oh, is there a monster over here? There is a monster. Haha. Yeah, you thought you could escape, sucker. I just want to hang on to it for the count. We'll add it to the count. I don't necessarily think it's a good rare item, but I don't think that comes into play with what we're testing. So the quality of the rare item, I don't think is something that we can control or manipulate with the variables. It's mainly just like the number of items. So it'd be interesting to see how many we get on like a full clear. Just go back through the waypoint. Your fart sounds like quacks. I sound like a family of ducks some days. My girlfriend's farts sound like a musical instrument. Every time she farts, it sounds like somebody's blowing into like a trumpet or like a I don't even, like, what's that real big one? The one that there's a bunch of like brass instruments. The trombone, the tuba, and the baritone. Like, I swear, it always sounds like some sort of horn. We're running 118% Magic 5. Not really going heavy on the MF, but I do have some. Alright, so we've cleared Cold Plains, we cleared the cave, yeah, the tuba. We cleared the... it always cracks me up, because it always sounds like an instrument. Musical butthole. Is online. I'm doing a test right now, Rocket, so I kind of would prefer it if I could keep the test kind of confined to myself. You can join me another day. Alright, that's Stony Field. Let's clear out Blood Raven and her little areas first. We're gonna clear everything. I should definitely have no problem killing anything. Oh, I will join your army of the dead. Oh, I will. Or will you join mine? I think it's more you joining mine, but you know, what does it matter? One army, another army, you know, same army, you know, it's no big deal. Clearing the whole game. Barrel. Ow, spicy. I'm gonna kick all your stupid barrels. And you can't tell me not to. I'm clicking on all your little clickables, and you can't tell me not to.
I can't.
Can't tell me not to click on all the clickables. Can't tell me not to do it up. 3, 2, 2, 3, 2. I mean, that's a 35K in the bank, but I got enough stuff I'm worried about right now.
Impossible.
All the undefiled graves in the world. Got a rare light plate. Nothing too fancy. Still a rare light plate. And our super chest. Tomahawk and a barb club. Am I going to clear with people after this? I mean, I'll probably play with some other people after this, yeah. Once this test is over, it's going to take me a little while to complete this test. I'm talking about clearing the entire game. Like, from start to finish. All areas, killing all the monsters. It's gonna be a minute. It's gonna be a minute. I just want to see what happens if I clear the entire game. Like, do I find a burr rune? Maybe I find like, I don't know. Like, I don't really know. I have my theories, and my theories are basically this: maybe when you are spamming games and you eventually come across something good. Like, for instance, maybe you run Trav, right? And you run Trav over and over again, and eventually you come across a Jaw rune or whatever. Maybe you're just hitting the right number of variable stacks at the right time, and it takes you, say, maybe like 1,000 or 2,000 runs before you get something decent, right? Well, like, maybe I can achieve the same thing just by playing the game and just, I don't know, just killing tons of monsters. I mean, maybe there's no real difference between, like, rolling the variable stacks one way or the other, as long as you're rolling the variable stacks enough to cause the variables to change to something good. That sounds kind of silly, but I mean, that's kind of how I see it. And my general thinking is that by clearing an entire game, you're basically rolling all the variable stacks. Now, there's some downsides to clearing the entire game, and I recognize those too. Like, for instance, not every area in the game is TC85, so there's no guarantee that you're going to get, you know, like TC85 level loot from doing this, even though some of the areas are TC85, and when we get to those, we definitely will have rolled the variables enough to potentially cause, you know, good items to drop within those TC85 zones. But not all zones are TC85, and so we're in a situation where, yeah, you're not going to see some of the more rare items in the game. I think that's one of the reasons why Terror Zones has been so interesting, is that Terror Zones essentially allow any area to become a TC85 zone. And at that point, you could potentially farm like the entire game. You would just have to go from TC87 zone to TC87 zone, like, forever. It's not really so much adding people would increase the MF or the no drop, decrease the no drop rolls. It's really just I can't keep track of all the drops. I mean, I guess it would be fine if you were, like, with me the entire time, and you were willing to forfeit basically every item that fell on the ground, because I'm going to have to keep track of all of it. A Hyperion Spear this time. +1 barb. Odd. Kicking barrels is difficult when you're an necromancer with no attack speed. You barrel kicker. Your mom's a barrel kicker, and your dad's a barrel kicker, and your greasy granny's a barrel kicker.
I can't.
I mean, who doesn't like to kick barrels? You know, I imagine barrels are probably a lot more sturdy in real life than what we give them credit for in the game. Like, they just be kicking all the barrels and breaking them so easy. I bet you barrels are a lot harder to break than that. Especially a little spindly little necromancer. I don't know if the spindly little necromancer can do it. I mean, the barbarian, sure, but the spindly little necromancer, he'd be all just like kicking barrels and just shattering them into pieces. I mean, baskets, sure. Urns, sure. You know, like there's definitely some stuff he could destroy, but big thick old meaty barrels? Big thick old meaty barrels? Ooh, another dust shroud. Gotta check the dust shroud to see if we got the J mod for me. And I know it's really freaking rare, but if you don't check, you're gonna pull out your hair. If later you found out that you missed one, you probably be running for the hills some. Cause the J mod armor with the right stats gonna make you all the way to the bats. Oh, there's an area down there I missed. Kicking every barrel I can see. I don't care about nothing for me. I just wanna find a really fat loots so I can go home and do the toots. Gotta fart, tootin' and farting. Got a colonoscopy scheduled later. They said they found a Pennywise deep within my high rise. Sometimes that's what it feels like, though. Like, I know it's a joke, and I know it was a video game, and somebody just planted the clown there. But man, sometimes you tell me be so upset. It do feel like there's something in there just like tearing stuff up. You'd be like, oh yeah. You'd be like, oh man, why does it hurt so bad in there? Oh, what is going on? It's up. You'd be on the toilet praying to God. You'd be like, I'll never be bad again. I'll never be bad again. I will follow every law. I will never sin. Just please, Lord, rescue me from this. I can't believe how bad it hurts. Doubled over, got the big old shirts. Coming out both ends real hot. Like liquid lava in the night. That's right. Like liquid lava in the night. The evil colon clown is summoned when you eat the sugar-free gummy bears. Sugar-free gummy bears are the enemy, huh? Sugar-free gummy bears gonna make you tear out your hairs. Sugar-free gummy bears. They're so cute without care when you eat them. Oh my lord. They're so good and so tasty. But don't be so hasty. Because if you eat them, you're probably gonna die. For those of you who have no idea what we're talking about, basically there's these sugar-free gummy bears that were for sale for a long time, and they give you like the most horrendous diarrhea that ever existed. It's actually a meme that's been going around for a long time. If you ever want to laugh, you just type in sugar-free gummy bear reviews, and you can pull up the sugar-free gummy bear reviews. Like, this one is actually on Amazon. Like, this is legit on Amazon. It was my last class of semester. Here, let me pause the music for a second and let's read the sugar-free gummy bear review. It was my last class of semester, and the final exam was worth 30% of our grade. After a late night study session, I felt confident, but I had to decide between sleeping in or cooking my breakfast. My eyelids chose sleep. My stomach later regretted the decision. After several uncomfortable stomach growls, I finally decided to make a quick stop by campus bookstore and grab some snacks before my test. Since the semester was ending and everyone was going home for the summer, a lot of items were on sale, including snacks and candy that they kept up front. Being in a hungry state that I was in, I felt only logical to pick the largest yet least expensive candy in order to get more bang for my buck. And there they sat, 2 bags of Haribo sugar-free gummy bears. Buy one, get one free. What a deal, I thought naively. I would eat 1 bag before my test and 1 bag afterwards, and as I walked to class, I gleefully chewed on those abominable little bastards, unaware of the utter mayhem that they would soon unleash upon my poor anus. I sat down at my desk as the professor informed us due to issues with cheating in the past, restroom breaks would be prohibited until the completion of the exam. I'll give you 10 minutes to use the restroom now. This will be your last chance. Any takers? The demon bears hadn't released their unholy necromancy upon my stomach yet, so in my moment of ignorant foolishness, I remained seated, still munching on those miniature bear-shaped bombs. After the students, wise enough to take the professor's offer, had returned, the professor handed out the test, and I was given 6 questions when it happened. It started subtly at first, almost like a slight tingly sensation in my lower abdomen. I thought nothing of it, assuming that my intestines were just doing their own thing. Little did I know that my intestines were trying desperately to warn me of the horror that was on the horizon. By question 9, it happened again, and this time I was followed by a sharp pain, as if those infernal hellions had orchestrated an attack upon my colon. I fought to contain the groan and tried escaping my lips. It was at this point I began to panic. Something was going horribly wrong, and I needed to get through this test before it got any worse. By question 14, my worst fears were upon me. The Satan bears, burning hot liquidly dark magic, crashed against my anal sphincter like a tidal wave. I was able to close the hatch just in time, but those relentless toxic bears beat against it like orcs breaking down the doors of Helm's Deep. I knew I wouldn't be able to so much as shift in my seat without risking a breach. I kept fighting through my exam, clenching my cheeks with all my might. Beads of sweat began rolling down my neck. Suddenly, a loud gurgle war cry came from my belly, and the entire class lifted their heads. At this point, nothing mattered except expelling this ungodly presence from my bowels. Within 15 questions left, I promptly wrote C for every answer and ran out of the classroom. My professor yelled something, but I was too preoccupied with the volcanic eruption that needed to take place before I could find sweet relief. I burst into the restroom like Kool-Aid Man, and behold, the handicap stall was empty. Sun rays from adjacent windows shone upon it, as if it was a gift from God itself. It took me less than 0.5 seconds to undo my belt buckle, pull down my pants, and finally relax my weary butt cheeks upon the toilet seat. It took absolutely no effort to expel this demon. Almost immediately, the floodgates of hell were opened, and the damned liquefied souls of the entire bag worth of gummies bears cried as they burned through my sphincter and into a watery abyss below. I had never felt such simultaneous relief and anguish in my life. After 30 more minutes of this, I immediately went home, dug a hole in my backyard, and burned the remaining bag of gummy bears. I leave with this: do not, I repeat, do not eat these spawn of Satan. Not only did they cause me to fail my final test, but the anguish I experienced is something I wouldn't wish upon anyone, not even my worst enemy. The only place these godforsaken hellbears belong are buried deep below the earth's surface. 27,737 people have found this helpful. 27,000 people. And this is just one of many Haribo sugar-free gummy bear reviews. There's tons of them on here, and they're always hilarious. And they're straight off of Amazon. Like, one guy literally, he said he bought like the big, like, 5-pound bag, and after he realized what they were, he like shared them around the office just to be extra evil. I mean, he literally just he let everybody have a handfuls, and everybody was in the restroom. It's great. You too can have a volcanus in your anus. Who doesn't like a volcanus coming out their anus? It's probably not the best thing, yo, but it's gonna get you out of school, yo, cause your butthole's on fire and you're stuck on the toilet and your legs went numb like 30 minutes ago. It's okay though, cause you gotta sit there on your phone flipping through the TikTok hair, and you're gonna go all day long. When they check on you, you're taking a poo. 3 hours later, it's still a poo. They wanna use the toilet too, but it's occupied. I know you ain't going nowhere, cause you can't move 10 feet from the toilets. Little Satan bears. Who doesn't like some good Satan bears? That was just a factual telling of the events, Augusta. That was just a factual telling of the events. Hey, what's up, Nasty Nate? I'm glad you appreciate my work. I try my best. I ain't perfect, though. I make mistakes. Can't believe I left Crescent Moon out of my Act 2 Desert Merc video. Rank amateur. Rank amateur. Amateur. Oh yeah, it gets a lot worse. They're still up there for sale too if you want to get yourself some and experience the horror, you know, in real time. Reminds me of back when I was a kid. I remember my my grandma. She had I don't know if she was health conscious or if like her family was health conscious and they were sending her stuff, but she was older and so she was eating healthier, I guess, and she had some like sugar-free candy, and I remember the sugar-free candy. I didn't know it was sugar-free at the time. I was still too young and naive to know that Hellspawn Satan sugar-free candy existed, and I remember trying it, and I remember it was the most disgusting thing I'd ever tasted in my life. She also had soda, but instead of soda, like, you know, regular Coke, she had like the worst kind of Coke, which was like, I mean, it was still Coke brand. Like, it was still name brand. Like, I'm not saying it wasn't name brand, but it was like sugar-free, caffeine-free Coke. I'd never tasted sugar-free, caffeine-free Coke in my life, but sugar-free, caffeine-free Coke is like absolutely like spawn of Satan. I had never seen it before, but I remember it always now because the bottle is so iconic. If you've never seen a diet caffeine-free Coke, it's like a gold can, and I remember it as from a kid because I remember pulling this gold can that said Coke on it, and I tried it, and it was just absolutely just god awful. And it's diet caffeine-free Coke. It comes in like a gold can, and it's disgusting. Don't ever just don't do it. Just don't do it. Don't do it. It was warm too. I remember it was warm because she didn't keep it in the refrigerator. That made it even worse. So it was diet, which is terrible. It was caffeine-free, which is terrible, and it was also diet caffeine-free warm Coke. It was all like warm and nasty. It was nasty. It was nasty. I was not impressed, as you can clearly tell. And I remember drinking it, and it was like so bad. And I remember like I just thinking like how can Coke be this nasty? And I remember looking at the can with like the eyes of like a detective trying to figure out why the hell this thing that was labeled with something delicious would be so gross. RC Cola got bought out by 7-Up. It's a subsidiary of 7-Up now. I like some of the RC Cola brand stuff too. Like Upper 10 was always really good. I think 7-Up killed Upper 10 though because Upper 10 and 7-Up were direct competitors. I think Upper 10 was better than 7-Up, to be perfectly honest. Alright, so we've cleared out the mausoleum, we cleared out the crypt. Now we're on to Stony Field. Look at that, we're making progress. We're gonna kill the Countess too, so, yeah. We get to kill everything. A Thule rune, a rune of Thuliness. A rune so Thule that Thule did the Thule in Thule Thule. You know, let's go put this spear up so I can just keep it for the count. We'll throw it away eventually. And a Thule rune. Nothing too fantabulous there. Am I playing No Rest for the Wicked? I've been asked by a couple people to play it, so I'll probably play it. A couple people have sent me requests to pick it up and give it a try. I don't see any reason why not. I mean, it looks interesting. You know, I got the weirdest comment from somebody the other day. I do read most of the comments on my YouTube videos, by the way. Well, most of them. If you guys think I just ignore you guys, I don't. I don't ignore you guys. I actually do read the majority of all the comments that you guys post. I don't always reply, because sometimes you guys didn't say anything worth replying to, but I do read what you guys say. And this comment was so weird. He basically told me that my opinion was invalid. Alright, so get this. He said your opinion isn't worth anything because all you play is Diablo 2, and because all you play is Diablo 2, then you know you don't have a good view on how games are supposed to be made and like what, you know, like like my perspective is too narrow or whatever. Like, he's basically making it out to be like the only game that I ever play basically is Diablo 2. And I mean, even if you just look at my YouTube channel, I mean, that's obviously not true. The number of games that I play, literally besides Diablo 2, is insane. I'm like, I've literally played more games than most people probably have ever seen, let alone fully completed a large number of games too. Like, I don't just play them and then like put them down. Most of the time when I play a game, I beat it, like go through the process of feeling like I've really completed it. I mean, I might not like 100% achievement the games, but I mean, I go through the process of doing like multiple endings and all sorts of things, and I don't really get that criticism. I feel like it's such a shallow, short-sighted criticism. I mean, and even if you don't know about the games that I've played offline, which I perfectly understand, because there's hundreds, if not thousands, of games that I've played offline, you know, off stream, that nobody knows anything about, right? So like unless I've told you about it, then you don't know that I've played those games. But like on stream, I mean, even just on stream, if you take a look at my on stream games, I mean, like, let's go to my channel real quick just for fun, and like if you pull up my channel and you look. And you just go through my live streams. Like, I mean, I got Night of the Consumer, I got Fallout there, right? And just going back a little bit on my past live streams, like, you'll find that I've got freaking, like, there's Dragon's Dogma, I've got Load of the Dark, Pacific Drive, World of Horror, Papers, Please, Skull and Bones, Last Epoch, Krakatoa, that was a Horror Saturday, a bunch of horror games. Call of the Cthulhu, a whole bunch of Ark Survival Evolved, Day of the Tentacle, Grim Dawn. I mean, this was a horror marathon with tons of games in it. Then F-Guard, there's some more Grim Dawn. You go back even further than that, I got Sunken Land, freaking, like, the bed we made. That was an interesting one. Super Mario RPG remake, that was really good. I actually really enjoyed that one. If you guys didn't check out Super Mario RPG remake, you probably should. Alan Wake, I also have Alan Wake 2 and Alan Wake 1. I mean, just like going back through my live streams, you can literally see I've played like tons of games. I got Starfield, I got Baldur's Gate. I mean, so like it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, the comment, especially when you consider how many games I've played. Zelda Tears of the Kingdom's on here. I mean, Zelda Tears of the Kingdom was really good, by the way. Absolutely love Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Then I did the Dead Space remake. That was really fun. Sons of the Forest, I really had fun with that game a lot. Dredge, that was a really good game. A really good game. I really liked Dredge. I actually kind of want to revisit Dredge because apparently they added a bunch of like DLC to the game. And looks good. Obviously, I played Diablo 4 as well. I've also played many thousands of hours of Diablo 3, which I regret. And then there's Hogwarts Legacy. That was a fun game to play through. I mean, there's tons. Like High on Life. High on Life was freaking dirty as all get out. Oh, Choo Choo Charles. I freaking love that game. Anyway, my point is that like I've played literally thousands of games, thousands of games. So like when I'm talking about like games and I'm actually giving you my opinion, it's not just from Diablo 2. I mean, yeah, like I love Diablo 2. Don't get me wrong, and I've played many thousands of hours of Diablo 2. But I also play other games too, like Skyrim and Fallout, and you know, and freaking like Baldur's Gate and freaking. I played pretty much all the Baldur's Gate games. Baldur's Gate 1, 2, Icewind Dale, Neverwinter Nights, Neverwinter Nights 2. Love those games, by the way. Speaking of which, I actually forgot about this one, and I was actually going to play this one. I was curious if you guys were interested in seeing me play this one. So I played Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance, which was the one for GameCube. But I never played Baldur's Gate 2 because Baldur's Gate 2 was on the Xbox, and I never had a chance to play Baldur's Gate 2. But recently they had Baldur's Gate 2 on the sale list. Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance 2 was on the for sale list for PC. And I thought it would be fun if we ran through Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance 2. I've never played it. I've never beat it. I don't know anything about it because it was on a console that I didn't have at the time. and it could be a really interesting one to do a playthrough on. I don't know, like, is Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance 2 pretty much exactly like Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance 1, or did they make some significant changes? Like, could go in here and take a look at some of the... Oh, there's a hoochie here. There's a hoochie right on the front cover there. Hoochies! Let's see, what does it look like? I mean, it kind of has the same, like, ARPG interface there. Looks similar to the Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance 1. So anyway, I started blasting. Here's a little video. Let's take a look at this real quick. So I'd say it's pretty similar to Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance 1. Very ARPG-esque, similar to Diablo 2 back in the day. They came out around the same time, by the way, if you guys aren't aware. Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance 1 and 2. 1 came out around the same exact time as Diablo 2 did. I don't remember what year Dark Alliance 2 came out for. Boom, 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 boom. I wonder what classes they have to pick from. Anyway, it could be fun to do a run through on this one. It probably won't take very long. It'd probably be like a 1 to 2 day stream. Probably just burn through it, finish it off real fast. What's up, Jesse? How's it going? In the original one, I remember Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance 1. Once you beat the game, you unlocked the Drizzt Do'Urden. I remember. You got to unlock Drizzt Do'Urden, and you got to do a playthrough as Drizzt Do'Urden. Oh, Mark said he's in the middle of Neverwinter Nights playthrough right now. Neverwinter Nights 1 or Neverwinter Nights 2? And which campaign are you doing? Because there's like multiple campaigns in Neverwinter Nights. I can't remember all the campaigns right off the top of my head. Each one of them had different campaigns. Neverwinter Nights campaigns. I had a lot of fun going through all the campaigns. Shadows of Erdentide, that's one of the campaigns. Hordes of the Underdark, that's one of the other campaigns. And then there's the main campaign, of course. And then you also get some other cool stuff too.
Impossible.
There was a lot of like downloadable campaigns and stuff for Neverwinter Nights as well. I played through 2 a year or so ago. Did you ever do Icewind Dale? Icewind Dale was really good, Mark. That was one of my favorites. I really liked Icewind Dale. Because then it was Baldur's Gate 1, Baldur's Gate 2, Icewind Dale, and then it was Neverwinter Nights 1, Neverwinter Nights 2, and they both had like 2 or 3 expansions. And they also had some other doojanks going on too besides the expansion packs. And then if I remember correctly, there was also Planescape Torment and Dark Alliance, or Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance, Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance 2. There was also Eye of the Beholder. That was an interesting older one. Eye of the Beholder is you get thrown in like the sewer or whatever, and there's like a beholder down there. I can't remember like the full story, but I think Icewind Dale is better than Baldur's Gate, personally. I think it was the better of them. But it's been a long time. I will say that. My opinion might not be as valid because when I played Icewind Dale, I was like 16, 17 years old. And I was, you know, still at my mommy and my daddy's house, and I was enjoying the good life, eating food off my parents. My mammies and my daddies. Oh wow, 30% increased attack speed, 166% enhanced with 2 sockets. It's kind of nice. It's only level 33. I actually haven't done a full playthrough of Planescape. I still haven't. It's something that I do really want to do one day, is just do a full playthrough of Planescape. I don't consider Planescape to be in the same ballpark as the other games, though. It's a completely different genre. It's a completely different world. I mean, yeah, it uses the same engine and it's made by the same people, but that's about where the similarities end, because it's not the same game at all. It's something else entirely. Like I've played some of it, and from what I've played of it, it's very odd. It's very odd. Like comparatively. Like I'm not saying it's odd for a game, but I deliberately chose the non-vocal options so that I wouldn't have to talk over somebody singing, but apparently that one still has vocal options. Balance knife. Get the Grizzly Biz. Who the hell's got the frickin' fanaticizer on there? Spicy. God, it's even laggy picking up the gold and stuff. Like I run over the gold and the gold doesn't pick up, and I wonder what's going on, and then all of a sudden the gold will just pick itself up. It's really strange. A blue circlet of poop. That's a poopy circlet there. Nobody wants a poopy circlet there. Thing is made of poopy poop poop. That's right, got the poopy doop doop. Poopy doopy doopy doop doop doop. Might as well go to the cow level since we got the leg. I don't see any reason why not. Let's go do the cow level snot. Castle of the Winds, 1993. Not off the top of my head. D&D is in Planescape Torment's lore. Interesting. Let's go clear out Tristan before we go back. I forgot to get a book, didn't I? I did forget to get a book. A Lord of the Rings tabletop game for $300? Sounds interesting. The one ring to rule them all, and in the darkness bind them. Let's get some cow fodder. I don't know what I'm doing. Them lagging up like stewing. I can't go nowhere without rubber banding backwards to it. Pop, 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 black popcorns. Gotta check them heads. Could be something good for me. I'm still looking for my magic head. Still have yet to find it. It's very sad. Replacing all the garbage minions with the moo cows. Dire Drool the Mad. That's right. Die, you little punks. Too long didn't raid. Planescape is kind of like the hub between all lore made by Wizards of the Coast, based around the city of Sigil, an extra planar city that is so high powered that world-bending magic is like 5G. I mean, there's definitely a whole lot of different planes in the D&D universe, and things do get kind of crazy when you start going through some of the other planes of existence. So yeah, I guess I could see that. Superior Hellforge plane. Oh wow, it's garbage. A Gorgon crits boom. The Gorgon. Nice. Mummified trophy. It's a trophy mummified. It's a mummified trophy. It's a trophy mummified. You know what? I never did socket my Golden Lord's Wand of Regeneration. I should put a... What the hell should I put in there? I don't even know if I should put anything at all. I guess technically it doesn't matter since I'm not actually using it. Huh. Huh. Yeah, it doesn't really matter since I'm not really using it. I'm just using it to swap cast, so I don't really know what I would socket into it though. I always liked how in the Baldur's Gate games, though, and it was really cool because if you actually spent the time and read the books, I don't mean Baldur's Gate like actual physical books. I'm not talking about like a real book that you hold in your hands. I'm talking about inside the game there are books. If you read the books inside the game, there's always a nod to one of the previous titles. There's always a nod to one of the previous games, and it's really interesting to like find the books and like read through the books, and then you end up with, you know, this really cool, what's the term I'm looking for? Like, interesting nod to a previous title. Like, you know, when you're playing Neverwinter Nights, sometimes you get a title, a book, and you read it, and it's obviously about Icewind Dale, or it's obviously about, like, the occurrences of Baldur's Gate 2, or something like that. And it's pretty neat that the lore inside the games is, like, interconnected with each other. You'll find, like, there's books in there that talk about the Sword Coast. And a lot of the times they'll even nod to, like, your involvements in the previous game, which was pretty neat. Why did I buy that? I didn't mean to. Why did I buy that? I didn't mean to. What did I come back down for? I bought keys. That's right, I needed keys. All I need is some keys. Put them in my bank. I need a couple keys, please, so I can open up that chest. I don't want to go back to town without a handful of gold, my friend. So I need a couple keys so I can unlock the chest. Oh yeah, Skyrim had a lot of bugs too. I noticed that Skyrim is just like compiling lore. Or compounding lore. It seems to be like every single time they release a game, they make new books and stuff for each game. But then they also include the books from the previous game in the next game. So that basically every single game is gaining in lore, and it's getting to the point where the game just has like a massive amount of like backlogged lore that you can like pull from at any given time, which is kind of cool. I love getting into the lore of the games. It makes you feel like you're part of the world. You're new to this game. Can you show me how to upgrade to sockets or weapons or armors? I actually have a bot programmed with all the commands long hot. So if you type in socket weapon, or if you type in socket armor, or socket shield, or socket... what am I missing? Armor, weapon, shield, helm. Socket, helm. There's recipes to socket all of them. You can also use the Larzik quest to socket the items, but do keep in mind that if you use the Larzik quest, it'll pretty much always give the item maximum sockets, which may not be what you're looking for. The recipes will all roll the sockets between 1 and the maximum number, which is, if you need a specific number of sockets, like for instance for a rune word, you're going to have to roll the sockets instead, depending on the maximum number of sockets on the item that you're trying to socket, which is a whole other thing. So like for instance, if you're trying to get an insight base, which insight, if you look up insight, exclamation point insight on the bot, insight bot, or insight will tell you it's a 4-socket recipe, right? So you need a 4-socket weapon. Well, if you have a weapon that has a maximum number of sockets of 6 and you take it to Larzik, it's always going to get 6, not 4, which means that you can't make the rune word for the thing. Socketing items is limited to specific types of items. So like for instance, you can't use the socket recipes to socket, say, a rare item, or a unique item, or a set item. But you can use Larzik to socket a rare item, a unique item, or set item, and it will always add 1 socket to them. Larzik is a quest. There's a quest in Act 5. And when you get there, he gives you a quest to go kill the Siege Master, basically. Not Eldritch Directed Fire. Shank the Overseer. And when you kill Shank the Overseer, he gives you a quest that allows you to socket 1 item with basically, any number of sockets depending on what quality of item that you put in there. So for instance, with a rare item or unique item or set item, you're only going to get 1 socket. With a white item or a gray item, you can get anywhere between 1 to 6 sockets depending on the item, because each item has a different max number of sockets. Believe it or not, there are some items in the game, as useless as they are, that do exist, that actually have a maximum number of sockets of 1, which means Larzik will only ever give it 1 socket. However, magic items, on the other hand, can potentially get 1 or 2 sockets, and it's actually a 50-50 chance. So if I were to take this wand right here to Larzik and have him socket this, it could potentially get 1 socket, or it could potentially get 2, it's a 50-50 chance. Honestly, most of the time I end up with 1, which kind of sucks. The Larzik quests are actually pretty easy to grind out for, but you do get 1 per difficulty, so 1 in normal, 1 in nightmare, and 1 in hell difficulty. And this means that you can basically just, you know, socket at least 3 items with 1 character. The Hobbit was actually made for children. It's a pretty good book. It's a good book to read to kids. Tolkien actually made that book specifically for his children. It was not just written, it was written for them. And over the years he expanded upon it, but it was actually a story deliberately written for his children. So it's definitely one of the better ones to get your kids into the Lord of the Rings, because it's a story that's easier to digest on that. So players have god weapons with multiple sockets on them. You mean like this? It's called a rune word. Rune words are basically white items that are then socketed to have a specific number of sockets, and then you put in the runes for those rune words to make the rune words. I just linked you one of the rune words literally just a couple seconds ago. Insight is a rune word. There's tons of different rune words within the game, and it requires finding those specific runes and putting them into the item in the right order, and it has to be the right kind of item with the right number of sockets. So, for instance, there are tons of rune words. There is rune words like Spirit. There are rune words like Enigma. There's rune words like Breath of the Dying. There's rune words like Obedience, etc. Rune words can only be made in white or gray items. If that's what you're talking about, then yes. Rune words can only be made in white or gray items. It sounds to me like you could really use some tutorial videos, my friend. I have probably the biggest and most expansive library of tutorial videos, honestly, on the entirety of the internet in terms of Diablo 2. So that's not even like me bragging. That's just the truth. Like I'm literally probably on the top of the list. The tutorial videos that you would need, honestly, there's so many various tutorial videos when it comes to this game that can help you out. I mean, I don't know whether I would recommend for you to just simply dive right in though and just start in the deep end. I mean, it's honestly much better in my opinion when it comes to Diablo to experience it the right way, which is just level up and have fun and explore the game, find items, figure out what those items are good for. I mean, diving right into the deep end and grabbing those like ridiculous powerful items like I'm showing you kind of is just going to ruin the game for you as a whole. If I can give you some examples here. So let me pull up my YouTube channel and let me give you a better idea of how you should probably proceed. Of course, I can't really tell you what to do, so that's going to be up to you no matter what. But if you take a look at my YouTube channel, I do have rune words. So I have all the rune words in videos if you want to check out each one of the rune words and figure out what they do. I also have videos on every single unique item within the game, all of them. So if you're interested in learning about any unique item that you find, as you find them, you can just pull up my video and you can learn more about the unique item and what it's useful for. And on top of that, I also have videos that basically go over just about every aspect of the game. So, like, if you take a look at my playlists, in my playlists, I've got like 1,000 million playlists. But there is a playlist in here that's basically just about tutorials. And let me see if I can find it. So we got Paladin skills, Necromancer skills, Sorcerer skills, Druid skills, Assassin skills, Barbarian skills, Amazon skills, in case you want to go over any specific skill for your characters. We also have all of the unique items, as you can see here, in their various playlists and sorted by their type. On top of that, I also have videos on each one of the classes as well. So, like for instance, there's just like a whole playlist of just the classes themselves, so you can figure out those. The rune words, and where's my tutorials? I got theory crafts. That's a little bit of advanced for you right now, though. Here it is. So this is my playlist on tutorial videos. And this is basically a whole lot of information that you might need to know for various things that can help you out. Let me sort by... let's do newest. So in here you're going to find things like the fixing series, which is kind of interesting, but that might be a little bit advanced. There's min-maxing your character. What is ITD? Attack rating fully explained. If you're going to play a melee character, I'd highly recommend you check that out. There's also... What is the leap attack doing in here? Get out of here. You don't belong in here. This is how I build my characters. This is a pretty good one to help you figure out exactly how you want to build your characters. North Star Schmiter, you don't belong in there either. Why don't you do a bunch of crap in here? Yeah, you don't belong in there either. What are you doing in there? And you don't belong in there. So much crap in here that don't belong. Yeah, you don't belong in there either. Man, I need to go through here and clean this up a little bit. There's one on what shrines do, what an O skill is. This one's kind of important for later in the game. There's also like the 10 worst unique items, what chip gems are good for, which is definitely very helpful. The almighty powerful shift key, you might want to check that one out. It's so shifting good. It's stupid. Your chance to press it. This one is all about chance to striking, attack, one on struck, death. This was actually kind of interesting for advanced builds. This one's starter tips. I mean, I got like tons of crap in here. 7 commands that'll help you out. What gold is good for. What damage take goes to mana is. How life leech works. Etc. 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 There's like a trillion things in here that could help you definitely get better at the game. And honestly, when it comes to this game, it's better to explore it slowly than it is to just kind of like dive right in. But if you're interested in any specific topic, I've probably got a video on it.
I can't carry anymore.
Probably got a video on it, son. Gonna let you know all about it, hun. Cause when you come down to me, I give you the facts straight from the tea. Oh yeah, we also have a Discord too, which you can hop into, and you can come ask questions. I mean, there's tons of people in there besides me that know a lot of stuff. I mean, there's a lot of very smart individuals, and I've kind of like, I hate to say this, but I've definitely kind of like pushed a lot of the kind of nastier people out of the Discord, because they're not very nice people and they don't deserve to be in my Discord. So, like, for the most part, I think you'll find that most people within the Discord are relatively helpful and won't really, like, treat you nastily because you're a newer player. Which is something that happens in Diablo. Sometimes people are mean to the newer players. Sometimes. I don't think, like, the community as a whole is generally more mean than not, but that's just me. I think Diablo players are generally very nice. Ooh, a Sacred Rondash. Yuck, a Sacred Rondash. Yucky, 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 yucky. I gotta put that 3-stock. That's a nice, that's a 505. I don't remember what the highest, anybody remember off the top of their head what the highest defense is on an Archon plate? That seems like a pretty well-rolled Archon plate. For a non-superior Archon plate. That's not bad. It's going to be next to impossible to keep all these items. Especially if I keep finding all these rares. I'm not sure if I can keep the rares or not. But I do feel like rares are part of the equation, so... Maybe we could just do a tally. Once my inventory gets full, I'll get like a notepad or something and we'll just tally up all the rares. Or all the items that are garbage, and I'll throw them away. You know, it's crazy to think some people are just discovering Diablo 2 at this point. It's such a fun game. Where did that come from? That wasn't on the ground before. Good old Mavbo just fell. Alright. I think Mavbo is one of the higher items for sure. Alright, so we got a Mavbo. I think that's the first item that's actually like semi-decent. Isn't Mavbo and I'm trying to think here. Mavbo and the Circlet, those are the two hard to find pieces, right? So we just found one of the two hard to find pieces. The other one's the Diadem, which everybody cries whenever they find it. Cause they're like, no, it could have been it could have been the one, but it wasn't, and it's so sad. It almost was. Here's a funny little bit of trivia for you guys. Now that we've done this testing and we've started to figure out the way that the drops work, I can tell you with almost 99.9% certainty that when you find that Mavina's diadem, there was probably no chance that it was ever going to be a Griffin's Eye. 0% chance. If the way that I have discovered that Magic Find works, the chances is that it was probably a blue diadem or a white diadem that your Magic Find turned into a set diadem through the way that the system works, and there was no chance for it to go up to a unique with the way that the stupid thing works. Because basically what we found out is that Magic Find has an odd way that it reacts with like a blue item, and it'll turn it into like a rare item, but it'll never turn it into something else other than a rare item. No matter how much Magic Find you have, it doesn't shift it past that item. And so when you find like a blue diadem and your Magic Find manages to shift it into an upper tier, there's kind of like a set upper tier that it will go to, which in this particular case, like for the Mav's diadem, it would have been the set diadem, and it wouldn't have gone up to a unique ever. I mean, we tried. We really tried to force items to become uniques, and it just never happened. We could force it to become like a rare item, but then the rare item would never turn into anything else other than the rare item. Simulated insults? That was a Monty Python skit, wasn't it? I can't remember. I'm vaguely remembering the simulated assaults episode. Wasn't it in like an office building? And they like pulled the guy in and they had him set him in a room, and the guy comes in and like simulates insults at him or whatever, and then to see what his reactions are. And the guy starts getting really angry. And I think I remember at one point they stop him and they're like, whoa, 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 this is just a simulation. Oh, what am I doing? Alright, well there's the dark wood. We still want to clear this place, though. You know what? Somebody should do like a whole skit where they send the sugar-free Haribo gummy bears to all their enemies. Just compile a list of all your enemies, get their addresses, and for like Christmas or Halloween or something, like mail them all Haribo gummy bears, the sugar-free ones. Thinking of you, here's some sweets for my sweet, or something stupid like that, I don't know. Like, remember the good old days. Wishing evil sugar-free gummy bears on all my allies. Now, if you really wanted to be evil, you could go purchase the regular Haribo gummy bears, take the regular Haribo gummy bears out of the package, put the sugar-free ones in the package, reseal it. And then they would never know. Oh, the devious fiendishness of my plan. Such devious fiendishness. Yeah, the intrusive thoughts are winning. Yes. Hey, what's wrong with gummy bears? There's nothing wrong with gummy bears. Gummy bears here and there and gummy bears everywhere. Gummy bears. Ow. Gummy bears. Ow, gummy bears. What's wrong with the intrusive thoughts winning? Sometimes you should. Sometimes the intrusive thoughts should win. Win. Intrusive thoughts win. A perfect score. Our second unique. A good old Steel Clash. Tends to drop a lot. Seems to be really high on the drop list. I've seen about 10 trillion Steel Clashes in my time. At this rate, 15.5 days. I'm trying to be thorough, okay? I'm trying to be thorough. Whoa, whoa. Thorough. I see. Jokes. Y'all got jokes. Okay. Alright, y'all got jokes. I'm gonna go slower. How about that? I'm gonna go even slower. I'm gonna go even slower. I'm gonna start going backwards. How about that? I'm gonna go backwards. Start reversing. Open sesame. Am I drunk or high? Neither. I just got a good night's rest for the first time in a while. I don't do drugs. I'm not that kind of guy. You obviously don't know me very well. I don't drink. I don't smoke. And I don't do drugs. I'm a monk. I don't even drink alcohol. I don't even take prescription drugs. I ain't had sugar-free gummy bears in a long time, okay? And I won't by choice neither, okay? So you can just poop it. How about that? What's up, ready for you? I hear a wind blowing in the microphone.
Oh, hey, Ginger. Sorry, I got the fan on. Excuse me 1 second.
You didn't even say hi, but I heard the whoosh, 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 whoosh. What's the slowest you can beat Diablo? Ready, go. It's been 24 years.
Yeah. Oh, Ginger. I wanted to get up with you and talk to you about the variable testing. I followed up the last time you did it with
the magic find stuff?
Yeah. So, well, I went over this with Body Pig, and I actually did some winning the game and did some testing with the dead rogue body by the cluster waypoint.
Yeah. Static thing.
Yeah. Yeah, and so I hadn't gone through everything yet, but I picked Magic Find intervals like 1%, 5, 10, etc. So I just started, running the, changing the Magic Find percentage by percentage on the body, and I've got replicated your results, but I want to add something else that I'm not sure if went through. Maybe you did offline, but what I noticed at I'll give you an example with 290. What is it? Those 200 something magic find. Excuse me. I should have prefaced this. The drops that I got from the body were like a full helmet, so I knew that could be a unique set, etc. So that's why I chose that test there. So at like 200, was it set? Yeah, like 297 magic find. The set full helmet dropped. 298 magic find, same thing, but 299 it went back to a magic magic.
Yeah, yeah. It's crazy because going up can actually make it go back down. It's silly.
Yeah,
it's one of the things that we discovered was that basically it was like Magic Find could totally make the drop worse, which was rather interesting to discover. I wouldn't have thought that it would have made it worse. Like that's not something that I would have originally like hypothesized, but I do feel like it does actually make it worse, which is rather silly.
Honestly, I think I mean, I would consider just brute force method of testing, like just checking every possible combination of something, but. Like going from like 0 to 1,000, I think you probably could get the best sample size. Like, and that would involve obviously 1,000 tests, separate clicks on it. But like, you'd probably start coming up with some decent patterns for a loot table, with that kind of sample size.
I feel like one of the issues is that I think what I hypothesize is I think that each percentage that it requires might be different depending on the initial starting seed code. So I think one of the ways that you could potentially test that is, so we found a static source, right? Let me turn off my music while I'm talking to you. Boop. So we found a static source, right? And then you found the set full helm drops.
Yep.
Which is what, Eisenhardt's helmet?
Yep. Yeah. I was hoping to eventually I'm gonna expand the test and see at what point it drops unique, and see what the pattern is. Maybe there's a pattern.
What was the percentage that you said you had?
At 297 magic find, exactly.
So
the set drop. Yep.
So this could confirm what I'm thinking. So what I'm thinking is that the seed code could shuffle the percentages where the drop happens. So what you could do is you could take this test, use the same variables and everything, and since the body is static across all seed codes, you would then take that 297, you make sure you keep your magic find percentage the same, and you keep the variables the same. Go click on the corpse in different seed codes. Just like run like tons of different seed codes. See if you still get a set item. It might not necessarily be the same Eisenhardt full helm. It might be a different set item. But see if the set item is dropping in different seed codes. Because if it is, then what that means is that the percentage value of 297 is unique to that particular drop across all seed codes. However, if it doesn't, then that means that the percentage magic find required to cause that drop could change depending on the base seed code, which is basically two different things.
Good thought. I hadn't considered that aspect of it. I was just thinking maybe it was just a linear scaling thing.
Well, either 297% is a magic number, the magic number, or 297% is unique to that seed code only, or maybe a handful. And so it won't do anything unless you're in that specific seed code, which is interesting because that's one of the things that I hypothesized was that it might be just like a giant list of percentages, and each one of the percentages is either good or bad. And then there's like lotto percentages, right? Well, if we could potentially find the lotto MF number, and if the lotto MF number is like cross seed compatible, like if you prove that it's cross seed compatible, then you know what we have there? Now we have something that we can tell people. We can be like, well, you want to make sure that you're exactly 394%. That's the lotto number. Like, I don't know what to tell
Yeah.
you. You don't want a percent lower. You don't want a percent higher. At 94% exactly.
Uh-huh. You know, it's funny you mentioned that about the exact percentage of it, because for years and years, people were like, "I need to run exactly 200% Magic Final, whatever it was." You know, the magic, the thing that made them feel like they were doing something. Maybe they were on to something. I don't know, but it seems like.
I don't know. I remember a lot of the times I would find some really freaking sick drops,
I need mana.
and it would be at really low Magic Find percentages. And then sometimes I would run really high Magic Find, and I would find nothing. Makes me kind of wonder if I was in one of those silly scenarios where, like, at the low Magic Find, I had to hit, like, just the right, lotto Magic Find number.
Uh-huh.
And so I was running with that lotto Magic Find number, and I was finding lots of stuff. And then when I upgraded my Magic Find, to a little bit higher, I no longer had the lotto Magic Find number, and so then my drop, I started getting worse drops.
I wonder, excuse me, Ginger. Do you think the Blizzard developers, like, with throwing this whole the way Magic Find worked out as like maybe a misdirection, like to keep people from like looking further into the nuts and bolts of the game, like you're doing now?
I mean, I can say for 100% certainty that the way that the seed codes are set up was deliberately to obfuscate the. Did I even say that? Obfuscate. It obfuscate the way that the system works. I definitely think they didn't want us to see the way the system works. That's 100% for sure. And the way that they did that was to randomize the seed codes between games so that you could never compare results from one game to another. Because each game has a different seed code starting, then the results are different for each game because of that randomness. But if you had the same seed code 2 games in a row, you would start to notice patterns, and the human brain is just too powerful for that. We'd have figured it out in no time. I mean, they would have figured it out like within the first couple months of the game. But the way that they did it, specifically restricting, like, each game to have its own unique seed code, makes it so that it's difficult to see the variables as they're emerging. And so you can feel it. You can almost sense it's there in between games, which is actually something that brings me to my next point, which is I think we all kind of knew that the game was like this. We could all feel it. It was like a gut feeling. And that means that there must be elements that are the same across seed codes. Because otherwise, with the seed code being randomized between games, why would we have the gut instinct that the game was that way when we didn't necessarily know that the game was that way? So we didn't have the luxury of being able to compare variables within the same seed code to see it. But somehow we all kind of like had the same gut feeling, which was something was up with the way that the items were dropping, and then it wasn't truly random, and then it was more deterministic, and like we could almost feel that that's the way it was. So there had to have been some kind of variables across all the seed codes which were staying the same. Some sort of cross-contamination between the seed codes, where literally they were still giving the same drops, and we were seeing the variables occur multiple times, but we didn't quite understand what we were seeing because it was over like maybe 1,000 games or like 2,000 games as opposed to like 3 or 4.
Yeah, like those rare instances where you get like a double drop of the same thing, or is that what you're talking about?
I mean, I've seen 3 of the same thing.
Yeah. Yes, sir. I just wanted to come on and give you some support. I'm going to be working offline to try and add some data points too.
3, 4. I'm sorry, just counting up my doojanks. 6, 7, 8. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 16 rares so far. Certainly not terrible. 1, 2, 3, 4 sets. And 2 uniques. And then notable drops. Mavbo. It's the only notable drop that's happened so far. Averaging results of randomness? No, I'm not sure if you've been following what's been going on, Mark, but we basically kind of discovered that, how do I explain it? Diablo's drop system is more akin to almost like a D&D game with like imagine if you had a list of items that could potentially pop out of a chest in a D&D game. And somebody goes up to the chest and opens it. And the game master goes, all right, roll for, loot. And you roll the dice and you get a 17. And then the game master pulls out a list, and on the list is like the number 17. And it says 17, like full plate mail plus 1, right? And so you get a full plate mail plus 1. Well, basically what we discovered in Diablo 2 is that there does happen to be a list. It seems to be some sort of list in the background. It's kind of hard to explain. But when you go up to the chest, there's a certain sequence of events, and the game actually is rolling a dice for you. And once it rolls that dice is kind of like almost static. And it happens that way every single time. And like how you approach the chest and whatnot basically determines what falls out of the chest. And then there's even more that determines like what quality the item is. So there's another separate roll, almost like in D&D. Like imagine you rolled the 17 and it's a full plate mail. And then you tell them to roll for quality, right? And so you roll another dice and you get a 20 and it ends up being like a full plate mail plus 4 with like a haste aspect on it or something, right? But like basically the way that the game is doing things is it's very much so determining what's falling and what the stats are before the item ever falls on the ground. The game already knows what it's going to be essentially because of the actions that you took to get there. And it's very strange, and we've been able to reproduce results where basically we can get the same item to drop multiple times in a row with the same stats, forcing the same item to fall like multiple times, because essentially the dice roll always happens, and it always happens the same way. It's really quite strange. I mean, can you imagine rolling a dice? I mean, and this is just like, imagine this in real life. Imagine rolling a dice, and the dice always lands on number 5, right? And as long as you play the game, like, so like if you were playing a D&D game with somebody, and like on your third roll, it's always a number 5. On your second roll, it's always a number 6. On your first roll, it's always a 20. On your fourth roll, it's always a 17. Like, and you can literally rely on this. You can rely on the fact that your first roll will always be that roll, and your second roll will always be that roll, and it stays the same every single time you play. I mean, it's sort of like a butterfly effect. I mean, you're not wrong. Every action leads to the result. Basically, every action that you take leads to the result that comes out of the chest. So it's your actions actually determine what falls. Yeah, but remember in Groundhog Day, he changed things. Right? He kept trying to get that lady. And he kept changing variables on Groundhog's Day to try and get the lady. You know, he tried to learn how to play the piano for her, and he tried to learn how to make ice sculptures for her, and And you know, like he basically went through the process of like refining himself and upgrading himself to do things that she wanted. He would pay attention to when she talked, and he would learn about her birthday and like her favorite foods and things like that, and then he would have them prepared for her. Like, he basically kept changing the variables until he got the result he wanted. And that's basically what we were doing. Like, when I got the infinite burrs, I was just changing the variables, and I kept changing the variables until we got the burr rune to fall. Ah, the Countess. Welcome to the Countess. We got county counts. She never drops me nothing good, cause she thinks I'm a sucker. The math stayed the same in Diablo 2 Resurrected. The only thing that's really changed in Diablo 2 Resurrected, from what I can tell, is the number of potential items that you can add to the item variable. So there's basically like 3 or 4 variables right now that we've identified. Number of items in your inventory, and basically that includes all inventory, not just your inventory on your character. And it also includes the shared stashes, which is interesting. So the shared stashes are also part of it. And whatever you have in your shared stash also adds up to the total. Variable chunk loading, which is very similar to Minecraft, like loading chunks in Minecraft. Basically where you go and what you do in those chunks. Also, the order in which you kill the monsters seems to be a variable as well, which also can stack on various things. We tested that earlier, and we basically found that the order in which you killed the monsters changed the result, which was pretty neat. The Colossus Sword.
Oh, Ginger, I want to add on to what you were just saying there. I replicated observed the gold randomness thing you were observing the other day, earlier week.
Where the gold would just randomly increase.
Yeah, and this is weird because I tested it at 0 magic find, and so I'm talking about the rogue again, and I got a crude giant sword, crude rondelle, 2 stacks of gold, which one was 339, the other was 290, and at 917 magic find, I got a crude giant sword, crude rondelle, another 2 stacks of gold, but it was 338 and 290.
So this is the way that I see it, and I'm not entirely sure if it's correct or not, but I think this is the way that it works within the game, and I could be wrong, but there's theories, and you gotta have theories so you can prove yourself wrong. But basically, what I'm thinking is happening is when an item falls, it has 2 states. It has a good state and it has a bad state. And this is I don't really know if that makes sense or not, but imagine, if you will, wow, a 30 defense small charm. Imagine, if you will, a I don't really know how to put it. Let's say you have a diadem fall. All right, so a diadem is a good option because there's obviously a unique version. There's a set item. You can also have a rare and a magical, right? So if a white diadem falls, it has an alternative that it can be, from what I can understand of the way that the Magic Find system works. Now, when it falls, it can be any quality according to the way that the drop system works. So it doesn't necessarily have to be one set quality. It can be any quality. And I don't even necessarily know if it couldn't just be straight up a unique or a set item, because it seems to just kind of generate in a specific quality, and that's the quality it is, and nothing else. And then when we were running the system, we noticed that if you could hit the right magic find percentage, it would suddenly upgrade to an exact quality up the list. Like, for instance, you could turn, say, a white item into a rare, but you could never turn a white item into a unique or a set in this particular case. So it's almost like there's two states that the item can be in. The initial drop state, and we could call it the initial drop state. And the initial drop state is unaffected by magic find. It seems to be strictly based on the pseudo-random number generator and the variables leading up to it. And then the second one is the, well, we can call that the upgraded drop state. And the upgraded drop state is always the same, from what I've been able to tell. Like, whenever I got an item that was like a white item or a blue item or something, and I tried to upgrade it into something else by getting the right magic find percentages, it would never go to anything else other than, like, a rare. And sometimes I could force the white item to become a blue item, and then interestingly enough, the white item or the blue item could become a rare as well, but it was the whites seemed to like work weirdly. But I did notice that, like, if an item dropped as a unique, it didn't seem to matter whether I had Magic Find or not, which was really interesting, because the initial drop state doesn't seem to be related to Magic Find. So if the item drops as a unique in the initial drop state, then Magic Find has absolutely no play in causing that to become a unique item, because there was no Magic Find there to actually make it happen, which was really interesting. You can't get the seed that I posted. Are you on offline? Are you PC? Did you type in the code? I mean, what's your game type? Are you console, PC, online, offline? All of this matters. Online, PC, non-ladder expansion. Well, there's 65,255 seed codes, so the chances of you getting that exact seed code are going to be pretty slim. I mean, you could try for days to get that seed code and probably still not get it. I don't really know what to tell you. Online is a whole nother bag, and that's one of the things that we've been testing constantly, is potentially having the ability to utilize this online. But to do that, we've got to come up with, well, more than what we currently have, and what we currently have isn't enough. So we're constantly testing, trying to figure out more than what we know. That's literally what we're talking about right now. No, because offline is the only place that allows you to lock your seed code. So if you could find the seed code that I was on and you could replicate my results, you would get a burr rune. Yes, 100%. So if you happened upon that seed code online and you also did the exact steps that I did, you would 100% get a seed code. But finding, or a burr rune, but finding that seed code online with 65,255 potential seed codes is going to be a pain in the butt. I mean, if you programmed a bot to do it, I'm sure the bot would eventually get the burr rune. It would take him a day or two of constantly running LK runs and doing the same exact pattern over and over again until he eventually got the burr rune, but it would happen. I mean, anybody can do it, Gaming House. It's just a matter of, like, kind of like following your gut instinct on things. I played a character for a long time on Lord of the Rings Online that was based around the idea of basically getting lucky with critical hits and devastates and all sorts of things. And I remember telling people all the time, I'd say, you know, the way that the game works, the way that the random number generator works is very strange. And I used to tell people that I could basically read the random number generator, and I would know when patterns were going to happen, and I would take advantage of them. And they were like, yeah, whatever. They're like, your percent chance of crit is like, 25%. I was like, you're gonna get 25% chance, crits, and that's it. And in PvP, I prove people wrong time and time again. And you might be wondering what I'm talking about. Well, certain random number generators just have identifiable patterns. They exist in such a way that the human brain can perceive what's going on and can understand that there's, something happening. And yeah, you might not be able to like tell exactly what's happening and the wither twos and the whys of what's going on, but your brain still knows that something is off. And if you follow your instincts, you can kind of feel it out. In Lord of the Rings Online in PvP, it's very much so a burst damage scenario. I'm not sure if you guys have ever played around in PvP, but with PvP, it's really about dishing out a large amount of damage in a short period of time to kill that monster or that other player before essentially their friends show up to save them, right? Well, the thing is that in Lord of the Rings Online, in a very short period of time, and this is one of the things that a lot of people will tell you, they're like, well, with a small sample size, you can have, like things not match up, right? So within a small sample size, you could have your 25% crit rate really be like 50 or 75% crit rate if you just got really lucky during that time period. But it's not about getting lucky; it's about hitting the peaks and the valleys of the RNG system. And so in Lord of the Rings Online, I would go and I would fight somebody, and when I would fight somebody, I would basically like play around with the system until eventually I hit the point where I noticed that I was getting a large number of crits in a row, and then I would start my rotation. And I would always start my rotation during the points when I knew the crits were happening, and I would absolutely annihilate people from existence, because during that particular period of time, maybe only like 10 seconds, I was getting almost like 100% crit rate because of the way that the stupid random number generator worked, and I could literally almost guarantee that my freaking string of, my big like rotation of attacks was going to basically all crit or devastate all the way through the string, and I would annihilate people. I would literally just annihilate them from existence. And I did this so much that I actually killed a couple people, and they actually logged in to tell me I was cheating, which was hilarious. I legit had somebody complaining that I was cheating, and maybe I was. And, maybe you're thinking back now, maybe manipulating the random number generator system in that way was kind of cheating. Kind of was cheating. Maybe I'm a cheater, guys. I'm a dirty cheater. That's what I am. I'm a dirty cheater. What's up, Inhumays? Am I ever gonna level up here? Oh god! I said I was about to level up and instantly teleported into a pack of champions. Exactly what you would expect. Did I clear this thing yet? Look at this area up here. Did not. Oh, this is the level 2 entrance. Alright. The hole. Ow. I leveled up though. I don't know. I used to play some games though, and some games RNG systems were so bad you could never rely on what the percentages told you ever. I had a couple of them in my time. One of them, I can say for absolute certainty, was never accurate to what it actually told you. Was Final Fantasy XIV. If you never played Final Fantasy XIV, I swear that number generator hated your guts. I don't know who programmed that random number generator, but that thing would just straight up murder you. You would like go to craft something and it would be a 90% chance. That jank would say on the screen 90% chance, and you would watch that thing fail 5 times in a row. And you would be like 90% chance, and I just failed 5 times in a row. 5 times in a row at 90% chance. What are the odds of that? Like, the odds of that have got to be astronomical to fail 5 times in a row with a 90% chance of success. But that was Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy didn't give no two craps about your percent chance. I swear I'd go in sometimes with a 10% chance and still walk out with 3 successes. And I'd walk in with a 90% chance and walk out with 5 failures. Like, I never even understood what the hell was even going on in that game. Hidden stash. Oh, XCOM. Oh, yeah, XCOM's great for it, too. 90% chance of to hit the target. Firing my shot. Miss, 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 miss. Like, boy, you just fired a submachine gun at point-blank range into a person who was in the prone position with a 90% chance to hit this guy. How did you miss an entire clip? It was a 45-round clip. Point blank range, shooting down at somebody into the dirt. Miss, 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 miss. I used to hate playing some of the games, though. I'll tell you what. There are some games that would literally piss me off to no end because of that stuff. XCOM style games. One of them, which I actually really like the game and the story and everything, and it's actually one of my favorite series. It's called the Shadowrun series. But there's a Shadowrun series. It's the Shadowrun Dragonfall and Shadowrun Returns. There's 2 of them. And they're set up sort of like XCOM-ish. They got kind of like an XCOM feel to them, as well as like D&D almost style. But like, there's times where you'll be playing like Shadowrun and you'll literally miss like so many times in a row, and you want to go just like freaking just punch the wall. It didn't even make any sense. Really good games though, by the way. I kind of wish I had played them on stream because I actually really enjoyed them.
It's locked.
Shadowrun can be brutal. It can. I absolutely love Shadowrun though. I have all the books stowed away somewhere. I originally had this planned on. I bought them all, and then I was going to read them all, but something happened. You know, things happen in your life, and you don't get to do what you plan to do. But I did end up reading quite a few of them before I ran out of time, essentially. I still have all the books. I've got like almost every single Shadowrun book. I don't know, I might be missing a couple here or there, but it's a pretty big collection. A poleaxe. Poleaxes can be amazing when you find them in hell. This one's not ethereal, so it's probably not. But I always like checking them anyway, though. In my most recent video for my mercenary, I showed you guys basically a really OP version of a rare polearm that you could potentially find. A Laird's Charm. Now that's interesting. 5% faster run walk with 60 attack rating. Is that a cap attack rating? I don't know what the cap attack rating is for larges. I think it's like 120 for grands. It's like 20 for larges or smalls. Large is that's 60, so 2 smalls would be 40. So that's not even. That's a lot more than 2 smalls. Of course, there's no max damage on there, so it's probably the other modifier. Isn't it 30? 30 is like the pure attack rating for smalls, so it's about the same as 2 smalls. What is the clear the entire game run? Exactly as it sounds. We're gonna clear the entire game, all the areas, everything. I kind of want to see if clearing the game basically results in better drops than essentially not clearing the game, like doing targeted magic finding and stuff. This isn't just walk magic finding. Basically what I'm doing is I'm trying to force all the variables to just keep rolling constantly. And I mean, the general idea is that eventually something will fall. For clearing the entire game, I'm forcing the variables to constantly roll, like, everything that they possibly can. I mean, we already know what the variables are, which is exploring the map, right? So every area that you explore forces the variable forward. Every monster you kill forces the variable forward, right? So, like, killing every monster and exploring every area within the game has got to do something. Or maybe it does nothing, and maybe we just end up with garbage loot, but it'd be fun to try it out at least. What's up, James? Ghosties! Well, Ghosties, you found the wrong guy. I'm not a physical necromancer, I'm a fire necromancer. And, yeah, you guys died real fast, and it was embarrassing, actually. It's kind of embarrassing. Like, you guys didn't really stand much of a chance, did ya? Nope. Nope. Chesty, 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 chest. You know, it's getting to be summer. I just thought about this. I should probably do a clean out of my PCs. Take them out. Give them a nice dusting. I feel like once the summer heat starts rolling in, it's probably going to be a good idea to have some finely tuned. You know, during the wintertime it don't matter because it's so nice and chilly and the computers get to roll with that low ambient temperature, but start getting into the summer and then your PCs are running with that high ambient temperature. They got that freaking like hot air coming in and they're putting out even hotter air on the other side. Come with me, you tired minions. 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, down the cellar go, killing all the monsters and kicking all the dough. Barrels and a kicking, yeah we do. We're gonna kick everything right in the poo. Right in the poo. I feel like a kick in the poo's gotta hurt. I mean, it's gotta be painful. Gave yours a well-needed cleaning. Nice. Mine gets chinchilla fur stuck in it, which is terrible. It insulates the whole thing. Pop, pop, fizz, fizz, oh, what a relief it is. Pop, pop, fizz, fizz, oh, what a relief it is. Super chest. Aw, poopy. Poopy super chest is a poopy super chest, and we got us in Nick Walls. Maybe we'll get to Griffin's idea them for Mr. Ross. You know, it could be the exact opposite. Like, I'm hypothesizing that running the entire map could potentially give me better drops. But maybe the general idea is that the closer to the seed, the original seed result, like the seed code, the more likely it is that something random will drop because you're, I don't know, you haven't rolled all the numbers yet. Like, maybe they set it up pretty good, and maybe rolling the numbers really does shuffle things up really well to the point where you don't really end up with the best of drops, you know, deliberately. I don't know. I feel like the end result of this, though, is probably going to end up giving us some sort of, like, intimate knowledge of, like, maybe not how to specifically get, like, burr runes to fall, or, like, like Griffin's eye diadems to fall specifically. But it could potentially give us almost like an inkling of an idea of the correct direction to go, so that our drops are just better in general because we're doing the correct procedure. Essentially identifying, like, the best way to go about magic finding. I think up till now everybody's just kind of been reaching around in the dark. Yeah. Let me just do this number of times, and I'll just see what I get. You know, 10,000 Andy runs. What did I get from my 10,000 Andy runs? You know what the silly thing is that we found out? Is those 10,000 Andy runs have basically been invalidated. And you might be asking what I mean, but I mean, if you've been following along, you should already know what I'm talking about. Because most of those 10,000, like, you know, those runs, they weren't done online. They were usually done offline. And a lot of the times they're done with, like, bot programs and stuff, but it doesn't really matter. Basically, if you do the Andy run the same way, like, over and over and over again, offline, in the same seed code, repeatedly, your drops are most likely going to be basically within a set parameters of drops. Like, you're not necessarily going to get the same thing every single time, because we did find out that the order in which you kill the monsters is important, right? So you might kill, like, a zombie first before you get to Andy or whatever, or you might kill, like, a fallen before you get to Andy. But over 10,000 runs, as it averages out, your drops are basically going to be within a set number of variables, and it's going to be completely different than, like, 10,000 online runs. So 10,000 online runs versus 10,000 offline runs within the same seed code is basically two completely different results, and they're not comparable in any way, shape, or form. You want the physical damage snakes to come back? He's evil. He's an evil one, Mr. Bulbasaur. He has a swarthy smile, and he wants you to die to an evil crocodile with a snake tail. And he doesn't care if you die over and over, or even if you're playing hardcore. Because he's a mean one. Mr. Bulbasaur. He has a sweaty smile. His teeth are crooked and ugly like a mean old crocodile. Mr. Bulbasaur. Boom, boom. You want a tornado, Necro? What? Alright, where are we at now? We just finished off the Countess. We're in the Black Marsh. We finished off Black Marsh earlier, too. We finished the area in Black Marsh. So I guess we're moving on to Teome Highlands. Let's clear out some Teomes.
Hey Ginger, just thought of something. Are you keeping your item count the same?
Well, no, because I'm picking up the items, but I mean, at a certain point, I decided to just start dropping the items on the ground, so I guess I kinda am, but then I'm also still picking up stuff, so like gems, and which do count toward the total. I mean, it would have to be a normal run. Like picking up items is just part of the run, right? It's gonna have to be that way.
Gotcha.
I mean, who's not going to pick up items? I mean, the only thing you could do is maybe like drop an item every single time you pick up an item, and then keep the count the same that way. I also thought about this, which is with potions, since potions count, and also the potions in your belt count. Like you're constantly picking up potions, and you're constantly changing the number of potions in your inventory. And that's another way that they set up the randomness, is they basically made it so that even your potions count. So even as you drink potions in combat, like you're changing the total number of items. Which is kind of interesting when you think about it. I mean, they really set up a very unique system of basically forcing you to change the variables. They're like, well,
I think you hit the nail on the head there, Ginger. Like forcing into it to get involved in it.
well, I mean, if the order of the monsters with which you kill them changes the variables, like the number of items you have, which includes your potions, and when you pick up an item or anything like that, like everything essentially is a variable that they've set up, is a pretty good variable at that, because it means that you have, you know, there's like a never-ending changing cycle of things going on.
Right.
I mean, just exploring the map is a variable, so like as you explore, you're changing things. The number, if you pick up items, you're changing things. As you drink potions, you subtract items, which means you're changing things. And, you know, like as you pick potions back up and put them back into your belt, you're changing things.
Yep, the world is alive. That's what I was getting at.
It's like the game is alive. Well, the game is alive because you're alive. The hills are dead with demons. I hit them in the head. Well, it's replicatable to an extent, and that's the interesting thing. So any seed code has replicatable results. But the problem is that because they set it up so the seed code changes with each game, you can't, like, you know, see the replicatable results. I mean, I definitely feel like at a certain point, if you just simply discovered, like, all the seed codes, and you played around with like a static object within all the seed codes, you know, and then like somehow if you could figure out the seed code that you're in, and you had like a list of all the available drops in each seed code, I mean, it would eventually get to the point where you could literally just figure out the game. You would know exactly where to go, what to do. You'd hop into a game, it would be like, you know, seed code 11359, and you'd be like, oh man, seed code 11359, I can make a perfect grief. And then you literally just go get the grief mats and you just roll your perfect grief in your seed code, because you know that that seed code always gives a perfect grief whenever you roll a grief in that seed code. Which is, I know it sounds silly, but that's the truth. Is your seed code directly, you know, like, affects even the rolls on the rune words that you craft, which is kind of crazy. So, I mean, it really comes down to, I think the key to all of this is, can we figure out what seed code we're in? If there's a way to figure out what seed code we're in, then everything opens up from that point. Everything. And I have some ideas on how potentially that we can do that, but it's complicated and it's going to take a long time.
Stay tuned, folks.
I don't know. I've got a long time to spare. I mean, maybe that'll be my life's work. I'll figure out Diablo 2 for you guys. Completely and utterly. People are so back and forth between, like whether or not what I'm doing is considered cheating or not. It's actually kind of funny. I've read a couple posts online. One guy's statement on it was that it's basically cheating and you might as well just use Hero Editor, which is something that I've heard a lot, actually, and I think it's pretty stupid because it's such a short-sighted comment, in my opinion. And then there's other people that kind of get on other people's case about it. They're like, well, you've been manipulating the clock on your Nintendo Switch or your computer so that you can control the terror zones, haven't you? So that you can farm terrorized Andy over and over and over again? It's like, you don't think that manipulating the clock to force the terror zone to be Andy, TZ Andy, like forever, is somehow also considered cheating? And they're like, no, that's totally not cheating, but what he's doing is. And so, like, there's a very weird kind of, like, line that's being drawn where some people are basically saying that what it is not cheating. But then at the same time are also, you know, like, participating in other things that could be considered cheating. And then at the same time, some of the people that are saying that it's cheating are also participating in things that are pretty much identical. Manipulating the system clock to force the game to be terrorized Andy, I hate to tell you guys, that's totally cheating. Like, it's straight up cheating. You are a dirty cheater if you're doing that. It's the dirtiest of cheaters. Dirty, dirty, dirty. Dirty, 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 dirty. That's right, I said it. I forgot to put my gems up. I mean, let's use the setting the system clock as an example, okay? So, if you set the system clock to a specific time so that you can get your terrorized Andy, right? Well, how is that any different than me setting the seed code so that I can figure out what's going on within the game, right? So I'm kind of in a similar scenario. I'm forcing the seed code to stay static so that I can figure out mechanics within the game, and you're forcing the clock to stay static so that you could do your terrorized Andy, right? Well, I mean, at the end of the day, they're basically both the same thing. We're both stopping a particular system within the game to force that system to no longer move forward in time so that we can then manipulate the results. I'm manipulating the fact that I can see the variables, and you're manipulating the fact that you can farm Andy over and over again. But we're both manipulating something.
Are the people that are complaining about that, are they taking issue with you doing that offline or online only?
Most of them, when they say the hero editor comment, they're talking about offline, but I feel like most of them just don't understand what the hell's going on. I think it just goes right over their head, to be perfectly honest. They see the infinite burr rune thing, and then they're immediately just like, "Ah, might as well just cheat then."
It's locked.
And then they don't even realize that, like, what's going on and like the mechanics of it and how it's actually coming about. I mean, some people have rightfully pointed out, and I've had a couple people tell me this as well. All right, so I figured out how to get that burr rune to drop on my own, right? So for me, it's not cheating. However, if you guys pull up my video and replicate the result, at that point, you didn't put in the work to figure it out. So you are cheating, which I can agree with. So, like, for me, because it was my effort, I figured out how to do it. I manipulated the variables until I came up with the result, and then figured out how to reproduce the result. Like, for me, I don't really consider that to be cheating, because I put in a lot of work, blood, sweat, and tears to figure out how to do that. And me capitalizing on my knowledge that I learned through those actions isn't necessarily cheating. But you guys capitalizing on my knowledge could very well be considered cheating, because you didn't put in any effort, you didn't put in any work. You just basically took my homework to the teacher, and now the teacher's like, you didn't do this. This isn't your handwriting. And then she starts asking you questions, like, you know, of like the homework. Like she's like, oh yeah, well, what did you write on page 3? And then you don't know the answer, right? So then your teacher's like, see, you cheated. I know it. Well, the interesting thing is, though, is that despite the fact that I've told people a way that you could potentially find the burr rune, I've also given you guys the knowledge of the variables so that you could do it yourself. It would take you a little bit of time. Don't get me wrong. It would take you some time to figure out how to force a rune to drop, and it might not necessarily be a burr rune. It might be a Zod or a Ja or a Sir. But you could do it yourself. Like, you don't need me for this. Like, now that you know what the variables are and you can use the seed command, it would only take you a matter of time of basically working out the information, and you could find your own, like, like really cool, like Sir-rune farm or something, or Ist-rune farm, or like an Ist-rune farm would actually be pretty good, because Ist-runes do go up pretty nicely from, you can transmute up into a lot of the upper runes that way. 10% faster run walk with 39 lightning and 30 poison. Poison's not really the greatest. I mean, it's okay. It's not like super great. It's okay. You need me? What do you need me for? And how much are you willing to pay? Real talk. So, real talk. I'm going to be serious with you guys here for a minute. So forgive me if I'm not as jovial as I normally am. But things have been really rough for me in the past couple months. And I don't necessarily know if I'm always going to be able to do this for a living. I don't really have the money. It might get to a point where I have to go back to working full-time. And I'd really rather prefer not to be perfectly honest. And I'm trying everything in my power to prevent that. It's not necessarily my channel failing. I wouldn't call it that. My channel's actually doing surprisingly well. And it's rather unfortunate that I'm in this position where I feel like I need to stop doing this and do something else instead. It really comes down to just financial burden has increased, if that makes any sense. And even though this is putting out pretty much the same amount of money that it always has, because my financial burden is constantly increasing, it's making it difficult for me to maintain my... I don't really know the word to use. Anyway, and any support that you guys can give me would be great. If I can push past this to something new, maybe start making more money with this channel, maybe I won't have to stop doing this. But it gets worrying sometimes, especially when the money gets low and I don't really have a lot of choices, It's just the way the cookie crumbles, and YouTube is a fickle beast. Gaming is a fickle beast. Like I get a lot of revenue during seasons. Like when a brand new season starts, And then when seasons start to die down, of course, the interest in the game dies down, and of course also too does my revenue as well. It's just kind of the way that it works. I really hope that I'll be able to stay doing this for forever, basically, because I love doing this. It's fun. It's fun hanging out with you guys and playing games and poop talking and singing stupid songs and doing stupid stuff all the time. And honestly, even if my channel were to end today, I've had a good run. I got to play games. A game that I love. I got to play a game that I love for years. I think it's been like 3 or 4 years since my channel's really kind of like blew up. And I've really got to spend a lot of time really doing what I love to do, which is amazing. So even if my channel did end, even just today, even if it ended today, I feel like I've accomplished something. Something that's not going anywhere. You know what I mean? Something that's going to be here for a long time. I think about that sometimes. I'm like, man, even after I'm dead, my channel's going to still be up. I'm immortal! Ha ha ha! Wait, I said no jokes. Ooh, lava gouts. Interesting. It's the 4th unique so far. I'll hang on to those. Ever think about playing a completely different game? Well, it's interesting because basically, I can't. I don't know exactly what it is. I don't know why, but I guess maybe you guys aren't here for me. And as much as and it hurts me to say that, you guys really aren't here for me because a lot of the times when I play other games, you guys don't show up. So, I mean, I don't really know what to say. When I do play a different game, like when I play, even when I play like Last Epoch or Grim Dawn, or like even other ARPGs or like horror games, or when I play like Dragon's Dogma and so forth and so on, I really just don't get the viewership numbers that I normally get with this game, and so I can play other games. Yeah, I can play other games all I want, but the truth of the matter is I just don't really make the same kind of money with those games that I do with this one. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love playing this game, but I also might go insane. I think I'm already insane, actually, like, to be honest. Like, yeah, I'm pretty sure I am, actually, already, like, insane.
Are you saying you don't want to be typecast?
I mean, I'm fine with it. You know, it's funny because you know Will Wheaton, right? Who played Wesley Crusher on Star Trek.
He's hilarious.
I actually really don't like him, to be perfectly honest. I think he's smarmy. He's a very smarmy individual. But
I can see that.
But when he was on Star Trek, he was something, right? He was like a thing. He had a thing going on, and he could have stayed on the show, and he could have built his character, and like. But he decided at some point or another that he didn't want to be typecast, and he basically left Star Trek. From what I understand, it was primarily because he just didn't like being known only for Star Trek. And then the funny thing is that now that he's an older actor, what is he known for? He's literally known for Star Trek. So despite the fact that he left Star Trek to not be known for only Star Trek, he's still known for only Star Trek. Same thing happened to Urkel. Urkel was only known for Family House, Full House. Like he's never been known for anything else other than Full House. Like that's his character and that's who he is. And it's kind of funny because I remember making a comment about it. I'm like he was so stupid for leaving Star Trek. He should have hung in there for as long as he could, and he should have just made as much money as he could on Star Trek. And here I am playing Diablo 2, and I'm like typecasted in Diablo 2, and I keep trying to play other games. I'm not even following my own silly advice. No, but there's tons of
Yeah.
fun. There's tons of other fun games out there. Like there really is. There's really so many other fun games out there.
Yeah, I
Dragon's
don't think I
Dogma
would
2
even
was amazing.
Yeah, I was about to say, Ginger, I wouldn't even look at Dragon's Dogma if it was catching your business.
Dude, Dragon's Dogma was a great series. I love it. I was actually really impressed with Dragon's Dogma 2. I felt like it stayed true to the original game without leaving too much of the kind of like the source material there. And it improved the game enough that it felt like, you know, there was new things to be done within the game. It was like a newer title. But it was very much so like a sequel. You know how sometimes you play a new game and it's like you go from like, say, you know, Morrowind to Oblivion, and then Oblivion to Skyrim. They feel like completely different games almost. Like the mechanics changed, the combat changed. Like other than the fact that you're roaming around a wasteland exploring, like they still very much feel like very different games from each other.
It's locked.
Like mechanically and even more than that. But the I don't know, like the Dragon's Dogma 1 and 2 were like so close together that yes, they almost felt like the same game, but then at the same time there was definitely improvements there in the second version. And they also expanded on the story and they added a new game mode. I mean, it was pretty neat. I liked it. I liked it a lot.
Kind of felt like that about Dragon Age, the first one and the second one. Well, the
Yes,
second
Dragon Age 1 and 2 were good. Dragon Age 3 and 4, or whatever after that, was garbage. The reason why is because they, that was when EA took over BioWare, and they were really screwing everything up at that point. So, like, Dragon Age 1 was like the game that was made, the first game, or sorry, the last game that BioWare made, uninfluenced by EA. I believe 2 was during the EA takeover, and so it does have some negative kind of consequences. And then everything after that was like full EA garbage. It's rather unfortunate because BioWare is one of those like legendary companies that put out a lot of amazing titles. I mean,
Oh yeah, man.
and then EA just like destroyed them.
Anthem.
I just don't like Electronic Arts. I think Electronic Arts is one of the worst things that's ever happened to gaming. Between that and Sony, both of them are just absolutely terrible.
Oh man, don't even get me on Sony what they did to Star Wars Galaxies.
Sony's main issue, if you boil it down, Sony's main issue is that they are not a game company. Sony's not a game company. They don't care about games. They have no interest in gaming whatsoever. Their only purpose in ever getting into gaming was to solely push their format, their media format. That was the only reason they got into gaming in the first place. They wanted to make CD-ROM drives and CD-ROM discs popular. And they were going to do it by hook or by crook, and they knew that if they could get a popular game console to incorporate CD-ROM drive technology into itself, the PlayStation 1, or in terms of the PlayStation Nintendo, which was the first option that they had, they knew that they could dominate the market. And so their first choice was to try and force Nintendo to have, you know, CD-ROM drives in it. And when that didn't work, they decided to make their own system to push CDs. And then they did the same thing with the PlayStation 2. The PlayStation 2 was a glorified DVD player. And they don't really care about games. They only care about pushing their media. And they did a good job pushing their media. Don't get me wrong. The PlayStation 2 was the most popular and best-selling DVD player of all time. And I will always give that to them. It was not the best console of its generation, though. And if any other console had the same games that PlayStation 2 had at that particular time, it would have been 1,000% better. The PlayStation 2 was like a piece of garbage that just happened to have a lot of games because it was a really good DVD player. No, sorry, not really good. Sorry, good is a bad term. Cheap. It was a really cheap DVD player. I think like 99% of all the launch PlayStation 2s are basically broken at this point. If you have one, by the way, if you have a launch PS2 that's still in good condition, can actually read all the discs, functions properly, you have like a freaking miracle device. Because basically none of the original launch units like survived.
Ginger, I've got one. sitting in my closet.
And it still reads all discs, blue discs
Yeah.
and black discs, and what is it, red discs?
Oh,
I remember.
I don't know about all that.
Yeah, so one of the problems with the original launch PS2 was that it would just stop reading like DVDs. The laser would burn out. The fan would die. It would overheat. It would also there were different colored discs for the system too, and so like the original PlayStation discs were black, and some of them would stop reading the black discs. Some of them would stop reading the blue discs. Some of them would stop reading discs altogether, but would still play DVDs, which was really weird. So they just wouldn't play games, but they would still watch. But you could still watch movies on them. And then a lot of them ended up getting sent back and replaced. So the original launch systems ended up getting replaced with, you know, like replacement units. If I remember correctly, the average like number of times that systems would end up getting sent back, not of course in each system, but the average was almost like 5 times. Like the systems kept getting sent back for repairs. And from what I understand, the whole sales numbers thing, like a lot of people tout PS2 as like the highest sold system ever. Apparently Sony was counting every single repaired unit they were sending out. So if you sold 1 million units and 1 million of those units had an average repair rate of 5 repairs per unit where they were being sent back, then your 1 million units suddenly became 5 million sales. No, but there was better consoles at the time. The GameCube, I definitely would have been the better console if it had DVDs. But that was the whole feud between Nintendo and Sony at that particular time, which Sony was trying to basically bankrupt Nintendo by forcing them to use their media. And Nintendo realized that if they used the Sony media, they basically would get bankrupted and it would never work out. So instead of using the DVD format, they went with a different company's patent so that they didn't end up bankrupted, and that ended up causing issues. It was a whole thing.
I'll be honest, Ginger. I'm so glad I never got into the console scene in general.
I mean,
Like,
honestly, the Nintendo consoles are the best, like bar none. PC has the majority of the games on it, and if you get a PC, like that covers like 90% of the games, and the best first-party titles, honestly, are Nintendo, like Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom, Zelda Breath of the Wild, Zelda Link to the Past, etc., etc., etc. If you went PC Nintendo, honestly, you had the best gaming frickin' life as a kid. PC and Nintendo was where it was at. That was the combo. Because then you got frickin' things like Counter-Strike, you got Half-Life, you got, you know, GoldenEye 007, Zelda Ocarina of Time. You got the biggies. You got the big stuff. I never really got into Xbox because I always felt like Xbox was just knockoff PC. I know that sounds kind of mean, but if you don't have a PC, Xbox is probably great. But if you are into the PC scene, and I think that's really the kicker here, is that if you are a big PC user, then you generally don't get into the Xbox crowd because you already have most of those games anyway.
right, exactly.
Like you're already playing them on a system, which is fine. Like you're fine. And that's why I never got into Xbox. PlayStation never really interested in me. I think one of the only exclusives that they had was also on PC. Final Fantasy VII, when Final Fantasy VII came out and it was on the PlayStation 1, I had it on PC, so I won't hurt.
You just hit the nail on the head with that one. Like, the only reason I would even buy a console is just for the exclusive games. That's it.
Dreamcast, so I didn't really like the Dreamcast, but I did like the Sega Saturn. The Sega Saturn was amazing. If you never owned a Sega Saturn, that thing is actually really cool. The thing is, though, is that the Sega Saturn was doing well. It was actually doing surprisingly well, and you might wonder why the Sega Saturn failed. Well, the Sega Saturn failed because they released the Dreamcast too early. It wasn't an appropriate cycle time. The Dreamcast was released basically too early in the cycle, and the Saturn still had plenty of life left in it, and it was kind of just like working its way, into homes. And then what happened is they basically killed the Dreamcast or the Sega Saturn with the Dreamcast. And there was a whole thing. If you look it up, there's like a whole thing between like Sega United States and Sega Japan. And apparently Sega Japan really wanted to move forward with the Dreamcast, and Sega United States was like, don't do that. The Sega Saturn is actually doing pretty well, and if you release the Dreamcast, you're going to artificially kill the market, which is going to cause the Sega Saturn to fail when it's, actually, gaining momentum. And they did it anyway, and of course the Dreamcast pretty much failed. But the Dreamcast was a pretty powerful system at the time. You know, that thing can actually get online, and you could play freaking online games with it had like a 56K modem and a bunch of other stuff. Like, that thing was crazy. It was really powerful for its time, but it didn't seem like there was any real need to release it at that particular time. If they had waited, I think they would have been all right. They probably needed to wait another like 2 or 3 years. I mean, and that happens. Like, if you have a really popular system and you release another system, you know that you're immediately going to kill your previous system. Like, that's just how it works. So, like, you might even delay the launch of your new system if your current system is doing surprisingly well.
Yeah, it's unfortunate Sega crashed and burned at the time it did, because I remember playing. They had a service called Heat.net, and it was like free to play. For it was basically like setting up. It was basically like Discord, like now, but back in like 1999. And that was like you could get on voice chat. And that was like unheard of at the time. And so it was really popular for like playing a variety of games. It was most popular with like Quake games.
I'm really glad that the games back when I first started didn't have voice chat, because it forced me to learn how to type. and I was really good at typing. You gotta type to your friend. You gotta type. See, the thing about gaming is not only do you have to learn to type, but you gotta learn to type fast, because you don't always have a particularly large period of time, like, safe time within a video game. So like, if you're standing there like an idiot, hunting and pecking, like, you're probably gonna die, right? And
Yep.
so you gotta be like guys over here, quick, oh my god, and you gotta type that jank fast, and then, like, before before that monster like comes down on your head with like a freaking ton of bricks.
Oh, see now, Ginger, you're getting back old school now, because I remember practicing that when playing EverQuest when it first came out. I was like, oh my god, I just had a vivid memory of trying to like get the group members to save my character, because I was getting low HP. I was like, help me.
I mean, it is nicer to be able to voice chat, don't get me wrong, because it's a lot easier, obviously, to communicate that way. You guys are reminding me of that stupid meme where it's like where the girlfriend goes up to the guy, and she's like, oh, when he asks for help, he goes, you listen, and then he goes, well, that's because he actually asked for help. Could you imagine if he did the same thing that you do, and then and she's like, guys, over here, I need help, and they're like, what's the matter? Oh, nothing. You should have been here. That's all. Like, where are you? Do you need any help? No, never mind. It's too late now.
I hate that. I really hate that.
Like, we actually communicate with each other. Like, I'm like, hey, what's up? What's the matter? He's like, oh, I'm over here. I got 3 guys coming down. Oh, they just threw a grenade. Oh my god, I need some backup. Backup on the 4-9. Meanwhile, your girlfriend's just like, well, no, you should have been here. It's too late now. If you really cared about me.
Oh, laying on the guilt trip.
If you actually cared about me, you would have been here. I actually had a girlfriend in Diablo 2 when Diablo 2 was like barely into the LOD. I actually had a girlfriend in Diablo 2. We shared accounts and everything. We had like shared passwords with each other. One day she said something really stupid. I can't remember what it was. I think it was like a political comment. And I remember changing my password. That was how I broke up with her. She logged in one day. I guess she tried to get into my account and realized my password was locked. Or my password was changed. And she messaged me and I was like, yeah. Bye. I trusted her with my Diablo account. That's pretty high on the list.
Oh yeah. The non-gamers just wouldn't understand that.
He just wouldn't understand. You just wouldn't understand. No, thanks for the sub, James. Hey, sharing passwords is, you know, I need to get my eyes checked. I'm pretty sure that said diarrhea. I was like, I saw that on the ground and I read diarrhea. I mean, it is really bad. It's a defender. And it does start with a D. But like, I was like over here and I saw it and I thought it said diarrhea. And I was like, wait a minute. What the hell item is a diarrhea? They dropped that?
That might be a quirk of looking at the screen through looking at a flat screen versus a CRT, Ginger. You're looking at the wrong angle, man.
Diarrhea. God. There's something about like 80s movies. I like watching 80s movies. I like some of my favorite movies. I was trying to find like an 80s movie that I hadn't seen. And I came across Outlander on, apparently it was made in like the mid 80s. And main character is actually Sean Connery, which I was kind of surprised. Really, really young Sean Connery. Definitely not old like Sean Connery, but like I think older than like James Bond style. Like he definitely has a more of a distinction to him than the James Bond version. So it's somewhere like after James Bond. It was pretty good though. I liked it.
It'd have been in his 50s. I think it was 50s when the last Sean Connery James Bond movie came out in the 70s.
Well, this was he was 50 in the 70s. What?
Well, I think it was 50 years old when the last one came out. What was it 1979 or 80 or something like that?
It's called Outland, not Outlander. Sorry,
Oh,
Outland.
Outland.
In 1981 was when that came out.
Yeah.
Here's a picture of him in the movie. Here, hold on. There you go. There's Sean Connery in Outland. He doesn't have any gray hair yet.
But he was just dying. Dang it.
1930 is when he was born. So
Yeah.
81 would make him what? 40, 50, 60, 70, 80. So yeah, he's in his 50s. Holy Jesus.
Yep.
He does not look like he's 50.
I know, man. He was on the pop. I mean, he was on it with through the James Bond movies because he had to work out.
Well, that means when he did that, what was that Alcatraz movie he did? I can't remember the Alcatraz. Was it The Rock? What year was The Rock? That was 1996.
Yeah.
So he was 66 when he did The Rock? Holy Jesus. I guess I always thought he was younger than he appeared. Always. Never thought he was that old. Ever. He doesn't even look like he's 50 there.
I don't think he started acting until like he was in his 30s, like mid-30s or something.
I don't know. If somebody walked up to me that looked like Sean Connery in that picture I just showed, and they asked me how old they were, I would say like 30s, maybe late 30s, early 40s. I would not say like 50s.
Well, Sean Connery's always had that distinguished gentleman thing about him going on as he got, older.
Well, how old was he when he did James Bond?
He was in his 30s, man.
What was this? What was the first James Bond movie? Was it Goldfinger?
No. Oh, that's a good question. Dr. No, maybe. I think it was Dr. No.
First Sean Connery Bond. Was Dr. No, 1962. So he was born in the 30s. So yeah, he was 32 when he did that.
Yep.
Okay, so that's still pretty young. He definitely looked young in the James Bond movies. What do they say? Men age like fine wine, and women age like rotten potatoes.
That's rotten milk.
Rotten milk.
Yeah, they get all theirs early and up front, and we get ours later on, and as we accumulate resources. And stuff.
We get more distinguished, and we look more handsome.
Yeah, I mean, in a way, I guess. Like, if the older you get, and if you're doing the right thing, if you're on your game, I guess you could say, you can be a old fat guy and still be more attractive than a young broke guy. That's just as long as you got the money.
Money, 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 huh?
Yep.
Money in the street. You ever see that funny, was it like TikTok meme or whatever? I don't even know if it was on TikTok. It was, this guy, he's got like a big old fat stack of money. And he's doing that thing where you're like, going like this. And you're shooting it at somebody, right? And like there's a really hot lady, a woman in front of him, and she's dancing for him, like she's got her thong on and she's like stripping, and he's just flipping that money, and she's just going, and then the second he runs out of bills, like the second that thing is dry, like he turns from like a big like Chad looking dude with muscles into like a big fat guy with a big old belly, and she goes ugh, and then she runs away.
That's almost like exactly how it goes down.
It's exactly how it goes down. Irene said, "Hey, ease up." What are we easing up on? We all age. We all age. I managed to maintain a pretty decent size and weight. I don't feel like I'm like super fat like my dad was, at least, or is. He always used to eat a whole bunch of freaking junk food all the time. If I wasn't careful, I was gonna catch it from him. He'd be eating Twinkies and Ho-Hos and Swiss cake rolls and all sorts of. I mean, he always would come home with some snacks, man. I tell you what, soda, snacks, the works. I kind of vowed off soda when I was real young. I'm like 16, 17 years old. I just completely like ignore soda for the most part. I still drink like energy drinks every now and then, like when I really need it, or like at parties and stuff. Like when you're at like a birthday party, I'll have some soda at like a birthday party. But Like, for the most part, I pretty much just drink water. I mean, you guys see me with this big giant cup all the time. You know what's in here 99% of the time? Water. That's it. Just ice water.
Man, I was thinking sweet tea, man.
Maybe it's been like once or twice, like out of like the entire time I've had this cup that maybe sweet tea's been in it. I've also been drinking those, you ever had the liquid death waters?
Oh no.
Those are pretty good. I can't stand fake sugar, especially like aspartame gives me headaches. It gives me really bad headaches. I don't know why. But like a lot of them are just disgusting. I don't like the way they taste. I actually like the way that aspartame tastes. I'm being perfectly honest. Like I actually enjoy it. It gives me headaches like crazy. Like as soon like a couple hours after I drink a soda with aspartame in it, I'll immediately have a headache, and a really bad one at that. But Liquid Death doesn't have any fake sugar in it. It's like a sparkling water that's sweetened with some other stuff. It doesn't really have much sugar in it at all. I actually kind of fell in love with it. I haven't really been buying them lately though because I don't have any money. But you know, they're expensive. They're kind of like, what are they, like $15 for like a 8-pack or something like that?
Oh wow.
It's they're kind of pricey. They go on sale for like $12.99 or whatever. I don't know. It's like a. I'm trying to remember how much of a can it is. They recently changed the cans though, because it used to be like 12 cans, and then it went down to 8, but the cans got bigger. I don't know why they did that. Like the cans are larger ounces, but there's less cans in the thing, of course, because it's the same size box that they're selling it in. I actually contacted Liquid Death, and I was like, I'll totally be your sponsor. I love it. I was like, I love this stuff. They never got back to me. I'm not good enough.
Oh, you got to hit that 100K subscriber mark, man.
Yep. Now, believe it or not, one of the metrics that's actually holding me back, which is really freaking weird, they occasionally, like, even Blizzard does these little giveaways and stuff, where the giveaways are, like, you can get, like, a free version of a game, or, like Diablo 4 or something, like, you can get a free Diablo 4 copy to give away, things like that. And they do it through this company. You got to go on there and sign up for it, and every single time I go on there, I'm told that I don't qualify, because my average number of views per video. So not my number of views per video, not my number of subscribers, not my views, not my unique viewers or anything like that, or my watch hours. The metric that they use is a really strange one that basically is just average number of views total across all of my videos. So they take all of my videos, they add up the views for all of my videos, and then they divide it, and they find out what my average view count is per videos, which is really freaking weird. And it's a really stupid metric in my opinion, because it kind of really punishes me for having such a large database of videos, which is kind of like my whole channel's thing, is literally that I have a video on like every topic. I think if you go to my channel and you look, I think I'm sitting at something like nearly 3,000 videos. I have to look. Yeah, I'm right here. It says 2,700 videos. So of course, if you take all 2,700 of my videos and you divide that across like the number of views for each video, it might not come out to the most flattering number, despite the fact that I have, you know, like videos that are in like 335,000 views, like 152,000 views. I still have other videos that are not exactly as popular, right? That don't really have as many views, and they bring down the average tremendously. Remember back when you were in school and the teacher's like, well, if you don't turn in your paper, you're going to get a 0. And if you get a 0, it's going to bring down your average. Even if you have a 100, if you get a 0, that's going to average out to a 50. And a 50 is a fail. I don't know, it's hilarious. I actually went back on like some of my older content that basically gets no views whatsoever, and I've actually been pruning some of my like less viewed content so that I can raise my average number of average view count or what. I don't even know if it's even worth my time, to be perfectly honest.
So what do you do with those videos like that, Ginger? Do you archive them, or do you just totally delete it from the channel?
I mean, if I feel like they're not really worth keeping, I just delete them. They're probably like, I probably have a copy of them somewhere on one of my hard drives. I've got like 1 million hard drives filled with videos. I used to actually record every single video and keep them all, and then at a certain point I realized that that was impossible, and I would need infinite storage space to be able to hold on to every single video I ever recorded. And so I kind of stopped doing that. After I upload them, sometimes I wait for a while just in case I need them, but I'll delete them. Just take some time.
Yeah, that's one of the funny things about storage now. I just recently saw SSD that had like 61 terabyte, and I was like, geez, like that's way more than a lot of like this, like the old spinning hard drive.
Well, a lot of my stuff is stored on spinning hard drives, so I mean that's the cheap storage.
Yeah, that's like it's well, not amazing, but it's interesting to watch how quickly that's getting phased out now.
That's because hard drives. That's because solid regular platter disks freaking suck. I swear for the longest time that it's been holding back computers, and a lot of people were really slow to adopt the solid states. But like the first solid state that I really got my hands onto, that I sunk my teeth into, and I realized just how much faster solid states were. I mean, I'm pretty sure it was around SATA 1. That was one of the first, like, really good solid-state hard drives. Like, it was actually functioning properly and did what it was supposed to. And it fully saturated the frickin' SATA 1 connection. And even just a fully saturated SATA 1 connection was amazing. Most regular platter drives can't even fully saturate a SATA 1 connection, by the way.
Yeah, you have to get like a RAID 30 something, like even come close to doing stuff.
And then SATA 2, let alone SATA 2 or SATA 3, and it wasn't very long before solid states were literally saturating SATA 3 connectors, and that was when I knew things were absolutely insane, because they literally couldn't get any faster because the SATA 3 connection couldn't go any faster. Like it was crazy. And then freaking then they started coming out with their own proprietary connectors because SATA wasn't fast enough. So that was when you got the M.2 connector. That was the first one.
Yeah.
And then they went to NVMe. NVMe was the second one. I actually had an M.2 solid state hard drive in was like one of my computers before the NVMe came out. I mean, and it was actually pretty sweet.
Oh man, I wouldn't even go. I would skip SSD altogether, just do straight up NVMe. Like if I was doing an upgrade, I wouldn't even bother with the 2-inch drive now. I would just do I would do a 2 or 4 terabyte deep NVMe.
I think the hard drives are still good for storing massive amounts of data if you have any massive amounts of data to store. Like for me with old videos and stuff. Like storing old videos on solid states is just a waste of space, especially when I could be storing video games on there. Which I like. I like having a large number of video games at my disposal at any time. I don't like having to install it, you know, like to play it. I want to be able to just pick it up and play it.
Yeah, I mean, if you're doing a NAS, I think you can get those 20 terabyte NAS drives for like $200 or maybe $300. But a 4 terabyte NVMe is like 100. Last time I checked, it was like 160, maybe.
Oh yeah, they're going down in price. Every single time I spend the money to get a really nice NVMe, like they always end up like up in it. Like I guess I swear, it's like, oh yeah, that one that you got, oh yeah, that's garbage now. Like this is the new one and it's shiny and pretty, and I'm like, oh okay.
Yeah, I bought
Now we got a Venom Ward.
Oh yeah, so what's going on with the uniques? How many uniques you got now?
5 with the Venom Ward. I just found a Venom Ward.
Okay.
I mean, I haven't found anything really too spectacular so far, but I mean, there's definitely been a large number of items falling. I don't necessarily think there's any way that you can potentially like force a specific unique to fall. I think that's one interesting takeaway that we've definitely discovered from this system is that while it definitely is possible to be able to force a specific base, and it definitely is possible to be able to force a specific, say, rune, it doesn't seem to be as equally possible to force, say, a specific unique to fall, unless, I don't know, unless there's something that we're missing. Maybe it's just like, I almost get the feeling that the unique item is kind of has like a destined drop, if that makes any sense. And it's, you're gonna have to find that destined drop to actually force it to fall, which might be next to impossible because the destined drop could be so like convoluted inside the system, like requiring a whole bunch of variables that we don't really know about or even know the correct order of. But I mean, it's probably just almost a static drop at that point. That's what I would think.
Oh, when I was talking about the rogue body drop, I was saying that at 917 Magic Find, the gold stacks, amount of the gold and the gold stack change. And here's what's funny, I was just looking at my log and I did a test like 1 point higher Magic Find, so 918. And in 917 drop, it was a crude giant sword, a crude rondelle, 2 stacks of gold. Which one was 338, another was 290, and the 918 Magic Find, it was a magic giant sword, a crude warhammer, and 1 stack of gold of 290.
I know that the changes are so weird, aren't they?
Yeah. It was still a sword, but the warhammer, but the second item drop, the second category item changed. And one of the gold stacks was removed, but they kept the other one exactly the same.
Alright, we got another round. It's interesting, because right, so far I've got 32 rares, 6 sets, and 5 uniques. And the number of rares that I've been finding is kind of insane. I mean, comparatively, I mean, we're talking about many multiple times more rares than like uniques or sets. I mean, at the moment we're talking about 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 30, so like 30-ish. So we're talking about like 6.5 times more rares than uniques.
Is that number? Well, I guess you don't have enough size, sample size yet to drop, but you think it's starting to pan up to like how Silo calculates their like the drop rates or whatever, like the rares.
Well, I have a feeling that the way that Silo's been calculates its drop rates could potentially be a clue to how the system actually determines the drops, but not necessarily that Silo's pen drop rates are accurate.
Right.
I feel like they're accurate within the sense that that's the way that they saw or interpreted the data. And I think also that we can take that data and we can even utilize Silospend's data and be like, okay, well, this is the way that they interpreted the formulas. But then understanding what we know and then applying that to the logic, we could also simply say that, like, for instance, let's say you pull up an item on Silospend and it says that there's a 1 in 4,000 chance for the item to drop, right? Well, maybe it's not 1 in 4,000 chance, but it's 1 in 4,000 seeds. Maybe the chance that you end up on that particular like pattern of the seed, which will lead you to the drop, is, you know, like a more common variable, right? And I'm kind of interested to see, like, potentially if you went to Silospend and looked at like some of the worst drop odds. Like, what's the highest drop odd that you can potentially have for an item, and then kind of like go from there, like, because that's like your total number of probably options. Like, let's take a unique item. Let's take something that's kind of rare, like Nature's Peace. So according to this, like, if we went to kill black locusts, we would have a 1 in 5,065,396 odds, which is just awful. I mean, that's a lot of potential, like, probabilities. I mean, and it very well could be that many probabilities if you take into account all the different potential things that are going on. I mean, you're talking about probably several loot tables. I don't know how many loot tables could potentially be attached to a monster. You also have all the different variables for like the chunk loading as you approach the monsters, the order you kill the monsters in. I mean, it could very well be that what we're looking at on Silo's Pen is a representation of all the variables kind of just like crunched together. Let's use a lock as an example, right? So let's say you have a padlock that has a combination, and I'm sure we can pull this information up. So let's see, 3-digit padlock, number of possible codes. All right, so if you have a 3-digit dial lock with 0 to 9 digits, you have 1,000 possible combinations on the code, right? So basically what I'm trying to say here is that maybe they took all the potential variables and, like this, they multiplied them out in this way so that all of the variables would be intact, and then showing you all the potential combinations that could potentially be set up for a particular monster, right? So let's say you have like a Fallen in the Bloodmoor. Well, how many combinations of different things could be done to achieve different drops from that monster? Well, there's tons of different things you could do. That you could go to, you know, like Cold Plains first and then go to Bloodmoor. You could go to Durance of Hate and then go to Bloodmoor. You could kill like a couple zombies first before you kill the Fallen. Like, there's tons of different variables involved, right? But just like a combination lock, which one of those variables is actually going to give you the solution to the lock? Which one's actually going to open the lock? Only one set of numbers is actually going to open the lock. So it doesn't matter how many combinations there are. It doesn't matter how many variables there are, because at the end of the day, there's only one exact set of variables which is going to lead to the result of the lock opening, which if we say the code is 789, then that's the code. The code is 789. There's not a % chance every single time that you put in a code that you're going to get the right code. You don't have a 1 in 1,000 chance of getting the correct code. You are going to get the correct code or not. So as you put in the code, it's going to say wrong, 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 and it's going to constantly tell you that you're wrong over and over again. There was no % chance that you're going to get it correct until you actually get to the correct number. And I think that's the way that the system works in Diablo 2, is the way the system works is there is a correct combination to cause the correct thing that you want to happen, but knowing what that combination is next to impossible, right? Unless you play around with the seed code. But then at the same time, Silo's Pen decided to go a different route, I feel like, and they basically just took all the random variables and kind of combined it together in one of these, like, you know, % chances or something. You know, like something silly, like, you know, like if I have 4 dice, what is the chance I will get 12 or something? And then like you have like a probability calculator on like the dice, and like what the probability odds of rolling a 12, and it's like a 2.77% chance. You know, it's not really like that in Diablo 2, because the exact things that you do up to that point are going to give you the result if there's no rolling. Like, you're basically inputting a combination, as it were. Even though you don't know that you're doing it, and this is kind of silly, but even though that you don't know that you're inputting a combination, you basically are walking up to a combination lock, and when you kill that monster, all of the actions that you took previously add up to a combination. That combination is then inserted into the lock, and you find a result. Now, the interesting thing about this lock is that there's a result for every single combination on the lock. So, for instance, with the example of the combination lock that we had earlier that has 1,000 codes, imagine if all 1,000 codes had a result, but only, say, like 2 or 3 of the results were actually any good, right? So if you put in like 001, a fist would come out and punch you in the face. If you put in like 003, a scorpion would come out and sting you in the toe. You know, like if you put in 007, and a girl would come kiss you on the nose. Like, just silly stuff like that. Like, there's a literally a result for every combination. But the combination you want, like the Griffin's Ideadem, is a very specific code, and you've got to find it, right? But, like, that's the way that Diablo 2 is that every single combination that you put into the lock has some sort of result, even if it's something stupid, like a crude man catcher and 218 gold. Like, congratulations, you got a crude man catcher and 218 gold. Exactly what you wanted. Be like, no, that's not what I wanted. Nobody wants a crude man catcher and 218 gold. Nobody wants that. What's the enhanced damage on an F diarrhea? Whoa. You going off my diarrhea joke earlier, huh? They got the F diarrhea. What if it's explosive diarrhea? Now that's a question. Explosive diarrhea. The best kind of diarrhea. I don't know what's going on over here. I'm scared for my life. The actions in the game don't change the lock. The actions in the game just simply change the outcome. It's input output, literally. I mean, it's literally input output. What you do literally affects exactly what occurs. It's a really interesting system. I actually really like it. It's much better than the random number generator systems that are completely unfair, in my opinion. I've always felt like RNG systems, not pseudo-random number generator systems, but RNG systems I've always felt like have been really stupid. The way that Diablo 2 system works is it almost incorporates skill into the equation. It might sound really silly, but it actually kind of does incorporate skill into the equation. And you might be like, well, what kind of skill are we talking about? And the answer is probably not the kind of skill that you're thinking of. We're not talking about like the skill of shooting a basketball into a hoop. But what we are talking about is a different kind of skill, which is the innate like ability to kind of see patterns and understand that those patterns represent something more than just simply nothing, right? So as a person who's capable of recognizing patterns, almost like a third eye or like a sixth sense or whatever, those people who have that skill to be able to recognize patterns would start to realize that doing specific things gets better results than other specific things. And even though they might not necessarily know what's going on, they're still intuiting what's going on within the game and getting a better result because of it, which means that skill actually comes into play. Like, you know how people all the time will ask you, they're like, what's your magic find pattern? Like, what's your magic find route? Like, what monsters do you do? What order do you kill them in? You know, like, Like, do you go kill Andy first, or do you go kill Pindleskin first, or do you go and do you know, like Shank and then Eldritch, or like what's your Magic Find order? And you know what? It's kind of funny, but like I bet you that it actually does have an effect on what drops, too. Like what order you kill things in, like what your ritual is.
Impossible.
Does casting skills doesn't seem to have any effect. No, we tried like casting skills and like spamming abilities and stuff. It didn't seem to have any change on things. Just the effect of casting the ability. Killing monsters does. Definitely. You know, that's something we never checked, is if killing monsters has an effect on other things. Like, we did check and see that killing monsters had an effect on, like, if you killed monsters in a different order, it would affect what the next monster would drop. But we didn't check to see if killing monsters would change, like, say, a super chest drop. Or if killing a monster would change, say, like, a container's drop. It could be interesting to test that out. If we can find a container directly next to a monster, kill the monster, and then click on the container. It could be an interesting test. Just another variable to check on. What about character deaths? I don't think character deaths affect it, but technically, since you have to run back to your corpse, anything that happens after that, of course, is going to be affected by the fact that you had to run back to your corpse, activating different areas on the way back to your corpse. So there's a very good chance that you're changing the result upon getting back to your corpse, which is a thing. We actually had a guy recently who went into Durance of Hate and accidentally killed himself on some dolls, and then he ran back to his corpse and killed the dolls that killed him, and he got, was a low rune. And I told him straight up. He was like, oh, at least I got a low rune for my trouble. He goes, you know, he's like, but it would have been nice if I didn't die. And I'm like, no, you had to die. I was like, you don't understand. When you died, you had to run back to your body, and when you ran back to your body, you changed the variables, and the low rune only fell because you ran back to your body. I was like, you literally earned that low rune by dying. That was your death payment. So we have almost completely cleared Act 1. We're almost there. We're trying to make sure we get all the monsters. I'm just trying to make sure we clear everything. But we're almost there. This will be our first Act boss kill after literally rolling all the variables in Act 1. So it should be interesting to see if she drops us anything good. We definitely have sufficiently randomized the variable pool to a very ridiculous extent. That looks like a dead end up there. Let me do this first. A Sawaya. Sawaya of suckiness, but another one for the pots. I mean, so far I could definitely say that just looking at my current results is that it seems like just rolling the variables, rares are really high on the list for drop chance. It feels like more rare items drop than just about anything else, and they drop constantly and all the time. Which actually kind of falls in line with my testing on the Magic Find as well. Because my testing on the Magic Find kind of confirmed that as well, that basically like the rare items seem to be more common than sets and uniques. Because I had a really hard time getting a set or unique to drop from the Magic Find equations. Cody, what are you borking at? Somebody at the door? Something just scared the piss out of Cody. You ain't borking no more, though. Weirdo, what'd you do? Wake up, had a nightmare? Hmm? Did you have a nightmares? You guys a nightmares? A dogmares? Did you have a dogmare? Hmm? Do you need a hug? Do you need a hug, Mr. Dogmare? Hmm? Needs a huggadins? How about this? A hug yes, and a squeeze yes, and a call yes Dorch. How about pat you like this? Could I pat your head? There you go, I feel better now. Oh no, you get scared by the monsters and your dog mares. Oh no, you get scared by the monsters. Did they come try to eat you? Did they try to eat you like this? He's a no, you're a monster too. Everybody tried to eat me. It's rude. So it seems to be similar to Minecraft in that it basically changes the variable upon loading a chunk. And everything stacks on top of each other, so each chunk stacks on top of the next. So each variable just simply invariably changes the next total call variable. It's a little complicated, but like imagine you had the number 12 and then you added a variable and that variable added like, 20 to the list, and then you're at 32 and so forth and so on. And it's going to continue to add, something onto the stack. Well, each variable that you activate is going to activate another potential stack. And it never goes backwards, so it always goes forwards. So if you die and you come forward, if you load even one chunk on the way back to you, you're going to immediately change that variable. And so the monster's going to drop something else than he would before. I have never seen this before on a frickin' Catacombs map. What the hell is with this big giant dead space in the middle of the thing? I want to like teleport in there so bad. Like what the hell is this? It's just a big giant dead zone on the map. You see it? Like, it makes me feel like there's a secret in there or something, like. I mean, I'd be able to teleport in there if it was like a secret thing, but it does look really cool. Like, I've never seen this on the map before. Odd seed. Alright, moving on to Andy. Oh, I'm glad you like him, Crow. My girlfriend sent me a message that a bunch of people were pissing her off in chat. Thorn the Quick. Oh, wiener. Oh, wiener. Wiener. Goodbye, Andariel. Oh, I think I killed Andariel too close to the pillar. She only dropped me one item. That's some trolls. That's trolly. She dropped me one rare item. Freaking stupid. Close to the pillar, and Dario butt stinks. You look like a turd. And it sucks. And we're up to 36 rares. And I believe that completely finishes off Act 1, so we can move on to Act 2. Cody's got to go pay doodas, I'm pretty sure. He just jumped up when I said pay doodas. I'm gonna let him out to go to the bathroom real quick. And we will continue into Act 2. Act 2, I think, feels smaller than Act 1, like in terms of the total number of areas. I mean, we do have the freaking Canyon of the Magi that we're gonna have to clear out, though, but I actually kind of like clearing out tombs, so whatever. Alright, I'll be right back. Andy trolled me with them drops. She gave me one item. It wasn't even a good base, neither. It was a garbage tier base. I got me some kettle chips. Ha ha ha. Jalapenos. I like the jalapeno chips. These are the good Jimmy Jams. You guys have never had the kettle jalapeno chips. These things are amazing. Sometimes I'll get hummus. Pine nut hummus, and I'll dip the jalapeno chips in the pine nut hummus. It's delicious. Alright, down the sewer hole we go. Some jalapeno. Holy crap, 3 full juvies in a row from one monster? Beast. Don't be getting banned. Don't be getting banned. She'd be fighting with everybody in chat until she gets banned.
Oh, Ginger, speaking of the jalapeno chips, I tried the Cape Cod last week, jalapeno. I like those, but today I actually bought the Kettle Food Lions brand of jalapeno kettle cooked, and I like them just as well. But everybody's got their own taste, but they're half the price.
I've tried like the generic brands of the jalapeno chips. I don't know what it is, but this one right here that's actually brand name Kettle. It's called Kettle brand. I don't know, their jalapeno is just superior. There's just something about it, it's amazing. I've tried a lot of different jalapeno ones, and some of them are okay. Some of them don't really have the right spice to them. Some of them are like too spicy in the wrong direction. And these are just freaking delicious.
Look at what got the right amount of heat and.
Kind of wish I had some pine nut hummus right now. Well, you're never going to convince any of these people to believe anything other than they want to believe. They actually did a study a while back. It was a really interesting study. And it basically involved, like, trying to convince someone of a different opinion other than the one that they already held. And basically what they found out is that like 95% of the time, if you hold a different opinion than the person who you are trying to convince to hold a different opinion than the one that they hold, I know it sounds a little confusing, but basically just think about it like this. If they believe A and you believe B, your chances of convincing them basically go down to like 5%. Like, you basically have no chance of convincing someone if you believe something different than they do. However, they found that if you believed the same thing as them, like for instance, let's say you were both Christians, or you're both Muslims, or you're in like both Republicans, or you're both Democrats, or whatever. If you're in the same category as them, then your chances of being able to convince them to change their mind about a topic go up exponentially to ridiculous degrees. So basically, like, as long as they believe that you are on the opposite side of the table, they will not hear anything that you have to say. The only time that they will hear anything that you have to say is if they believe that you are on the same side of the table as them. And it goes for everything. Like, if you don't like Diablo 3 and somebody else loves Diablo 3, and you're trying to convince somebody that Diablo 3 is one of the worst games ever made, they won't hear anything you've got to say because they love Diablo 3. They're on the other side of the table. However, if you talk to somebody who hates Diablo 3 and you also hate Diablo 3 and you're trying to convince them to give it another try, you have a better chance of convincing somebody who hates Diablo 3 from the perspective of you also hating Diablo 3. Which is the silliest thing in the world of actually replaying Diablo 3. You're like, oh man, I hate it too. I was like, but that recent patch was actually pretty good, and I gotta give it to him, despite the fact that I still hate it a lot. It was actually worth playing, like going back and at least checking it out. And then, like, before you know it, your friend who also hates Diablo 3 goes back and checks it out because you convinced him.
Yeah, I gotta love in-group dynamics.
Now, it is interesting to note, however, that you can prove somebody wrong without convincing them of anything, which is also a very interesting thing. So let's say you have somebody who is spouting something that is not factual, so non-factual, and you simply state the facts. You're not going to change this person's mind because they believe what they want to believe, But the interesting side effect of this is that despite the fact that you cannot change their mind, by disproving their fact in a public forum, you can at least change somebody else's mind who may read the conversation, which is at least worthwhile, in my opinion. So while you can be secure in the fact that you're probably not going to change that random person's mind that you're arguing with on the internet, if you're arguing with them in a public area, there's a very good chance that other people will read what you're writing, and you could potentially convince somebody else.
So is that kind of the point of having a public, like, having public debates with people of opposite spectrums?
I mean, that's what I would always say. Like, I would argue with people for hours on the internet. Before I ever became a YouTuber, man, I would argue with people for days. Like, they would respond, and I would respond right back, and I would just let them have it. And I remember one time, this guy I was fighting with, he was like, I don't know why you're even trying. He goes, you're never going to convince me of, you know, blah, 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 that this is the way it is. And I'm like, I don't need to convince you. I was like, my entire purpose doesn't have anything to do with convincing you. I was like, I'm having this conversation so that if other people read your stupid, dumb, ridiculously moronic post, that there's my post underneath of it telling everybody not to listen to this dumb idiot. And he ain't have nothing to say to that. I was like, you think I'm going to let you spout your dumb, stupid crap and just let people believe it? It's like somebody hops on here and they're just like, oh, look, this guy, he told me that I can stare at the sun all I want to and my eyeballs won't fall out. I'd be like, no, don't listen to this guy. He's an idiot. Sometimes there just needs to be a guy, and you guys can be that guy. Sometimes there just needs to be a guy who makes a post below the stupid guy and says, don't listen to this idiot. Don't listen to this idiot. That's your whole job, and you just need to be convincing about it. You're like, don't listen to this idiot because, and then put some facts down there, and maybe even a link to the facts so that people can look up the facts and be like, huh, he is right. That guy is an idiot. I'm gonna fight you, AJ. I mean, I finished with Act 1, okay? I finished with Act 1. I'm getting valuable data, alright? I got 36 rares so far, 6 sets, and 5 uniques on this run so far. I mean, it's interesting. The data that I'm getting is pointing toward that rares seem to be more likely within the system than sets or uniques. Sets and uniques seem to be relatively rare for some reason. Rare items are just like freaking dropping like candy everywhere. I feel like every single place I go, there's at least like 2 or 3 rares popping out of every single chest or monster's butthole. Like, and so much for the rare items being quote unquote rare, because it feels like they literally drop everywhere from everything. I used to hate having arguments on the internet sometimes, though, and when I was like on the wrong side. And I don't mean the wrong side, I just mean the wrong side of like the fanboyism. Like if you went into like a forum about, I don't know, like let's use an example. I actually like Naruto, but let's use Naruto as an example. Let's say you went into a Naruto forum and like or the Naruto subreddit, and you were trying to convince somebody that Naruto was like the worst anime ever, and it didn't even matter. Like, you could be right. Like, just as an example here, let's pretend that I'm right and that Naruto is the worst anime ever, which it's not, by the way. But let's just pretend that it is, right? And I'm arguing this on the Naruto forum. Like, do you really think that I'm in the right audience to have anybody listen to what I'm trying to say when literally the entire forum is like a whole bunch of people who are Naruto fanboys? So like I would have arguments sometimes in these places where obviously everybody was like fanboys to whatever I was arguing about, and it was terrible. Like you would get jumped on by like every single person in the room. I'd be like walking. I'd be like going to Texas and going to a bar in Texas and like telling everybody Texas sucks and New York is better. And then you'd all go down to Mexico where they belong or something, and then like everybody in the bar like just starts wailing on you. That's pretty much what it was like. Yeah, speaking of really weird fanboyism, this one actually hits home because it's a Diablo game. Let's talk about this for a second. Like, are you guys aware that the Diablo 4 Reddit, specifically the Diablo 4 Reddit, is full of people who despise the game? Like, you would think that the Diablo 4 Reddit would be full of people who enjoy the game. But it's actually the opposite, and the majority of people on the Diablo 4 Reddit seem to absolutely despise Diablo 4 and basically spend the majority of their time on there just like whining and complaining like nonstop. And so like I originally, you know, normally when you go into a subreddit, it's usually filled with people who enjoy that particular thing, but it's really freaking strange because when you go in the Diablo 4 subreddit, it feels like everybody on the subreddit absolutely hates the game. And if you say anything nice about the game, or if you say anything like I remember when Season 3 came out and I said that I actually liked Season 3, man, I got like 24 downvotes in like 3 seconds. Like, how dare you actually say that you liked Season 3? You evil person, you. It seems like the whole Diablo 4 subreddit is full of just like people who hate they just hate it. It's hilarious. You work so hard to share your hate on D3. You know, that's the craziest thing, is that I'm pretty sure that a lot of the people that are on there who hate Diablo 4 are literally Diablo 3 players. Because if you say anything negative about Diablo 3, they jump down your throat. They're like, this guy said that Diablo 3 is the worst Diablo game. His opinion is automatically invalid. He said that Diablo 2 is better than Diablo 3. His opinion is immediately invalid. That's the kind of silliness that you get over there on the Diablo 4 forum. There are topics people will always fight about, and that's okay. But hating, hurting, or disrespecting them because you don't agree is wrong. I don't know. The world is weird right now. Hurting people because you disagree with them. I mean, in my opinion, violence just kind of shows that you didn't really have a good point. If you've got to resort to violence to get your point across, I mean, or even just honestly, violence is the least of the things that you can do to somebody. You can mentally torture them as well, like sending them sugar-free Haribo gummy bears. I feel like the only reason those still exist is literally just to just torture your friends. Buy them and share them with your friends. Or just be even more like coy about it and just like buy them, sit them on the counter and just don't touch them, and if your friend ever comes over and starts snacking on them, you just don't say anything. That's so evil. Oh god. You just leave, basically it's a landmine. It's basically a landmine. It's a booby trap in your house. And you just leave it there. You just leave the booby trap in your house. Alright, Rosie, you have a good one. Recently got into an argument with someone who said that I didn't even read past the first sentence. That's how much I know you're wrong. Wow. Wow. Amazing. Poor guy. Let's do the bone prison. What are we arguing about OJ for? He died. Did he leave a suicide note and said he totally did that crap? I mean, everybody wants to know. Did he actually kill his wife? Didn't he write a book where he was like, if I did kill my wife, this is how I would have done it? I think I remember there being some sort of things in there. Some sort of thing in some sort of book where he was like, if I killed my wife, this is how I would have done it. I used to mix Skittles and M&Ms in a bowl at parties. So effing entertaining to watch. Thank you for the $10, Joe, you evil person, you. I can't believe you would even do that. Mixing M&Ms and Skittles together in a bowl at a party is just, that's pure evil right there. Fruity chocolate? Oh my god, what is even going on? What is life right now? Alright, we need to get my beautiful lady's reaction on this. Alright, beautiful lady, if you reached into a bowl of M&Ms and or Skittles and you pulled out and started chewing on them only to realize that you got M&Ms and Skittles at the same time and you're literally chewing M&Ms and Skittles at the same time, what's your reaction on this? Immediate gaggage? Like what's going on here? I think Joe might actually be the devil. I'm not sure. That's some hardcore evil there. That's some like Dr. Evil from like from freaking Austin Powers. I might have to spit them out. You are a menace. What if I got some Haribo gummy bears and then mixed in the sugar-free ones in the Haribo gummy bears so you couldn't tell the difference between the sugar-free and the non-sugar-free ones? I've been to a party in high school and someone did that. Most people like think I think they're stale. What? Stale M&Ms? Is that even possible? Melt in your mouth, not in your hand. Stale on the stand. What? Who bought the ancient M&Ms? These things are so ancient. What the hell's going on? So it's interesting if we take this as a percentage and we just simply say, okay, look at the number of rares we've got, and look at the number of sets we've got, and look at the number of like uniques that we've got, right? So like as a percentage, it definitely seems like you know, when we were testing the Magic Find percent numbers and we were going through and we kept finding like rares, but it would be difficult to find uniques and sets. Maybe the reason why we're not seeing any uniques and set percentages in the list is because the uniques and percentages are taking up such a very small percentage of the entire overall picture. I mean, for all we know, I mean, out of like 1,000%, there could only be like 2 or 3 unique like percentages that actually drop a unique item. You're gonna go back and look for stupid people to argue? Don't argue with a bunch of people and get all antsy-pantsy. How many high runes dropped? No high runes. No high runes. We've gotten 39 rares, 6 sets, and 5 unique items so far. That's our current tally. Radamant's Skittles? Oh god. So how many of you guys are familiar with freaking Chris Farley? You guys know about Chris Farley, right? My girlfriend's been watching this YouTuber, and I gotta laugh because the YouTuber literally sounds like Chris Farley. I was trying to figure out why he's so popular, and I figured it out. He's literally like the reincarnation of Chris Farley. You know how Chris Farley would always do those crazy where he would just like yell, and then he had like a specific way that he yelled too. It wasn't just like a regular yell. He would literally just kind of like spaz out. And some of you may know who I'm talking about, the YouTuber, because you probably already figured it out. But like this YouTuber, he literally does the same exact thing Chris Farley does. That's why people like him. He's literally like a Chris Farley Mark II. He's little baby Chris Farley. Hey, I like Chris Farley too.
Impossible.
The creeping feature. That's a super unique. Hey, Joe, welcome to the membership. Welcome to the Jinja Gaming Club. This is where we make fart jokes, by the way. I hope you're ready. We do a lot of fart jokes. Fart jokes, boob jokes. Just, yep, fart and boobs. That's pretty much it. Just lots of fart and boobs. We're good at those. Oh, and wiener jokes. We do wiener jokes as well. Wouldn't be life without a couple wiener jokes. That's only level 14 with 4 decks. 1 max, 17 AR, and 4 decks. Level 14. Meh. Exclusively fart jokes? It's always fart jokes? Really? Oh, man. I thought I was at least, like, 50-50 fart boob jokes, but... I mean, that's cool, too. Fart jokes are funny. Who doesn't like a good fart joke? Even my girlfriend, who claims not to like fart jokes, will sometimes literally let out a big, giant fart and then giggle afterwards. Because she knows. She knows. She knows it's funny. That jank be sounding like a French horn. Wee whoop. And then she giggles. Because farts are funny. They are. Another rare. 42. Well, thanks for the follow, Platinum IP. She said because they're loud. I mean, trumpets are loud. I'm gonna get it later. I am gonna get it. Please, if I don't show up to the next live stream, guys, send help. What gear's my merc running? This is Act 3 merc, so I'm running a Hex Fire with a Fire Facet, Harlequin Crest F with a Fire Facet, or Miss Robes with a Fire Facet, Enchant, and a Spirit. I'm running a level 43 Enchant with 388 damage, fire damage. Quack and then giggle. Hey, different shaped butts make different shaped sounds. The cats fart too. They've been eating dog food, and the cats make farts, and it sounds like... You be sitting there, and they're just, like, looking at you, and then all of a sudden it's like... And you're like, did you just... Ugh! Two-piece strings? No, I'm running a Flickering Flame, Enigma, Mangsong's Lesson with a Fire Facet, Mage Fist, Shoji, Arachnids, Marowaks. Summonings. Got my Flame Rift, and then I got Geeds and another Summoning. This is a Fire Necro. It's a special build that I set up. Got to get to the bottom of them fart drops. Bow wonk, bow wonk, bow wonk. Bow wonk, bow wonk, bow wonk. The funny thing is when Cody was a puppy, my beautiful lady would fart, and then he would just dive for it. He would hear the fart, and he would go, and then he would he would dive for the fart. He didn't know what was going on. He seems to have learned his lesson. The lesson is thou shalt not dive for farts. That's if you want the fireball, but I don't really think the fireball is worth it in Atlantis. I tested it out when I first made this build, and I dismissed it because it's not really that great. Dismissed. That's because Flo was a big giant Tootsie Roll and she had butt cheeks. You ain't never seen a dog like Flo. She looked like a Tootsie Roll with legs. Legit a Tootsie Roll with legs. She was even the right color. Looked like a Tootsie Roll. Little tiny tick head on top of a like little tiny tick head on top of a Tootsie Roll.
I can't.
Got to fart by the chest to test the variables. Yeah. We also got to check for wet farts and dry farts. There's probably a difference, between the wet farts and the dry farts. My tummy be hurting. Oh, another giant axe. $44. Alright, we're in the far oasis. Nice. There's a rare Gothic shield. I'm not checking it, it's garbage.
I can't carry anymore. Impossible.
Boo. Thank you for the follows, Gareth. Appreciate it. Hot nickels and zoo wind. Zoo wind is a terrible thing. Watch it fly by as I cover my nose in the swing. Because if you breathe it in, you'll waste your life away. Rare raiders be dropping left and right. I don't really know what to tell you height. Got a 206 enhanced damage with replenished quantity coming at you with the fight. It's level 48, I don't know if it's any good, son. It's not ethereal, so it's probably not going to drop it on the ground and move on tonight. drops or farts? Farts or drops? You don't want your farts to drop. One max damage, 19 AR? That's okay. It's not amazing by any means, but it's okay. Am I gonna make all my Magi's fire? Nah, it's too much work. It's way too much work to do all that crap. Most of my fire damage doesn't come from them. I get my fire damage from my mage. Oh yeah, he enchants every real thing. And I get 388 fire damage on every single thing he enchants. The main bulk of my damage doesn't come from the mages, my son. So I don't really care what they run. They can have fire, ice, or lightning. Even that crappy poison and lightning. Alright, I think that's pretty much this whole area. Try to make sure I clear these out as much as possible, because it's, oh, he was like inside the cactus. That's kind of cool. That's the whole point of this, is to kind of clear the entire game and see what we get. So. I mean, if the mages could be all fire without a massive amount of effort, I mean, it would definitely be worth doing, don't get me wrong, because I'm primarily fire damage. But, really doesn't matter to me one way or the other. I have points in mages, but they're not maxed out. I'm not relying on the mages for my main bulk of my damage anyway. The bulk of my damage is coming from the enchant from the fire mercenary, the fire golem, and also the skeletons themselves, the warriors. And of course my corpse explosion, which is very nice. I like my corpse explosion. I like to explode corpses. I like to make them go poppy, poppy, boomy, boomy, got to make them blow.
Impossible. Impossible. I can't.
He's been itching. He's been itching. Itching to play Diablo 2. Gonna kick them all in the poo.
Impossible.
Jesus.
I can't. It's impossible.
Only the Mavino's bow. That's pretty much the only thing really worth noting so far. It's from a random monster in one of the Act 1 areas.
I can't.
I'm almost done with Maggot Lair. Cause we going downtown, going to the pound town.
I can't.
And Amrun, you shouldn't have. No, really, you shouldn't have.
Impossible.
Cause we got some chests and they give us all the loot and we don't get nothing, so we make a big of toot, and when we're done farting, we probably gonna shark. It's not very pretty, but that's just the art. I'm still having nightmares about that freaking puppet combo game I played. I went to the bathroom in the puppet combo game, and it wouldn't let me flush down my turd. That jank was just sitting in there. It was like a log too. Well, I say turd, and I'm using the word very lightly because it was like, it was like the size of a freaking like toddler's leg. It was pretty large, and the game wouldn't let me flush it down. I was just sitting in the toilet the whole game long after I took a deuce in there. It was rude. You've had my ginger bear? Ginger bear! It was massive. It was massive. It was definitely massive. Giant monster, a monster turd. Alright, boys. Are we there yet? We almost completed this, so we're making pretty good progress on Act 2. We'll be done before we know it. Clearing out this whole Jimmy Jam. What's the Jimmy Jam that you're gonna clear out? Gonna clear out the Jimmy Jam from the spout. Don't let them teach you nothing wrong about. Cause we're gonna clear the Jimmy Jam from the snout. The Jimmy Jam, that's right, the Jimmy Jam. Don't be telling me about the Jimmy Jam. I know about the Jimmy Jam. I know all about that Jimmy Jam. I know all about that Timmy Tam. Gonna add up the list, and the rares keep mounting, and they're not gonna piss. So many rares. The grandiest of scepters, scepted scepter, so grand that it goes back in the dirt. That's how grand it is. It surpassed being grand and turned right back around into not grand. But that's just the life of the grand. Fall down, suckers. Alright, Far Oasis is done. Let's get the hell out of Dodge. Has anyone made a... Nobody's made a collaboration? What's... Oh, okay. Not a collaboration. What's it called? Like,
Good morning.
God, what's the word? That's not the word. Collaboration isn't the word. It's, compilation. Yes, a compilation. I don't know. Somebody should. Ginger's greatest hits. Coming at you with number 77 on the list of Ginger's greatest hits. We have Raccoon Hands. That's right, Raccoon Hands. It's everybody's favorite. I've been trying to make some of them into like little videos and stuff, but it's not always easy.
Greetings.
Wow, this sounds like the opening to a song that just never starts. It sounds like the opening to a song that never starts. It literally does. Like, this sounds like there should be a song coming, but it just never comes. Like, we're waiting for the beat to drop, and the beat is just never dropping. It's like so bland and monotone. It's like it's just the beginning of the song. Like, this is the part of the song that's supposed to hype you up for the next part of the song. And I'm like waiting. I'm waiting for the beat to drop, and the beat is just never dropping. Full juvies, boys. Execution. we got a small shield. I'm pretty sure that's rare.
Can't carry anymore.
This is a different song entirely, guys. The beat never dropped. This is a different song. Wah 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 wah. Raccoon hands, grubby and clean. Clean them in the puddle by the spleen. Got some oil and this rainbow green. Clean my hands in the puddle by the stream. All the other raccoons use it too. Clean their hands just for you. Grubby, 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 grubby raccoon paws. Got the grubby, grubby, grubby raccoon paws. Gonna drop down to the low. Get my grubby raccoon paws on the go. Got my little wet wipes just in case there's no puddle nearby for me to grace. Gonna eat everything in the world. Don't tell me what I can and I can't eat her, girl. A rare and a rare. So 2 more rares to the list. Wow, 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 wow. This music is weird. It's called Slow Flood. Let's switch it up. Let's switch up to, let's try this one. I like this one too. This one's kind of a neat type of music. Hey, what's up, Goldenheim? Welcome to the party, my friend. And I appreciate the raid. We jamming it up in here. We playing with variables. We trying to manipulate the game. We're doing a pretty good job, too. Of course, this is just a test. Kicking, all them frickin' kicking urns. Look at all the urns, gotta kick them everywhere. Guard corpse all over this place. Gonna take down every single corpse. Check their pockets, make sure, of course, they ain't got nothing good in there. Cause I want everything. Give me all the gold, give me the uniques. I need everything in the mold. I definitely need the mold. You're used to expecting a certain chord note progressions from all music we listen to and patterns we assimilate. Yeah. you know how to manipulate that, you make sticky songs of the expectation created on the listener. Yeah. Yeah. GGM, do you know if you have a video in your library about enhanced damage works? I do. Check out my Might video, which is... basically, Might is a very simple ability, and I could have made it into a very simple video and been like, this is how Might works. Now go leave me alone. But instead, I turned the Might video into a video essentially all on how enhanced damage works. And so if you take a look at my video on Might, that will give you the information that you need, because I go over all the calculations and I talk about all of it on the video. Oh, okay, got a part for a furnace? What the hell? Oh, Mr. 69 would have had a chance, but you beefed him up. It's terrible. Anyway, during this video, I go through a lot of calculations, how the Might or enhanced damage actually works, like talk about how it adds up and all sorts of other things. Pretty sure, like, yeah, see, I got my calculator out. I'm doing a whole bunch of calculations, talking about how Might works and whatnot. So if you want to learn how enhanced damage works, I'd recommend that you check out this video. Any tips on how to stay focused and motivated while doing repetitive runs and search for runes and gear? Don't do repetitive runs. I mean, I think, honestly, we've pretty much proven as a kinship that repetitive runs are not superior to Walk Magic Find. That Walk Magic Find and, like, variable, like, just adding in variables and just doing random things and just having fun and going places that you wouldn't normally go. Like, there's no real difference between doing the same run 10,000 times or doing, like, you know, a variety of things that equals up to the same amount as 10,000 times. I mean, you could do the TZs. The TZs are pretty fun to farm. Every time the hour swaps, you can go to the TZs and you can just do whatever the TZ is. Unless it's like a really crappy area and you just don't want to do that particular TZ, but I mean, it's really up to you. I don't particularly find the doing 10,000 Andy runs in a row to be particularly delightful or engaging. And also, at the same time, I don't really think you get better drops from doing that either than just simply spending the same amount of time just playing the game. Trav runs are crazy, but that's like a whole thing unto itself, and it has to do with the fact that there's so many super uniques in the same place. But that doesn't mean that you still can't throw in other things. You can go kill Pindle, you can go kill Eldritch and Shank and then do Trav. You can go good, you know, fucking go do a Countess run real quick and then do Trav. Like, you don't have to just do Trav over and over and over again. You can throw in other variables. Nice. Player 7, Plains of Despair. That's a spicy area to farm. I don't generally like going to Plains of Despair because it's such a nasty zone, but I mean, it is a nasty zone. Nasty, nasty, nasty. Dirty, dirty, nasty. Nasty, nasty, nasty. Dirty, 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 nasty. Like a dirty, nasty girl in your house. She gonna come around like a mouse. And then she won't leave when you say to. And she eats all your cheesecake in the fridge too. Dirty, 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 nasty. Dirty, 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 nasty. I forgot to get the key. Went back to town for one purpose, to grab some keys and put them in my stash. But I didn't do it, cause my brain is mush. And now I gotta go back and get some keys and hush, cause I'm stupid. Cause I'm stupid. Might not be able to finish this run. There's a storm coming. And the storm sounds nasty. Particularly nasty. Did I get the souls to trigger MF? No, I wasn't doing that. I mean, that could be interesting for a full clear. To go do the soul thing. I don't really think MF is really all that important, to be honest. The testing that we've been doing has kind of been proving that Magic Coin might not be as useful as we originally thought. I can't say that it's not useful, because it is useful to an extent, but it's not as useful as we thought. Which I think is the best way to state it. Right, ancient tunnels. Kicking all your dang urns. Every urn you got. I don't care about your dang urns. Found a J-mod in Worldstone. What's up, Burger Rain? Thanks for the follow, man. Appreciate the support. By the way, for those of you guys on Twitch, if you're interested, anybody who does, well, get a membership, you do get no ads. So memberships mean no ads. I do have that set up, so just throwing that out there. Just my little thank you to you for becoming a member. That way you don't have to worry about ads interrupting your viewing experience. Otherwise, you get to look at ads like all the other plebs. Plebs! Plebeians! Ow. Oh, 2 jewels. Oh, you tried to hide. Yeah, premium YouTube is amazing. I had to suspend my premium YouTube for a little while. I'm running low on the dinars. It's very upsetting too, because I have to watch ads now. Like a pleb. Oh, rare legendary mallet. Wow, +2 paladin, 20% increased attack speed. Yeah, it actually tried. We tried. I'm poor, okay, staff? I'm poor. Nah, I just got more important things to spend money on right now. I'll circle back around to some premium YouTube. I'll circle back around, round, 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 round. I want the snacks. Give me the snacks. I want all the snacks. They're my snacks. Yeah, Zagareth, what's going on, man? How you doing? How you doing, Zagareth? How you doing? I see all. I hear all. I know all. Can I explain how poison works in Diablo 2 Resurrected? Sure. Do you have a pen and a pad handy, ready to take down information? Because it's complicated. It's very complicated. It's not very easy. It's not an easy thing to spend. It has many parts, and many parts equal difficult, and difficult equal not so good. Let me see if I can sum it up for you real quick. All right, we're gonna see if we can sum this up for you as quick as I can. All right, you ready? Number uno. Number uno. Only one poison damage effect can be on a target at any time. And it only necessarily means the highest damage, but not necessarily the best damage. So highest damage, but not best damage, which is also an issue in the way that it works. Number two, since only one poison effect can be on the target at any given time, it basically only does one tick of damage, and any other poison damage, so any other poison damage from any other source, merely refreshes the duration. Number three, on the same character, so on the same character, multiple sources of melee or ranged poison combine to a total damage output. There's a whole like calculator to try and like figure this stuff out, so if you want to do that, you can. Number four, venom sucks big donkey anus balls combined and is terrible and shouldn't be used ever unless you have 0 poison damage, and even then still not preferred. Moving on. I'm not really going to explain that one. It takes too much effort to honestly explain why Venom sucks. But suffice it to say, if I can sum it up in the tiniest of words, is that Venom basically does nothing. And not only does it basically do nothing, but it also makes everything worse, not better. It's probably one of the worst skills in the game and has very little usefulness. Poison Dagger gets you good use out of it. That's about it. So number 5, how poison actually ticks on the target. So basically, poison damage can stop regeneration, but only when it is active. And poison damage is only active when the monster is green. So this is important. So when the monster is green. So the monster has to actually be green to stop regeneration. If the monster is not green, if they aren't green, they're mean. Number 6. All poison damage is interrupted by any other damage that hits a target during the same frame as the poison damage, negating it entirely. This one is kind of complicated to explain, but basically how it works is the game has essentially a tick rate. I think it's, what is it, 25? Is that 25 frames? I think it's 25 frames. Let's just go with 25 frames. So there's 25 frames in a second. All right. So when you dish out damage, let's say you do 100 poison damage over 4 seconds or whatever, which is the equivalent of 4 seconds equals 100 frames. And basically your 100 poison damage is now spread across all 100 frames, which basically means that the monster is taking 1 damage per frame. And anytime anything hits the monster, so for instance, if you have like an army like me, and you have 15, what is that, 25, 26, 27, 37, 47, 48. So you got, yeah, about 48 monsters, right? So you have 48 monsters attacking on a regular basis, right? And these 48 monsters can consume 48 frames. And those 48 frames that they're consuming will subtract 48 damage from your 100. So you're basically, your 100 gets subtracted by 48, and you're only doing an equivalent of 52 poison damage instead. And you don't get this back, so basically any other damage that you dish out while poison damage is ticking has a process of basically reducing the overall poison damage that you do, which is really stupid. It's dumb. Number 7. Open wounds does work with poison damage. This is interesting. So this one's actually kind of nice to have, as it basically just makes it so that open wounds, you get another bleed on top of your bleed, so you get 2 bleeds at the same time. Number 8, you need large amounts of negative resistance to really get poison damage to be effective. And number 9, and this is kind of a really stupid one, sorry, itchy. A lot of monsters have basically ways to reduce the poison that you dish out, so the time that you dish out. It's see if I can explain this right. I think I might have already gone over this one with number 1. So only 1 poison damage effect can be on a target at any time. Highest damage, but not the best damage. So basically what this means is that, like, speed isn't a factor. So speed has no real factor on poison damage because only 1 poison damage effect can ever be active at a single time. So in other words, attacking multiple times, like with multiple different poison effects, having multiple different poison skills going off at one time, none of that matters because the monsters are really only affected by one poison damage effect, which is the highest damage poison effect total. And it's not the highest damage poison effect. Like, for instance, if you had like a 1000 damage poison over 1 second and you had a, I don't know, 10,000 poison damage over 10 seconds or like 20 seconds or something. Like, the way that it chooses is actually kind of strange, and sometimes it can choose, like, for instance, this one over this one, despite the fact that this one is technically more damage than this one. It gets kind of confusing with that too. I don't really like it. That's pretty much everything. I don't really know what else to go over besides that. Hopefully you can hear me over the music. I get that bumping music going. Poison Nova is the highest damage poison spell that the Necromancer has. You can actually level them all up, and you can check them all, and you can divide the damage out, and you can figure out exactly how much poison damage it does per second. And the truth is that Poison Nova does the highest poison damage per second out of all three. Poison Dagger, Poison Explosion, and Poison Nova. Poison Nova is the highest. I did a lot of testing back in I can't remember what patch it was. There's a video up on it, basically where we tested poison damage to check and see like how well poison damage worked and with minions and stuff like that. And suffice it to say, with like a full party or full Necromancer of minions, you can literally cancel out all of your poison damage. Like, you can cancel out all of it. So your minions will literally cancel out every bit of poison damage that you're dishing out by hitting the target and consuming the frame that should have been consumed by the poison damage. And so literally when you're trying to kill bosses and stuff like that, you have like all of your minions attacking a boss, it's actually better to just simply switch over to amp damage and just let your minions work than it is to use lower resistance and use your poison, because your poison actually kills the monster slower, because it's basically doing 0 damage compared to your minions. Also, it really kind of seems like having minions on a poison Necromancer is a bad idea. I don't mean all minions. I just mean full minions. There's a difference. We got an ancient sword and a war hat. Alright, now that we're done with this, we're moving on to Arcane. Time to go clear some Arcane, boys. Actually, we gotta clear Palace first, right? I'll say I gotta go Palace. We go Palace and then Arcane. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Down to the palace serum, where the hoochies dance and play. There's some monsters down here too now, and they want to see the titties sway. In the harem you will see all the prince's favorites, and we know exactly what he did down here. Pillows and blankets everywhere. There are doors so you can stare. The prince did everything down in the harem where he can swing. Come on down to the harem, they say. We got the fairest dames in the land. All the monsters came to, you see, and they killed all the wenches, and now I'm sad. I don't got no more wenches. I sent down my guards, and all the wenches were dead, and now I have no guards.
Impossible. Impossible.
Finally found a unique homunculus. Nice. Yeah, not the wenches. Not the wenches. We need the wenches. I need to do this raw and wriggling. What's raw and wriggling? That was the saddest song. Yes, it was the saddest song. The poor wenches. The poor wench. I do not believe that the poor wench lived. The wenches, they all dead. You can see the wenches on the ground. There's one right there. I think her titties are sticking out. I don't know. It's kind of hard to see. Let's go into old thing. Okay, we got a guard, a guard. Okay, there's a guard, and then... Is that not a winch? It looks like a winch to me. That's a winch. Where's the winch here, but there's no winch there? See, that's not right. There's the winch. Where's the winches? Bring out the winches! Winches? What? Eye of the toilet? Bow, 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 bow. Bow, bow, bow. Bow, bow, bow. Grunting hard as to the steel. Oh man, I can't sing it without laughing. Grunting hard, but stuck to the seat. Eye of the toilet.
I need mana.
F for the winches, that's right. Y'all better F for the winches. Yeah.
I can't carry anymore.
Drop the gold. 20% increased attack speed, 2 resistances, magic funds, half freeze duration. They're kind of eh. Where's my eye of the toilet? Hold on. Let's pull up eye of the toilet. Eye of the toilet. Bow, 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 bow. That's it. We're playing Eye of the Toilet, the hit single. You guys ready? We're gonna do Eye of the Toilet. I know you guys love my hit singles, and I'll share it so you guys can play it later. There you go. So you guys can have some fun with Eye of the Toilet on your own. I can't sing it without laughing, so.
Too tired to smile.
Bow, bow. Bow, bow, bow. Bow, bow, bow. Grunting hard on the steel, butts frozen to the seat. It's the eye of the toilet. I'm grunting real hard. Going to put all my deuces in the toilet. Got to poop all my butt cheeks out 'cause it's the tide. Got to go to the bathroom all night. Eye of the toilet. Bow, 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 bow. That's right, boys. Eye of the toilet. Grunting hard, butt cheeks stuck to the steel. Can't feel my legs anymore, 'cause I've been on the toilet for 5 hours and I don't think I can stand up. My butt cheeks are numb and I can't feel my face, 'cause I've been grunting all day long. Eye of the toilet. You got something you don't know what it was, though? You know it, or do I? What? It was supposed to be put into the chat for later consumption? Oh man, I'm sorry, I messed up. My bad. He looked familiar? I don't know. I don't know who that guy is. Some ginger, some ugly ginger guy. Likes to sing stupid songs all the time. A blue sacred Rondash. 34 all res. I didn't roll with the J, but it rolled with the res. I don't know why the guards would keep him locked in the palace. They're not keeping him locked in the palace. Jaren is keeping the monsters from getting out of the palace. He basically knows that the monsters are coming up, and they've given up on retaking the palace. So they basically have fortified the doorway, and they're basically trying to keep the demons inside the palace from getting out into the village. That was basically the story as I remember it. Hey, Warfark. I know exactly what this is too. It's an oddity of an item. It definitely is a good item, but at the same time it always comes too late, it feels like, to be overly useful. It's called Soul Feast Wartime or something like that. I can't remember the exact name. It's like a mediocre-ish weapon that has pretty good damage for its tier, It's not gonna like surpass most other items in its class, but I mean it's something. It's another unique item at least. It's another unique. We can add that to the list. Let's just go ahead and add it on there. So we got 7 uniques so far. It's interesting, the uniques and the sets are just kind of like tied with each other. Like the uniques and the set items have almost the same exact drop rate or something. A blue Grand Crown? Why would I look at a blue Grand Crown? What's special about a blue Grand Crown that would make me wanna pick it up and check it? Soul Feast Time. See, I told you Soul Feast Time. It's dual leech. It's got pretty decent damage. It's got AR. It's not a bad weapon by any means, but for some reason I always tend to find it like way too late for it to be useful. You just discovered my channel, Mac? Well, welcome to my channel, buddy. I appreciate all viewers, new viewers, old viewers, left viewers, right viewers, whichever way it hangs. You know, maybe your girlfriend doesn't like the way that it hangs, but you know what? I don't care. It can hang whichever way. It's alright with me, my friend. Let it hang. You want? +2 Necromancer, +2 Bone Prison, dual leech, 135 lightning damage. You know, the normal Necromancer wand stats. Of course, they always have to have dual leech and random elemental damage on them. Ding dong, Necro's dead, the Necro's dead, the Necro's dead. Ding dong, the Necro's dead. The Necro's dead instead. A Reddit suggestion on the Burr video that's so crazy, I'm gonna try and replicate it. A Reddit suggestion? What kind of Reddit suggestion? What kind of craziness have I started? What have I done? I love Urdars. Urdars are great minions. They're so great. They're so amazing. Did frickin' Uber Diablo spawn? Like, I could have sworn I saw it said terror something earlier. Like, maybe I was just imagining it, but it was like terror approaches sanctuary or something. Terror begins to form in sanctuary. Okay. Hmm. Wanna pop, wanna pop. Ow. Alright, now we just gotta clear Arcane. You have no idea what you set in motion this day. Fly, you fools. A swaya. A double bow, that's 56. A superior Shaco. The memes. How superior is it? Only 9%? Oh, that's terrible. Oh, a mighty scepter.
I am overburdened.
Terrible super chest. Mighty Scepter sucks too. I don't know why people are excited about Ogre Axes. It's not particularly an exciting item. Oh, a stiletto. Storm Spire? Yeah, Storm Spike. Sorry, Storm Spike. Yeah, Storm Spike. Terrible item. It's a unique, though. Interesting that our number of uniques is now surpassing our number of sets. I originally thought them to be equal, but they're not equal anymore. Or I thought sets were going to be higher, actually. That was my original assumption. And now it seems like most definitely the sets are lower. Either that or at least equal. Man, Act 3 is going to be a pain in the butt, isn't it? Especially with how big Durance of Hate is. God bless it. I didn't realize this won't take me hours. Music! The freaking ghouls that shoot all the fire spells off of, I'm a fire necromancer, so they give me like massive amounts of damage. All those fireballs and everything they're shooting, it's crazy. I'm literally deliberately getting as many of them as I can. Just so I have like an entire army of ghouls. It's great. I love it. A dull rune. Don't hold your breath now, guys. Oh my god. Oh my god, a dull rune. Oh my goodness. It's so beautiful. The dulliest of runes. I can't believe it. I got a door room. It's so insane that I got a freaking door room. I left it in the dirt cause I can't believe it hurt to get a door room on my way to a night it hurts. Door room, yo. It's a pretty active role with this character. I gotta make sure I'm micromanaging my minions a lot, and I also use Corpse Explosion, and I gotta make sure that I'm casting my curses, and I do stuff. I'm a stuff doer. I do things and stuff and things, okay? Things and stuff and things and things and stuff and things, and that's what I gotta do. Alright, last but not least. And his soul helmets. Am I gingerific? What the hell is gingerific? Oh yeah, I'm clearing everything. Everything. When I said everything, I mean everything. Hey, a rare military thing. So many javelin throwers. Freaking spear cats, man. I'm just trying to dodge spears. How do you get the key binding legends to stay at the bottom of the screen? Options, gameplay. Go down to quick cast skills, check auto and display active skill bindings, check. Check, 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 check. Oh, definitely. Quick cast is 100% worth it. Love quick cast. Can't do without it anymore. Alright, let's start clearing the tombs. Thankfully, most of these are pretty small. Then we will have officially completed Act 2. We can move on to Act 3. Act 4 is real short, so I mean, it's not really that big of a deal. Act 5 is long. Act 5 is going to take a while. Hey, a lumberin. It's the first decent... Well, I don't even know if that's considered decent. It's such a low room. A lumberoon, boys. A lumberoon. The adventures of Lummeroon as he travels through the cave. Adventures of Lummeroon as he lummies his way down. Lummeroon did go away and Lummeroon did find the day, but Lummeroon did rue the day he traveled to the cave. Lummeroon did rue the day he traveled through the cave. Lummeroon, he's gonna make it, it's a rune. We're gonna make it to the moon. That's the Adventures of Lemmywinks, by the way. Good lord, so many rejuvenation potions. Drop me something good. Drop me something nice. Drop me something good. And serve me chicken and rice. 'Cause I need something good to eat in my belly, sir. If you do not mind, I would like everything for her. Shum, 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 shum. Blue Sharko. Baby Sharko doo 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 doo. Baby Sharko doo 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 doo. Baby Sharko doo 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 doo. Baby Sharko. I like it. I love it. It's got a nice funky beat, you know it. I like it. I love it. Speeding up and getting faster, gonna take it down to Rasta. Many full juvies, like holy Jesus. They just keep throwing them at me too. If only they did that when you were playing hardcore. There's freaking juvies everywhere. So many frickin' urns. This place is insane with urns. Wish I had telekinesis and some faster caster. Diablo told his minions not to break their urns. Could be lich organs in there. So many urns over here, and gotta kick 'em all. So many urns over here, gotta kick 'em all. Oh my dear Lord Jesus, they keep making more urns. I do not know where they keep coming frickin' from. Frickin' frack, bro. Frickin' frack, yo. Bolivian model, not the ghoul model? What? Kicking, 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 kicking. Bone shield. We're up to 60 rares.
I am overburdened.
I can do you one better, Jesse. I already made a video on this character. You can just check out my video on this character. I called it the Pyromancer. There's a link, Jesse. For those of you guys in Twitch too, if you want it. The Pyromancer is a unique build that I created for this season. No problem, Jesse. Poor guy. Great sword. Check and see if it's ethereal real quick. Nope. Alright, 61 rares. This has got to be Duriel's too. A Luckabur. A Luckabur X. I got a Luckabur. It sucks. Luckabur, Luckabur, Luckabur X. Luckabur, Luckabur, Luckabur X. Luckabur, Luckabur, Luckabur Fax. Luckabur, Luckabur, Luckabur Fax. Luckabur. Luckabur, 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 burr, 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 lucka, 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 burr, burr. Locka, burr, burka, lock, locka, burka, burka, lock. Has a burka, has a locka, has a burka, locka, locka, burka, locka. Superior Swam. Free socket with lightning sentry. Is that a good Plague Claw? Get +5. I think our blue's better for lightning sentry. Supportive builds are really fun. I think that's like a whole category.
I am overburdened.
Like doing like a team, and with like the team, you have like two people who are doing really good together, setting up stuff specifically to help each other out. Like you can make some pretty interesting supportive builds. A really interesting supportive build is a Holy Fire Paladin with a Enchant Sorceress. And basically the Holy Fire Paladin and the Enchant Sorceress are essentially running the same build. But then the Enchant Sorceress uses her godlike enchant to enchant the Holy Fire Paladin, giving him even more damage than he would normally have. Holy Fire Paladin, Strider Paladin, and Enchant Sorceress are basically on par with each other as far as damage output goes. But if you throw the freaking enchant from a Holy Fire or a Enchant Sorceress on a Holy Fire Strider Paladin, like dear Lord Jesus, you just give him god tier damage. It's such an excellent combo. A Deathy Mask. Have I ever fully decked out a Lightning Act 3 mark? Yeah, I have. I can't remember which character it was on, but I've done all the Act 3 mercenaries. I think they're all really good these days. People sleep on the Act 3 marks, but they're great. They really are. I like them a lot. The Lightning Merc is great for the static field that it offers. And plus you get to throw a Crescent Moon on them. Crescent Moon, Ethereal Griffin's Eye, most likely K. Hagen's. You saying my Merc is stupid, Augusta? You saying him dumb? You saying him ain't got a brain cell between him and the dog? You think the dog is using the brain cell all the time and he don't let the Merc using that brain cell? Is that what you saying, Augusta? Because that is rude. Okay. He has 2 brain cells. Clearly. Clearly, too. Alright. So you should feel ashamed of yourself. L rune, boys. Because we found a L rune coming on back. I know you're jealous of it. Gonna have a heart of freaking attack. Because I got a freaking dug L rune. So freaking sweet. Sounds like somebody's phone ringing. Speaking of somebody's phone ringing in a song, you guys ever be listening to songs on the radio and there's like a police siren, like real light in the freaking song, and it makes you pay attention to the song? Like they do that crap just to piss you off. They put in like little ringtones and jingles and stuff to try and like fool you. Like, and they do it real low too, so you can't quite hear it. You're like, what was that? They be trying to trick people all the time with them stupid little like police sirens and other things they put inside the songs. What's up, Cryptic Code? Cryptic Code is more like it, I'm probably sure. Butcher your name. Let me butcher your name real quick. Welcome to the butcher shop where we butcher your name. We don't say your name correct, and it's actually pretty lame. I forgot to repair all the cracked items. Why would I want to repair all the cracked items?
Hey Ginger, that beat sounds like the music from Star Control, I think.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. Like the scene that the cut music when you're like in ship combat, I think.
It says fresh face. That's what it says on my screen.
Okay.
Atlantis IRL is giving the are we there yet?
How long will it take to clear the whole game? I don't know. A while. Okay? A while. I mean, I'm already more than halfway there. Act 4 is tiny. I think this is the last tomb and we're moving on to Act 3. Ugh. Clearing out the jungle is going to be freaking annoying. Once we get past the jungle, though, it won't even be that difficult. I feel like the jungle is the hard part. Ooh, an ethereal axe. Fool's mod. Nothing else, though. Unfortunate. Hey, Endo-san with the Prime sub. Thank you. Really appreciate the support, my man. I like this song. It's called Sparkles. Alright, that does it. On to Act 3. We've now cleared all of Act 2. Lord. Well, get right to it. I ain't gonna stop. I have a feeling we're going to be teleporting a lot on this one. Watch me find my jaw rune or something here.
I can't carry anymore.
An IO rune. Woo! Lum IO, boys. We did it. Clearing the entire game is totally worth it for a Lum and IO rune. A Lum and IO rune. Is this P8? No, this is online, so can't be P8. I can make that white now. You shush, sir. I'm trying to just go like both sides of the river. I think that's probably like my best bet to hopefully try and get everything killed. So we'll go do our acting layer real quick.
I am overburdened.
Immune to fire spiders. One of the few monsters in the game that can actually try to stay alive versus me. So crazy how many rares drop. Oh, I didn't drop my freaking Bang Song's lesson. A Thunder Cougar Falcon mask. Thunder Cougar Falcon mask. Come on down and give some gas. Got a Thunder Cougar Falcon mask. Thunder Cougar Falcon mask. It's got the essence of all the gas. Thunder Cougar Falcon mask. We're gonna let everybody know about this mask. We got that Thunder Cougar Falcon mask. Thunder Cougar Falcon, that's the past. We got the Thunder Cougar Falcon mask coming for you. S-R-A-O, gonna be for you. Oh. E. Thunder Cougar Falcon mask. Thunder Cougar Falcon mask. I'm running out of room, yo. God, I am still poisoned. How long am I gonna stay poisoned for? Like, dear Lord Jesus. I was about to say, is this straight up infinity poison? Like, that jank just never wearing off. I kind of wanted to see, like, how long it would take for it to wear off. And it took forever. Why clear the entire game, John? Well, we want to test the variables and want to see what's going on. Technically, according to the variables that we've been finding out, is that clearing the game could potentially cycle the variables the most out of just about everything. And so basically the general idea here is to keep rolling the variables and see what happens. Like, what's going to happen if we roll the variables.
Not in town.
So we're rolling all the variables. Every single variable we got. We're going to roll all of them. What am I recording? Well, right now I'm just recording rare sets and uniques. Also paying attention to special drops as well. Just kind of getting an idea for, like, how the variables roll. Like, what the, like, split percentage is on, essentially, like, the drops. Right now it seems like rares drop in exorbitantly higher degree than sets and uniques. And very interestingly, it also seems like uniques are almost equivalent to sets in terms of drop percentages, which is a little odd. It was always my understanding that sets were higher, or yeah, much higher than uniques in drop percentage, but it doesn't seem like that's the case. something else going on here.
Overburdened.
This is going on confirming some more stuff that we had eventually found out during the last Magic Find do-jank that we had. And basically what we came across was that, like, most of the time when an item upgraded, it seemed like the majority of the time when an item upgraded, it upgraded it to a rare item. That was like the primary thing that it would upgrade it to was rare. And it does seem to be, honestly, like our math is currently showing that it does in fact upgrade to rare the most. Granted, I could of course record blues, but blues are everywhere, and I think it's obvious to anyone that blues are going to be the, well, the highest.
Impossible.
Ha ha. You guys make fun. I'm already in Act 3. And I'm clearing everything, mind you. When I said everything, I meant everything. Some of you peons thought I meant only some of the stuff. No, I meant everything. Everything, you peons! Everything. Everything has gotta go. Don't you know?
Carry anyone.
Everything. Everything's gotta die. We gonna make 'em fry. Gonna kill everything. Click on all the stuff. Gonna grab all the loot. Check everything so that we can make sure that we get that ring. Runes. Runes dropping out of buttholes. Runes dropping out of urns. Runes dropping out of baskets. Runes dropping out of learn. I don't make no distinctions when a jaw rune falls. Cause it's a jaw rune and I want it. And it goes inside my pocket. The Jarunians. Ow. Stupid spiders and your stupid spider face and your stupid ugly spiders. Alright, clear. Spider forest. Spider cavern is clear. Ow. Almost died from a trap. Stupid 10,000-year poison. How long your poison last? 10,000 year. 10,000 year. Oh my god, an antidote potion. Thank you, for the love of Jesus. Yes, for the love of God, drink a health potion. Exactly. For the love of God, drink a potion. For the love of God, chug it down. For the love of God, drink the potion. Get the red lips going down. I chug so many potions, my lips is turning red. I chug so many potions, I think I'm gonna be dead. My music stopped.
I am overburdened.
I kill everything. Nothing do the live. I do not let the live. It all die. Alright, that's Great Marsh. Actually, we gotta clear Great Marsh anyway, so let's just go to Great Marsh. Time for Glooms. What's up, Frog? Great Marsh. At least there's no gloams in Great Marsh. Kind of excited about that, actually. 'Cause there's always gloams. It feels like there's always gloams here. Like, I thought that was actually a thing. I don't know why I didn't. I don't know why I thought that wasn't a thing. I thought that was like the thing, is that gloams were always here. But you know what? I'm not gonna complain. Not complaining. Not complaining. Not complaining. Don't need any gloam. There is no complaints. Man gonna sing when he gets that ring. I do like to sing. I do. I do. Oh look, the Great Marsh waypoint. Waypoint I never wanted. I got frogs, y'all. I got frogs in my army. come on now. I got some frogs in my army. They got a crown. Look at all my wonderful frogs. Ow! 69 rares, boys. We hit the magic number.
I can't carry anymore.
69, 69, 69 rares. 69, 69, 69 rares. 69, 69, 60, 60, 69. How many worthy drops, honestly? None. I mean, I got the Mavina's Grand Matron bow. I think that's like the only drop I got that wasn't like pretty much bottom tier. Even then, I don't really consider Map's bow to be insanely rare. How I raise zombies back from the dead? That's an interesting one. So like I'm a necromancer, I get it, and like I'm raising things back from the dead and turning them into the undead. But how do you turn something that's undead into? How do you re-resurrect an undead doodling into another undead doodling? Like that, just kind of breathe new life into them or something? Just like tickle their anus a little bit? Does that just they just wake up? Give them a good tickling on the ani and they just stand up. What's the necromancer's secrets to this? Being able to reanimate the dead again. Reanimate the dead. Come on back to bed. Griswold's Caduceus. I'd say Grizz Caduceus with the right number of sockets, yeah, is definitely rarer than Mavs, though. I see Griswold's Caduceus a lot less than Mavbo. Ugh. You know what area I'm not looking forward to 100%ing? Which is freaking Endurance of Hate level 2. God dang, Endurance of Hate level 2 be like ridiculous sometimes. No, sewage isn't too bad. What's up, froggies? Froggy, froggy, froggy.
I can't carry anymore.
Hey, we made it into the player jungle. Alright, I'm just gonna make sure we've covered everything. I want to leave no stone unturned. No rock undisheveled, no raccoon unkempt. I think we're good to go in the flare.
Impossible.
Hey, an unraveler head. I closed my eyes and I got an unraveler head. Is that a variable? I keyed, I keyed. Eat, sucky, 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 sucks. Eat, suckity, 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 sucks.
I need mana. burdened.
What's up, Gibbon boy? Yeah, I'm running out of steam. I'm running out of steam, y'all. Can't be cooked. Running out of steam, y'all. Sacred tires. 37 all res sacred tires. And this late in the ladder, and yeah, it's not like above 40. A hell rune. Boys, 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 boys. I got a hell rune and I can remove all them stats. Take the rumors right out and take it back. I can get my armor back and not have to worry about now. Cause I got a hell rune, such a beautiful hell rune. Ooh, a Spired Helm. 2-socket, boo. Boo, 2-socket, boo. Boo. Boo-earns, boo-earns. I swear, people who've never seen that episode, I feel sorry for you. That episode made me laugh so hard. Basically, they're inside of like an auditorium, and Burns has like does like a speech, and his what is his little friend? What is his little friend's name? Withers or whatever. Is they start booing him, and he's like, "Are they booing me?" He goes, "I can't tell. Are they booing me?" He goes, "It sounds like they're booing me." And he goes, "No, no, no. They're saying your name. Boo, Boo Earns." Burns, he burns, 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 and he convinces Burns that they're saying his name, despite the fact that they're all booing him. Smithers, that's right, not Withers, Smithers, sorry. Like, no, they're obviously just saying your name. What's up, champion players? I'm gonna blow you up and I don't care. A rare edge bow. 71. I mean, I think a pattern is already starting to emerge, which definitely gives us what I was coming here to test for. I think that's the most important thing, is that we're getting the data that we need that proves my hypothesis in the first place. So what was my hypothesis at the beginning of this, by the way? Is my my hypothesis is that the magic find percentages line up primarily with like one item over others. So how do I explain this? So when we were doing the testing, we found out that individual magic find percentages would line up with specific, like, you know, items, like for instance rares or magic items or whatever, right? So like as you hit specific magic find percentages on the table, you would get specific items. And it never seemed to be like, okay, this goes to a unique item if you have enough magic find. It really seemed like, well, it pretty much only went to a rare, and it was actually kind of odd, right? So primarily it was rares, and it seemed to be like almost every single magic find percentage that I found was a rare. And my hypothesis is that rares take up the majority of the lotto spots on the winning reel, like the slot machine. Like, imagine if cherry was essentially rares, right? And you know, every time you hit like 3 cherry or 2 cherry or whatever, like you end up getting like a rare item. And it seems to be confirmed, because quite honestly, it seems like the rares drop exceedingly more often than the sets and the uniques, by a factor of 10. Like literally a factor of 10 over the regular. So you'll find 10 times more rares than you will sets and uniques. And I don't know exactly what to say about it, honestly. I feel like it's such an odd thing that it's basically a slot machine wheel, and the slot machine wheel is providing like very specific drops. But now that we know that it's like a slot machine wheel, and we know that the rares are just going to come up more often, constantly, because there's more entries on the wheel for the rare items than there are anything else. What's up, Salt and Chill? Welcome to the channel, my friend. If you're new here from Twitch, I also have a YouTube channel, by the way. For those of you who are on Twitch, my YouTube channel's pretty big. I do stream on YouTube all the time, obviously, but most of my videos, in fact, 99% of my content is over on YouTube. So, unique item videos, rune word videos, all sorts of beautiful stuff. I'm sure you'll find something if you enjoy Diablo 2. Hey, we got another set item. It's like one of the first set items we've gotten in a long time. Now we're up to 8 sets and 8 unique items so far. Pickaxe. Should you build Infinity or Enigma first? What character are you? And what build are you? I mean, Infinity is a very powerful weapon and can definitely make a huge difference in your character's ability to kill stuff. Enigma just is really convenience. I hate to say it, but I don't really particularly like making Enigma unless it's absolutely required. For this particular character, because I need to condense my army on top of targets, it's one of the only times you'll probably ever see me use Enigma. Infinity is definitely very powerful. Both of them are pretty much out of reach, though, if you're brand new to the game, dude. I mean, you're gonna have to farm yourself a lot of frickin' burrs and jobbers.
I can't.
Ah, somebody gave you a bunch of stuff. Honestly, in my opinion, if you're an elemental damage class, the Conviction Aura is amazing. I mean, I think the Conviction Aura on Infinity is freaking nuts. I don't know. I know a lot of people put a lot of emphasis on that teleport, but I really couldn't care less about it. So, if you ask me, I'm gonna say, well, grab Infinity, because Infinity just, it feels like a much stronger and powerful item overall.
I can't carry anymore.
And a reflex bow. I need to check this. Could be upgrade material.
I can't carry anymore.
Need a couple ID scrolls so I can see what the bow rolls. And when I'm finished, I can throw it in the trash if it's not good for my rare.
I am overburdened.
72 rares so far. Ah, well, appreciate it. Well, we're almost done with the jungle. We pretty much just have Player left. Player and Swampy Pit. Season 6 only just started, so it's going to be quite some time before it ends. We've still got plenty of time to hop in on Season 6, to be honest. I'm sure the population has gone down since launch of Season 6, but it's definitely still in swing. I'm currently playing on a Season 6 character right now. Some random dude just showed up at my house. He told me he found a freaking mouse out in the yard, partying real hard. And I said, yo, that's my favorite mouse, Joe. Joe is cool, he's cool as a pool. We hop on in for the summer in the pool, and Joe comes down and he sits around and he parties with us while we're swimming down in the summer. Swimming with the Joe. Joe the mouse, he's a really cool guy. Bow, bow, bow. Come on down to our town. No luck finding any bases. I found a pretty decent 3-socket Archon earlier if you want that for your Enigma base. Unless you want to go with the Mage Plate, which is also a good option.
I can't carry anymore.
Bow, bow. The corruption begins to fade. I don't know, too many people focus on the end of the journey, in my opinion, when it comes to Diablo. Diablo is about the journey. It's not about the end of the journey. And I think that's why, you know, like, when people start focusing so much on Enigma and Infinity and all that other stuff, like, they want to get their character set up so fast, and they want to get everything, like, freaking, like, to the point where they get it so fast, they got a freaking rug burn on their knees from sucking so much penis to get their burns and jaw. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Actually, I'm not kidding. But I mean, the journey is more fun. I mean, it always has been to me. I don't know. Like I've always been a journey guy, not so much the destination. I like the journey. I like to walk. I go as far as I can and I talk. I tell everyone that I see that I like the magic vine while I'm walking to see. And when I get there, I'm looking looking for shells and starfish and all sorts of things that you can tell about to your neighbors and friends. When I get back, I let them know that I found a lot of sweet crap by the beach, and when I collect it all in my hands, I gotta tell everybody all of my plans, and then I go up to the mountain top and I gonna tell everyone. I gotta shout, 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 shout at the top of my lungs, 'cause I'm gonna let everybody know I found a burr. You cry seeing what back where? You need that claw? It's probably still on the ground back there somewhere. Ow, ow, ow. 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 I like this song, I do. Don't touch me on my butt. I didn't like it. Tell you what, you blew up and I got a shard in my eye. It really hurt. I don't like the dollies. No, I don't. I don't like the dollies. No, I don't. They're mean. I don't like them. They suck. I don't like them. They're mean. I don't like them. They suck. I don't like them. No, 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 no. Mean little dollies all in my hair. Mean little dollies exploding so fair. That's right.
I can't carry anymore.
Teleport. Teleport. A worm hide. The hide of a worm. Superior blade talons of suckiness. Terrible blade talons, terrible blade talons. They ain't got no skills and only one socket. One socket Joe. That's what they call me. One socket Joe. Coming down. We got the one socket Joe doing his thing. One socket Joe singing his sing. Oh, spiderweb sash.
I am overburdened. I can't carry
Juve, 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 juve. Just put every desirable stat on one piece of gear. See if players like it. I mean, Enigma doesn't have every desirable stat, but it does have most of them. Honestly, I think Enigma is lacking resistances. It's also lacking, I don't know. It's not exactly the most amazing thing in the world, but it's alright. The 45% fast run walk, the +2 skills is nice. I mean, it does have strength and physical damage reduction with Magic Mine, but it's still missing out on things like Crushing Blow, Open Wounds, Deadly Strike. It's missing out on other things like all resistances, and there's a couple things that it doesn't have that, I don't know. I do like that run walk though. As much as I don't like teleporting, I actually do like the run walk speed. I prefer to walk on most of my characters, but with this particular character, because it's a summon necromancer, I need the Enigma to basically relocate my army. Either that or a really nice circlet with some tele charges on it. This is that really stupid one, isn't it? Yeah, it's the one with all the things in the center, and I think that you go down each line and there's like a gate in between each one, and then like didn't have teleport to be a pain in the butt. Cleaver. Superior Monarch. 11% enhanced to Superior Monarch. Yeah. 11%'s okay, I guess. It's not exactly that amazing. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow. Alright. Northy. Northerly. I thought it was an Istrun for a second. It's an Ithrun. That's terrible. I mean, if you put all that on there, nobody's gonna ever use anything else. I don't know why you'd want to make one item be like the best item in the game for every single character. It seems kind of silly. It really seems like Enigma was made after the fact with no interest to balance it or make it actually into a like functional like piece of the itemization. They were just like, you know, let's just make this thing OP. I'm surprised they didn't make it even more OP. Oh no, I think so too. I think teleporting takes away a lot of the fun of the game. I think walking is where you actually have a lot of the fun. As soon as you add in teleporting, you start skipping over vast quantities of the game. And I think that's where actually you start to lose a lot of your fun. Like I said, the fun is in the journey, not the destination. So, like, Enigma is something that helps you get to your destination faster. I mean, yeah, yeah, it'll help you get to your destination faster, but it'll also, you know, kind of just cancel out a lot of your fun along with it. You might notice that when I'm using my Enigma, I'm using it offensively, not movement speed wise, so I'm usually only using it to basically just get my army in there and basically relocate them as necessary. Not necessarily the other way around, which is a way a lot of people use it, which is the like skip over everything in the game method. Hey, super chests. I really not have a key? No, I got keys. Kind of sounds like Stranger Things. It's called Elephant Dreams. In my dreams, I am small, but I know how I can grow big and tall. In my dreams, I meme. All night long, all I do is look at freaking memes. Memes! Even in my dreams, I'm looking at the memes. All of the memes that you have ever seen. Kitty cat memes and doggy diggy doggy dog memes. I'm looking at the long list of streams. Oh, clearing LK is kind of fun at least. Just a bunch of stuff to click on. Not really a lot of monsters here. Comparatively. Well, I've had people tell me, they're like, I'll quit if they remove Enigma from the game. And I'm like, okay. Big loss. I think removing Enigma from the game would have stabilizing effects on the game, far-reaching past just simply making people enjoy the game. There's actually another really solid reason for removing Enigma, and honestly just removing teleport from the game entirely. And you might be saying, well, hold up, just removing teleport entirely? You're just gonna gimp the sorcerers? Hear me out. Bots. Okay, you ready? Bots can't function without teleport, okay? A lot of people, I don't think, understand this. They don't know this. They don't really realize this. Is that Enigma and teleport from the sorceress are basically what allow the bots to function with relative ease in pretty much all areas of the game without having to do very much work at all.
I am overburdened.
Forcing characters to walk would decrease the amount of areas that bots could farm dramatically. Like, I'm not just talking about like some areas. The majority of the zones that bots like to farm, Andariel, Mephisto, Bale, Diablo, etc., require teleporting. Bots are relatively simple programming. It's go here, do this, like teleport over here, find this monster, kill this, leave. Like, they don't generally have advanced programming to be able to handle like walking to a zone. If you take away teleport from the game, you literally gimp the majority of the bot farming locations, and you make it so that the game actually has normal like item progression, so that you don't have literally like freaking 1,000 burr runes on like day 2 of the ladder. I mean, if you understand how bot programs work and how they have to teleport to the target, and like putting in advanced AI of being able to detect what's going on, deal with threats, like actually kill things, like going through an entire zone and killing things, like it would be a lot more difficult in general for bots to do pretty much anything unsupervised when you take away their teleport ability. And I would be all for at least giving it a try. Like, I mean, I know some people might be hesitant, but I think that taking a teleport away almost entirely would basically just completely fix the bot problem. If not completely. And on top of this, there's also the added benefit of you wouldn't even have to really take away teleport from a sorceress, but you would have to add a relatively long delay onto it, which would cause the bots to get into trouble and basically make it so that they would have to actually fight some monsters on occasion. And by doing this, you could put them in danger, essentially.
I am overburdened.
Oh, 1.08 Arcane's Valor was amazing. That thing was insane. Kidding me? They had to nerf that thing.
My character.
Oh. Black Killer's running away. Come back here, Black Killer. Alright, this area's done.
Yeah, Arcane's was pretty nice in D1. It eventually got outclassed by some of the higher pieces of equipment, but it was pretty nice while it lasted.
Not enough mana. I can't. I can't carry it.
Spidums everywhere. Not a spidum to eat. I swear I'm falling asleep. Eight o'clock. It's only 8 well, no, 8 o'clock,
I
sorry.
can't carry
It's
it.
12 o'clock. I'm not sure I'll be able to complete the entire freaking game in one run. I mean, I'm pretty close to Act 4, at the very least. It's really just a matter of time.
I am overburdened. I can't carry anymore.
Heal me, please. I'm dying, please. Heal me, please. I'm dying, please. Need some potions. Give me potions. All the potions. Give me all the potions. All these guys do is run. They're rude. I am stuck in an endless freaking poison. I swear this poison has never gone away. It's been like 10 whole minutes and I swear the poison is still going. I've literally drunk every single potion I have in my belt trying to offset the poison and it's still... that jank is still not going away. It's like, no. No, I am the rancid gonorrhea in the night. I am the stain on your pants in the morning. I am the Nightwing Duck. No, I was totally doing Nightwing Duck, by the way. Nightwing Duck! Let's get dangerous. Nightwing Duck! When troubles are coming in, they're coming in. I can't remember the song. Nightwing Dude, I used to love Nightwing Duck. I don't know what it was about Nightwing Duck, but I thought it was hilarious. It was like Batman meets Dick Tracy meets Scooby-Doo. Freaking Nightwing Duck and Gargoyles used to come on all the time together, too. Nightwing Duck and Gargoyles, those were the two. Dude, Gargoyles had like a freaking all-star cast, too. I mean, I didn't know it back in the day because, you know, I was just a little kid. I didn't know what the hell's going on. But you ever look at the cast of freaking Gargoyles? That TV show was lit. Yeah, Darkwing Duck. Darkwing Duck. Let's get dangerous. Darkwing Duck. Yeah, check out the cast of Gargoyles. You had Keith David for Goliath, Jonathan Frakes, which is Riker, for the David Xanatos, Jeff Bennett for Brooklyn, Edward Anzer for Hudson, Sally Richardson for Eliza Mays. I mean, it was a pretty like chock full cast. Michael Dorn was in there, which is Worf, obviously. I mean, there's just like Tim Curry was in there, like the freaking cast, like LeVar Burton. I mean, freaking Brett Spinner. Like the freaking cast of Gargoyles is like ridiculous. it's ridiculous. They even had John Rhys Davies in there. My poor hit points. Every healing potion in town, and I still can't freaking heal myself. Drink more healing potions. Drink them all.
I can't carry anymore.
Healing potions. Let's drink all the potions. Healing potions. Still at 1 HP. Healing potions. Oh, well. Nice. Finally. basket, basket, a tisket, a tasket, a basket, a tasket.
I can't carry anymore. I can't. Impossible.
I didn't anticipate these guys running away from me. Makes this whole thing a little bit annoying. Trying to clear the entire thing. They just run and they don't stay still, and I don't like it. I just want you to die. Why can you not die? Just die. If you could do me a favor and die, that would be great. I really appreciate it.
I can't.
Die. Alright, Kuros Bazaar is finished. Let's move on to the sewers. We gotta clear the sewers real quick.
I am overburdened.
Sewers is kind of odd. I mean, it's not exactly like the worst place in the world. Well, for this particular type of character, I think I'll be alright. Super chest. I'm just teleporting my undead to a location. That's pretty much all I'm doing.
I can't carry anymore.
Teleportation of the undead. Barrel jewel carnage. Damn again. So much poison. I'm always dying. The hell is that? I've never seen that before.
Impossible. I can't.
Hey, Sean does his thing. Thanks for the sub, my friend. I got a cold kill hatchet. It's nothing unique. It's the 9th unique that we've gotten so far. How's the night going? I've been streaming for about 8 hours, trying to do a complete clear of this game. Not really sure I'm gonna make it here. Looks like I might make it to Act 4. That's about it. Maybe I can leave my game open. Dying. I always wondered just how big the diamonds are in Diablo 2. Like, those gems look like they're the size of a freaking fist. Like, how big are they, really? Holy Jesus. Guessing that was a whole lot of dolls that just died near me because I almost died. Let's go back to town before the dolls suck my blood, my marrow, and my bones around. Sucking marrow out of bones. Sucking marrow out of bones. Gonna get you with the Jones. I don't wanna die, my friend, so I'm gonna go to the end. Oh Lord, see, they trying. I was thinking about leaving the game when I come back tomorrow. Pick up where I left off. Pick up where I left off. I don't know how well that would actually work, to be honest. Oh, I base the size of the gems off of this. Unless this is like some sort of pygmy skull or something. It says that it's a perfect skull. And, I mean, it's the same size as all the other things. So, and it also fits into the socket slots, just like everything else. I mean, if it's a human skull, it's like freaking this big, right? I mean, even if it's a pygmy skull or something, like, it's still freaking a pretty large object, right? That's how I always saw it.
I can't carry anymore.
Yes, I'm using accurate enchant merc. It's the way this build works. What's up, Dan O'Malley? This is a fire necromancer. The firest of necromancers. A necromancer so fire that they lit on fire and they burned alive. That's okay, cause I'm a necromancer. Resurrected myself from the dead. That's okay, cause I'm a necromancer. And I'm gonna resurrect the dead. Up, 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 up from your grave. Come on down and let's do a rave. Up, 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 up from your grave. Up, 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 let's go today. We gotta go. Go, go, go. Go. Go, go, go. What's the staff? Mang Song's lesson, my friend. Mang Song's lesson. Yeah. Bull juvies. Yeah.
Impossible.
You wonder where you're gonna find your first? I've actually found several. Hey, some Gibalanto. Toes of the Goblet, my friends. Little bit of goblin toe, come on down, I'll let you know. We got goblin freaking toes, crushing blow for your nose. Oh, 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 crushing blow for those. Crushing, crushing, crushing blow, gonna take you down, you know. Taking crushing blow, oh, 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 oh. 25% of your HP gone. Come on down, I'll sing you a sad, sad song about the monster that didn't stand a chance, you see. Cause the crushing blow just finished the, we gotta go, 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 go. Alright, that's finished. Kinda feels like I don't even know. We outdated again. Eight hours and 28 minutes just to get to Act 3. I mean, granted, I think Act 3 is actually going pretty fast, considering. But I mean, we still haven't got Endurance of Hay, which is awful. That one's gonna take some work. What's up, GGM? What options is it to display your skills above your stamina bar? It's options, gameplay, quick cast skills, and display active skill bindings. A superior Grand Matron, though? Sexy, 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 baby. Sexy, sexy lady, sexy, sexy, sexy lady. Come on, sexy lady, come on, sexy, sexy lady. Sexy, sexy lady, come on, sexy, sexy lady. Sexy, sexy lady. Oh, 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 wow. It's a perfect mist base. Holy Jesus. That is a really good mist base. 3+3 crowbow and crossbow with 15% enhanced. And 5 sockets. Wow. Perfect mist base. Yo, come on down. Let's go. Got a perfect mist base. Gonna put it in the base with some flowers and drink it up. Cause that's what we gonna do when we got suck up. We're gonna drink, drink, drink. Drink it all up. We got a freaking perfect mist base, suckers. Yo, we got the mist base. Perfect mist base, we got the mist base. Perfect mist base. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Perfect, 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 perfect mist base. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. I kind of want to roll that. That'd be fun to roll that. What do we need for mist? It's Cham, right? Cham rune? Is that like the only thing in it that's any... Oh, it's Cham Gull. A Cham Ghoul. Cham Ghoul. What are Chams going for nowadays? On Tradery. Chamalamba Bama. Oh, Chambalamba Damble. Oh, Chambalamba Parmalamba Parmalamba Darba. Jam. This guy wants 3 ist runes for a cham. It's actually not even really that bad. Two chams for a sir. Two jams for a sir. Two jams for a sir. Two jams for a sir. I still need a gold rune. Wait, no, I have a gold rune. Okay. I'm gonna see if this guy actually wants to trade this. I'll take the ist rune. Isty beasties. Yeah, let's see if he replies. Don't come across the perfect mist base every single day, so I like it.
I need a key.
Oh, still poisoned? Literally, I was literally looking on Tradery for like for like 5 minutes over here, and I'm still poisoned. Did I forget to add goblin toes to the unique list? I think I did. God, I'm still freaking poisoned. Like, holy Jesus. The hell's the duration on that thing? 7 years? Is it in years? Because I'm pretty sure it's in years.
I need a key. I can't carry anymore.
Oops, wrong button. Go piles. Got one little causeway over here too. Yeah, these guys are annoying. Especially since I'm trying to like full clear and they're just all running away from me all the time. These things are pretty small. Quick doodads. It's probably one whole tile right here. Maybe two.
I am overburdened.
Did he respond? ID scrolls, I need those. Look at you coming through. All the ID scrolls for me. Come on down, LSC. Need the frickin' ID scrolls. Put them in the bank with those.
I can't carry anymore.
What's up, Perinellos? Perinellos. Perinellos, Perinellos. What's up, Perinellos? Perinellos. Alright, so we can make this. We got Cham Shale. So let's go ahead and grab these runes and put them next to each other. Apparently he's coming over to deliver the doojink, so... Alright, so Cham Shale. Then we need this Gull rune. A nice little Thully-Thull. And then finally an Ithabithabithabitha. An Ithabithabithabithabitha. So we just need the Cham. That's some pretty sick drops from frickin' Trav here.
Thank you.
Good day.
All right. Sham. Shale. Go. Dull. If. Jam, mam, shale, ale, go, low, dull, low, ithy, bithy, bit. Alright, it rolls between 325 and 375, and we also have a 15% on the weapon, which means it could potentially be 380, 90, 390 is the highest we can get. We got 342, which is, not really the greatest. It's a pretty low roll. Even if you count the bottom roll is 325, so 15 plus that is, what, 40? So we got like 2% off of a bottom roll. Ugh. Concentration aura is a 9, so 1 off bottom on that. That might be a reroll, I don't know. Anybody want a misbow for their mercenary? I give it to you for free. See if I can make it to Act 4, at the very least. Hey, set item. It's been a while. We're starting to think they didn't exist. Villabragus. Oh, they're office. Okay. Oh lord, Endurance of Hate's gonna be the hard part.
It's locked. It's locked.
Alright, well there's level 2. My keys. Back to town to get some stupid keys. Gotta go all the way south to Fralty's knees. Cause he's the one with keys all the way over here. Stupid Fralty got the keys by the swamp in there. And I can't buy him cause he's always so far away. Ain't gotta waste all my time to run down they. Rude man. Does character level affect rune drops in any way? Slightly. Very, very tiny. Itty bitty bitty way. Like in terror zones, because your character level determines the area level, and the area level determines the monster level. So if you're in a terror zone and you're below level, what is it, like 78? Below 78, you can potentially affect the potential drop chances for the runes, like, because 81 is the highest for all the runes. For the most part, the answer to the question is no, but there are some rare situations where your character level determines the monster level, mainly with terror zones. And if you're a particularly low-level character, you could potentially have a particularly low-level terror zone, which is not capable of dropping certain runes. But I mean, it's rare. I would definitely say it's rare. It's rare for it to ever affect you, to be perfectly honest. Most areas in Hell difficulty are high enough to drop pretty much all runes anyway, and if the chances are that you're in one of those areas that can potentially roll low enough that you would be cutting some of the runes out of the table, like, it wouldn't even really be that many, because most of the areas in Hell are at least
They're at least decently leveled. Now in Nightmare difficulty has a lot of runes that can potentially drop if you're a high-level character. Because Nightmare difficulty Terror Zones go up to level 74, depending on your character level. And Nightmare can be strongly affected by your character level if you're in Terror Zones. Because you can definitely affect the Terror Zone level drastically in Nightmare, to the point where you won't get very many good drops for runes at all. So if you're doing Nightmare, yes, Nightmare definitely seems to be affected more so than some of the other zones. I'm glad you're enjoying my channel, Air. Appreciate the support. Always means a lot to me. Be sure you hit that like button. Helps the algorithm. Tell you, this character don't got no trouble running through these zones.
Impossible.
Ah. Well, there's level 3. Of course, I'm not looking for level 3, and I find it right away. Whenever you're looking for level 3, hiding with some camouflage over the top like a friggin' military base. Ooh. Almost dead. Little dolly wallies almost got me. The little evil star-crossed dolly wallies. That's right, keep watching. My cheesy line. Don't ask me how I thought that up. I don't even know. I think my brain was broken that day.
This gotta be one of them big durance of hate level 2. 10 million feet cubic squared. Dear Lord Jesus, I'm feeling feared. All these monsters in the durance of hate doing what they like to do, my friend. All these monsters in the durance of hate doing exactly what they like to do. Like to do. Do. Like to do. Do. Like to do.
Aw, my song is over. Gotta be the big one too. The big jiggle, 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 biggle, jiggle, 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 biggle, jiggle, jiggle, biggle, jiggle, biggle. The hell are those? That's so weird. I've been seeing them like all over the map. I don't know what they are. Like worm burrows? But like why would they be endurance of hate level 3? There's no worms endurance of hate level 3, is there? What's up, Mr. Steve-O? Thanks for the follow, sir. I have no clue. I keep saying them though. Something to do with the fact that I've been in the game for such a long period of time. Where does the introduction song for my videos come from? I paid a guy on Fiverr to put together an intro for me, and that was the song they chose. They said it was a license free or 2D free or whatever, like music, copyright free. Comes from some sort of free website where you can download like free music. I tried to find it. It wasn't particularly easy. Feral Claw with +2 to Mind Blast. Hey, small shield. Beautiful umbral disc. It's actually a pretty solid low level unique. 11 uniques now. We only have 9 sets, 11 uniques. We're literally like exceeding the sets. It's kind of interesting. Why do I put my cube way over there and not on the left hand side? Because I like to have my open space on the left hand side, which is more accessible than the cube on the right hand side. I also like to make sure that my cube over here, so that I can basically make sure that I've got my setup like more accessible to me. Like I just dragging the items over there is easier if I want to drop something in the cube. I also don't like to accidentally drop my cube, which has happened before. Putting the cube on the left hand side, it's more likely to accidentally drop your cube. Always been a right hand cuber. I'm always a right hand cuber. Always. You left-hand cubers and your weird left-hand cubism. You dirty, dirty left-hand cubers. Yeah, Annies don't they don't retain their value very well anymore because of how easy they are to obtain comparatively to what they were before. And once people have a certain number of them, it's not really too big of a deal. They start to get to the point where they're like, oh well, I've got like 30. I mean, I'm gonna give away all the crappy ones. Go kill Mephisto while I have all my Erdars. I mean, I know what it is. Another unique. I don't think I really need to ID it or anything. You think this raccoon would forget, man, with no name? You think this dirty, grubby hand raccoon would forget? This dirty,
grubby-handed raccoon. I may be a dirty, grubby-hand raccoon, but at least I wash my hands before I eat in my room. I might be a dirty, grubby-hand raccoon, but at least I wash my hands before I go back to my room. The number of frickin' like items comparatively, like rares to sets to uniques, like on this full clear in this one seed code, is actually kind of interesting. It's pretty drastic in the direction of rares. I mean, I think the data that we have right now is actually more than sufficient to form a hypothesis, which is basically that each unique Magic Find percentage does roll through some sort of roulette wheel of justice, and perhaps maybe Magic Find can increase the item's quality, but at the same time, it seems to be more often than not and irregularly weighted toward rares. And on top of that, it almost seems to be more weighted toward uniques than it is sets, which is also rather odd. Maybe it's just for my particular seed. But 81 rares comparatively to only 12 uniques and 9 sets is a 10 times ratio. You're talking about for every one set item and every one unique item you find, you're finding 10 rare items, which is kind of insane. As a ratio. I mean, 10 to 1 ratio on that's kind of nuts. But what that also means is that from our variable testing that we're looking at is we could be potentially saying that, you know, like each individual Magic Find percentage that can trigger a specific thing, right? So you have ones that trigger specific upgrades, like a magic to a rare or a white to a rare or whatever, right? We're saying that the majority, so we can actually kind of like write this here as a hypothesis, which is the majority of upgrades are rare. Alright guys, before I fall asleep, because I've been streaming for 9 hours and I got up way too early this morning, I'm gonna hop off. I'll probably hop on tomorrow. I do got night shift tomorrow though, so we'll see what's going on with that. I do appreciate everybody showing up today, and freaking, I think, what did I have, like 150 some odd people in here earlier? It's pretty good. Got some memberships running, $10 donation. Got some new followers on Twitch. I really appreciate all the support, guys. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching, and keep watching.